Good morning and welcome to the final round of the East Midlands Racing Association Club Championship here at Mallory Park. It is a double points round this weekend, so plenty is on offer and plenty of championships still to be wrapped up. With myself, Ross McIntyre, Trystan Finocchiaro bringing you all of the action. Before we get going to racing, we're going to have a little wander around the paddock. But Trystan, how are you feeling looking into this weekend?
Yeah, incredibly excited for today. Like you say, double points this weekend, lots of championships on the line as well, so it's going to be an exciting one. The wind is very strong today, so that's definitely going to play a part in today's racing as well. But like I say, lots of championships on the line, so we should have a good day's racing.
We're hoping so, absolutely. Let's have a little bit of a wander around then before we get into our racing action. Can see a couple of riders stood over here. Let's see if we can potentially dive in. Morning, guys. Any chance of a quick few words off of anybody? Any chance? You know you want to. No. Yeah, we'll go for again. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, really good. Been out, done qualifying. Been out on the 125. I don't think we've not got the time, so I don't know where I am. Been out on the 650. I think I'm fourth overall in that. So yeah, really good.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're feeling confident then. Yeah. Still sunshine as well. No rain just yet. Well, the wind's definitely picking up. How's that going to affect things out there?
Well, I think especially on the 125, I mean, coming into Gerrard's, it's a bit sketchy, like it's blowing you all over the place really, but in qualifying there were three of us all going at it like it was a race, and to be fair, it was alright. I think it should be fine.
So are you still aiming just to go out there, get some solid positions at the end of it, or are you thinking, bit of wind could get a bit chaotic, let's see if we can pick up some really strong places here?
It's win it or bin it really, so hopefully go for the win, see what we can do. But again, on the 125s especially, it's just a battle of the slipstream, so we'll have to play it right. It's a bit like chess really, but yeah, see how it goes.
Awesome stuff. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Perfect, thank you.
Great to hear from some of our riders there already. Looks like we've got a few more ready to go on out. Let's even grab a word off of somebody else. Any chance of a quick chat from anyone over here, or are you about to head out?
No, I'm not going out yet.
Any chance of a few words from you?
What would you want to know?
Just how are you feeling? How's the bike going? All okay?
Yeah, it's going well, yeah. It's I don't normally run this one, I normally race MZs, but you have to scream either. I feel a bit sorry for it, I think it's going to blow it up, but...
No, I'm sure it'll all be alright, but yeah, I'm assuming just filling it up, everything else is okay, or are you about to rip it apart?
No, everything's okay, yeah. Just changed I had wets on this morning, because didn't know about the weather, but got my slicks on and hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll stay dry for us.
And how are you feeling confidence-wise? Feeling happy, ready to go?
Well, I'm not here to break any records, to be honest with you, so as long as I get round, yeah. I feel quite happy about it, yeah.
Yeah, just got to have some fun.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks very much. Enjoy it.
Cheers, no bother.
Let's just see if we can quickly grab one of these other guys as well. Any chance for a few words before we go out? Awesome stuff. How are you feeling this weekend?
Yeah, good. Yeah, enjoying myself. So we're here with me, my dad and my brother. So we've got 5 bikes with us. So yeah, good family outing.
Yeah, are you all on the same machinery or different bikes for you?
We've all got 125s, and then I've got SV 650 in the mini twins, and my dad's on the 400 as well, Ninja 400. Yeah.
So we are going to get family rivalry out on track.
Yeah, definitely. Me and my brother are always close racing, so yeah, it's a good fun.
And when you are out on track with family, is it nice, respectful, or is it I am going to shove you off the racetrack kind of thing?
Oh yeah, definitely shove him off the racetrack kind of thing. Yeah. Definitely not friendly, and he normally has a strop on the way home as well if I beat him. So yeah.
Who's going to be on top out of the family at the end of it then?
Hopefully me. Hopefully me. Yeah. But yeah, it's usually close.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Right, we'll let all these guys crack on with it. We'll run over, fine question, Trystan. And before I ask him, or I hand him the microphone, should I say, Trystan, already everyone's been mentioning it, the wind this weekend. Of course, it's a big storm here in the UK at the moment. We're just missing the southern edge of it, so the rain isn't coming in, but we're certainly feeling that breeze. What effect is that going to have when we're out on the racetrack?
Yeah, like you say, we're very lucky to have dry running this weekend, but the wind is incredibly strong. So mainly they're going to feel it with the direction that it's coming. They're going to feel it at Gerrard's because they're going to get a side wind through Gerrard's, which you're already carrying a lot of lead angle, so it's going to feel a little bit sketchy through there. And it's just especially mainly we'll see it affecting the sort of the smaller classes, the lightweight bikes. We've got the ACU lightweight class here this weekend, super lightweight, so the 80cc, 125cc classes. They'll really be feeling it on those machines.
Yeah, going to be a struggle for those guys potentially. Great to have them here with us though, of course. At the last round we had the British F2 Sidecars Championship joining us, this time the ACU Ultra Lightweight class for their final round of the season as well. And it is a double points round, as we've mentioned as well. So championships could be blown wide open by just a single drop of the bike, or, you know, changeable conditions, anything like that. It is all to play for. Let's see if we can run in, speak to a couple more of our riders maybe. Is there any chance we could grab a few words off you, or are you about to head out onto the track?
Yeah, I'm good.
Brilliant. How are we today? You all okay?
Yeah, no, good. It's first time ever been at a race meet for me, so it's all going well. That's practice done. We've got race 1 coming up, I think 12:20, so hopefully all goes okay.
Oh, that's brilliant stuff. So I'm assuming this is a bit more about just kind of being out on track with other bikes, all racing, rather than going for a win, or are you just going straight for the win straight away?
It's all kind of just getting experience today. With first rate meet, it's a lot different to track days, so just see how it goes. That went pretty well, so just try and build on that and see how the race goes.
Awesome stuff. And how are you feeling confidence-wise? You a bit nervous, or are you just excited to get going?
We were nervous at the start of the day, and now just excited. So just kind of going through, see what comes, and just take it as we go.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks very much for talking to us.
No worries. Cheers, guys. See you later.
Great to hear from you. As we'll continue to push up this way, Trystan, but I'll pass you the microphone and let you have a little wander around. Before I do, another question. Obviously, back end of the championship, you know, double points round, yes, so it means it's a bit more interesting in that regard, but, you know, as a rider, what's going through your mind at this moment, coming into the race weekend, especially if you know you're in that championship battle on the line? What do you do? What's the emotions?
Well, of course, I mean, you can't take the fact out of your mind that it is all to play for. And everything comes down to the wire at this round, like say, double points. You've really got to try and put it towards the back of your mind, though, and just focus on the racing. Conditions this time of the year are always a little bit sketchy. So like I say, you've just got to try and put it towards the back of your mind and just focus on the racing.
Yeah, I guess that's the most important thing. Couple of riders over here as well. Let's see if we can potentially butt in and grab a few words out of somebody. Any chance of a quick chat from someone?
Both of us?
Can do both of you if you want. How are we doing, guys? We all okay?
Yeah, not bad, thank you.
Not bad at all.
Awesome stuff. And looking forward to today's racing?
Yeah, it's good. It's a bit windy out there, but it's good though.
Yeah, very windy around Gerrard's. Very. Yeah, it blows you about a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to have a neck like Hulk at the end of the day, trying to hold on to it.
Well, I mean, I guess it's good for your muscles or something like that, I suppose. But, yeah, I mean, the main thing, I guess, is it's looking like it's going to be dry, even with the wind. So I guess it's just try not to drop it at Gerrard's and you'll be fine.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it'll be fun regardless, but I think it's going to be close racing today because of the wind.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow you. You make a big hole in the air and I'll just follow you around Gerrard's.
If I was following you.
That's right, isn't it?
So you can't make your mind up who's going to be leading the pack then, so that's a great start.
Pretty much.
But are we looking forward to today's racing at least?
Yeah, I think it'll be a good day.
I think it'll be mint.
Yeah,
it's close. Qualifying's close, so see if we can get away with them classic air a lot. We'll be fucking well away.
Yeah, it'll be a good laugh.
And where you putting yourself? Where you betting on yourselves to finish?
I've qualified P4, so it'd be nice to be in a podium spot, but I'd be happy with 4th, to be honest.
I've qualified P5 and we're both fighting for that 3rd place spot, so we'll see what happens, won't we?
Well, may the best rider win. See you out there, guys.
Cheers, thank you.
See you later. Thank you.
Great to hear from those guys as well. And again, high spirits as well, Trystan. I think that's a really good thing, even though, as I just said to you, you know, championships on the line, there's people here feeling the pressure. It's getting cold, it's getting miserable, winter's on the way, but at the same time, people are really happy to be here. They just want to go out and get racing.
Yeah, what I love about this paddock is the fact that it is, you go around the paddock and there are smiles everywhere. Everyone here is here to enjoy themselves, and as much as, the weather's not the best, it's the last round of the year, but it's also the last time for these guys, for a lot of these guys, that they're going to be at a race meeting until next year. So for them, it's just about enjoying it, and at the end of the day, it's a brilliant paddock to come to. It's an incredibly friendly atmosphere and a good place to, we've even seen riders in their first weekends racing. It's a great place to come and just enjoy your racing.
It absolutely is, and as you said, you know, there's people, even though it's the last round of the year, there's people who it's their first race weekend, they're going, we're going to give this a go, and you know, if you yourself are sat at home fancy giving a go, head over to the EMRA website. Of course, there are still 2 more events here at Mallory Park across the rest of the year. You've got the 750 Motor Club turning up on the 18th of October in a couple of weeks' time. And then, of course, we have the Plum Pudding traditional Boxing Day event as well for both cars and bikes. Might be a little bit chilly on that one, but we'll see how we're going to go. Let's just even grab a couple more words out of these guys before we wrap up. Any chance of a few words, gents? How are you feeling looking forward to the weekend?
Anxious, getting a little bit old for doing this sort of thing, but still like doing it, so I'm here.
I mean, as long as...
Say you're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Last time, and it was really good.
We try our best, thank you very much. But I mean, talk about yourself though. Even if you are getting a bit old for it, you're turning up, you still want to be here, you're still doing it. That's the most important thing. And the most important thing is you're having fun as well.
Yeah, that's it, main thing, I used to race sidecars for a long while. Stopped in 2019 and then got the itch to come out and do a little bit more, so I've just bought a CBR and have a go sort of thing.
And what?
A bit long in the tooth for it, but...
What's the, sidecar's obviously quite different riding on 2 wheels. What do you say the biggest thing from the jump from sidecars is onto your standard bike?
The biggest thing for me is sidecars don't fall over unless you do something really stupid. 2 wheels, they're very easy to tip over and have a bad time, let's say. But good fun sidecar racing, really good fun, but a lot of hassle and a lot of work compared to 2 wheels. Chuck it in the van and come.
That's definitely one of the more creative answers I've heard to that one, so do appreciate that. Thanks so much for talking to us. We'll see you out there this weekend. Great to hear there from one of our older riders in the paddock, but even then, it doesn't matter how old you are, Trystan. You can be young, old, you can still turn up here at EMRA and have fun, even though it is the last round of the season.
No, yeah, and that's the point of it. Like you say, it's a club racing event. You can turn up at any age and have a good bit of fun. You've got riders from all sorts of different experiences, all sorts of different ages, and classes that suit every single type of motorbike as well.
Absolutely. There's plenty on offer here this weekend at the final round of the East Midlands Racing Association Club Championship. So make sure you join us for all of the action. That'll be getting started very, very soon. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final round of the East Midlands Racing Association Club Championship here at Mallory Park. It is a bit chilly here in Leicestershire, to say the least. We are missing the rain from Storm Amy, but the wind chill is coming along and making it cold for the riders out there. But we're still going to push on and enjoy to the best of our abilities this double points finale with so much on offer in championship terms. You join myself, Ross McIntyre, and alongside me, a man whose sultry tones you can hear on air for the bowl door. It is Trystan Finocchiaro. Trystan, pleasure to have you here with us once again. We're very excited to get going for one last time this season.
Pleasure to be alongside you, Ross. Yeah, extremely exciting for today's racing. We've got a heap of races coming your way and championships on the line, titles to be decided. There's a couple of titles already decided, a couple of champions already crowned, and a couple new categories this weekend as well, Ross.
Absolutely. We are getting ready for our first race of the day. It will be the ACU Ultra Lightweight Championship, which are just heading out now onto the racetrack, in fact, before they get to their sighting lap. Again, a guest championship that's here with us this weekend for their final round of the season as well. This is open for 125 Moto 4 and 80 to 90 two-stroke machinery. So, kind of does what it does, says in the tin, Trystan. It's lightweight bikes, not a lot of power. Probably going to struggle quite a lot in these very windy conditions, but on paper, the racing should be absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling the wind on these bikes. You can see out on circuit, not a lot of weight to them, not a lot of meat to them, so they're going to be getting blown around out there on circuit. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. Title already decided for these guys, so it's going to grow up some good racing, and obviously there's nothing to lose.
No, absolutely. These guys are just here to get on the bike and do some good old-fashioned fun racing. So it should be fun to watch. And again, that wind is just something we're just going to keep saying, because we're going to keep reminding you of how crazy it is going to be. Riders making their way into their grid slots. They'll have one sighting lap as per the regulations before they get going to go racing. 19 riders ready to get going in this race. A big thank you for joining us. Don't worry if you have not missed any of the action. The first race is about to be underway in a few moments' time, and we are so excited to get it all underway here at Mallory Park. And Trystan, again, championship day today potentially, even though this class's championship's already been wrapped up. What's going through riders' heads right now?
Well, right now it's going to be how to deal with these conditions, how to deal with the wind, getting a good start down into Gerrard's. Gerrard's is going to be flat out on one of these machines, especially off the line, so get a good start and get away well through Gerrard's.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see there a last couple of checks from the marshals. They will be doing one more sighting lap, we believe. So the format last time we were expecting is going to stay the same. They're going to be heading around once, and yes, they are. So they're going to go around for one more sighting lap before we get going. So let's run through your grid for you here. It will be Philip Atkinson, who starts from pole position with Max Taylor and Paul Lovesey completing the front row. Morgan Phillip is fourth with Hayden West in P5, William Greenway in P6. Jeremy Scott, Dylan Marr and James Millington are on the third row, with Austin Greenway rounding out the top 10. He's alongside Mason Mitchell and Alison Scott. Nathan Stockton is 13th with Stephen Colville in 14th and Harrison Jones 15th. 16th is Alan Richardson, P17 Brett Moore and P18 Erica Lawson. And the lone rider on the back row of the grid is Lee Stanway in P19. Should be very, very close and exciting racing here. This one, it's all about just staying in that slipstream, trying to keep your momentum through the corners, battling that wind down into Gerrard's, which is in a very awkward place with where the wind's blowing, and then just trying to execute the move at the right time.
Yeah, it looks close out on circuit. Times are close. As we said, the wind is definitely going to play a part for these riders, but it's going to be very, very close racing. So I'm excited to see a tight battle out the front.
Yeah, you'd hope to so anyway, wouldn't you? As the riders making their way through the dog leg, they'll come to a halt on the grid before it is red lights on, red lights off, and we go racing for the first of two races this weekend. Not just in the ultra lightweights class, but in all of our classes here at Mallory Park. And pole position, first race of the day, of course. Thank you for tuning in. As I said a mere moment ago, we are super excited to get this one going. Philip Atkinson from pole position. Max Taylor and Paul Livesey completing that front row. How are they going to fare down into Gerrard's, coping with the blistery wind? It is anybody's guess, but right now we are waiting. Last few checks. I think we may be missing somebody on the fourth row, which may be why we're mating. I don't think they're going to be joining us if we are missing them. It is all eyes then up to the red lights at the front of the field. It is red lights on, red lights go off, and we do go racing. Great start there from third on the grid by Livesey. He's going to probably lead the way down into turn number one, Gerrard's, but look at them all jostling for position in the background. And in fact, it's a great run, in fact, from Atkinson, who's used it sweeping around the outside into Gerrard's and will hold a massive lead already. And there's problems further back. That is the 850 that's not gone anywhere. That's Erica Lawson from 18th. Looks like will not be finishing this race, but as they come down to the chicane for the very first time, it is the pole sitter Atkinson who's got a huge lead.
Perfect start for the number 65, flat out through Gerrard's, got away nice and cleanly and leads the race with a good bit of breathing space now. So we'll see what these guys behind can do about that number 65 out the front. Battles all the way through the field then, and it's already spacing out. See if the number 204 has got anything, the number 201, sorry, has got anything in the tank. See if Max Taylor can do anything about that number 65. He's had a very, very good run through Shaw's hairpin, so it's getting tighter at the front of this race.
It certainly is. These guys coming to complete the end of their opening lap here at Mallory Park. You can see a few riders looking here or there, but again, it's early doors. No one pushing too hard. Look at the pace, though. Was that the 173 moving through? I believe it was. That's David McGlane, who slid on by with an unbelievable, I don't know if he's had a lap in qualifying, but he is absolutely flying out there regardless and just blew past on the straight of Taylor, I believe that was, he just got through. Unbelievable pace from him. It is still Atkinson that leads this race, but the 173 now up to second, and look at the closing speed as well. That thing must be a rocket ship in a straight line.
Yeah, that bike's got speed. He doesn't even have to tuck in on that thing, and he's blasting past riders ahead of him. So this is tightening up at the front then. I think we're going to see a change for the lead sooner rather than later. Just needs to get himself onto the back wheel of Atkinson and see if he can throw it up the inside, either at Gerrard's or at Shaw's hairpin. Has like a little look to the outside at Shaw's. That's, I mean, impressive if you can pull that one off. Through the bus stop then, left, right, left, and then down Devil's Elbow. We've seen the pace that number 173 has down this front straight, so let's see if he can get close down into Gerrard's this time around. Still a long way to go in this race. He looks towards the outside as they go down into Gerrard's. Very, very defensive from Atkinson, but there's nothing he can do about the pace of the 173. Flat out into Gerrard's and defends his lead.
Yeah, it does just about hold on to the inside, but my oh my, the pace of that 173 in a straight line, it's unbelievable how fast that thing can go, it would seem. And just, yeah, the pace there is just phenomenal stuff. Coming down into Edwina's, is there a gap on the inside? Not quite at the moment. Looks like Atkinson will still hold on to that race lead as they push on through. Now coming to the bottom of the hill, they'll be rising up. It'll be a bit of a struggle for these lightweight machines to get up to the top of there. They'll have to use all of the momentum that they can. Of course, the power dropping off as you go up the hill, the gravity working against you as well into the hairpin, then back out, and it is still Atkinson that leads this race, holding on for the time being, there or thereabouts.
McLean running the Honda 85cc with Atkinson on the 50cc Derby, so that's why there's such a difference in straight line speed between those two. But you can see how much quicker Atkinson is around the corners. McLean tries to go around the outside and does, and almost a comeback there from the number 65. It got very, very close down into Gerrard's. Is he going to find a way through up the inside? He does.
Yeah, not quite. They're going side by side. Look at this brilliant racing early doors here at Mallory Park. Lap 4 at 10. Check back from Atkinson. I think he knows he's going to have to concede this position for the time being, but he's going to launch it the longer run. Surely not. Wow, what a move. If it sticks inside, goes the 173, does get the switchback. We have got witnessing some brilliant racing here, though.
Power versus corner speed between the 173 and the number 65, although now there is a gap out the front. So let's see if the corner speed on that 50cc machine can do anything about the 173 ahead of him. Of course, it's number 65 Atkinson was on pole position going into this race. Look, he's been looking behind him the past couple of laps going down into Edwina's, but then seems to still have the pace.
Yeah, it does do as well. And I'm also thinking, does McLean have a transponder issue potentially? Because it's not showing up. No, he's not showing up on our timing screens. Neither on your timing screen or our own timing screens in the commentary box. So I wonder if there's a transponder issue for McLean, who does lead out on the road. Atkinson's now down to P2 on the road, of course, still leading technically in his smaller engine category class, so to speak. But again, there's a lot of checking back, and yeah, he is dropping back a bit. Taylor's closing up to him, so I wonder if I'm not sure if it's a confidence issue or maybe the bike's having a bit of a moment. But yeah, potentially problems there for the number 63.
Yeah, you can see he makes up a little bit of time through his wieners there and pulls that gap down once again. But then obviously once we get onto these long straights, this long front straight, that gap will extend once again. Through Shaw's hairpin, nice and tidy through there for the number 65. He's got to keep an eye on Taylor behind him as well, because he's bridged in a second over the past couple of laps. So we'll see what the gap is as they come across the line. Battles all the way through this field then. There's a whole heap of different bikes further back here. The number 85
Yeah, this is the battle for P7 out there at the moment. The 85 of Colville leading the way on a KTM machine. He's got a couple of Moto 4s behind him by the looks of things. They made their way through, maybe splitting into a two-way battle though. Colville, Scott, Marr and Stanaway, who's come from very far back on the grid, it must be said. So Stanaway absolutely flying on that 85cc Honda machine as they come down the front stretch, but then coming onto the straight, the KTM gets it to stretch its legs. We are now halfway through this race, lap 6 of 10 here at Mallory Park in race number 1 of the ACU British Ultra Lightweights. Bit of a challenge further up the road as well. That is the number 1 to the inside of the number 33 there in the battle for 4th place, and makes its way through. Nice stuff there, and that'll be Greenaway in that battle, dropping down back into 5th place. Looks like they've been trading positions.
Greenaway has a look back up the inside, down at Shaw's hairpin. Classic overtaking spot around this historic Mallory Park circuit, although gets it all wrong and goes wide, and number 1 gets back ahead of him into the bus stop chicane, down Devil's Elbow. Slipstream City down here has a look to the outside. Let's see if he can slipstream him all the way down this front straight, down into Gerrard's.
Maybe we'll have to see. Morgan Fulop on that number 1 machine, pulls to the inside. Does he have the yes, he does have it. Goes to the inside, not quite done yet though. The 33 sticks on the outside.
As close as you like.
Oh, I mean, it's almost banging knees coming through there, and you can see the 33 moving on the outside in the wind with the undulation as well. And they're still side by side on the run into Ed Wieners. The 31 could be getting involved here. Back to the inside goes the 33 and will retake that position. And the 41, should I say, also then, that's Greenaway looking to get back involved. And it's Greenaway going up the inside. I believe he has done so. So that's, yes, Greenaway now up to 4th place. And Greenaway's now, should I say, hang on, get my numbers mixed up. So it's William Greenaway and then Henry Greenaway. There's 2 Greenaways out there. Try and wrap your head around that one. They're up into 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that number 1 was boxed into a Greenaway sandwich as they come down Devil's Elbow. It's the 2 Greenaways that lead the way in that battle at the moment, but Henry came from nowhere there to put himself firmly in the mix, and he's going to have a little go at William as we go down into Gerrard's one more time. The 41 does take that position away from the number 33, and does he have pace on him? And this is the battle for the lead here. I think some lap traffic has definitely played a part in this, because this is as close as you like now.
Yeah, but that power, the power difference, should I say, for the 173, it's going to be massive. We're on lap 8, soon to be lap 9 out of 10. 2 to go coming through this one. And to the inside, a mistake there. Is that a problem for the 173 perhaps? No, just an error and backing off. I thought for a fleeting moment that David McLean's race could be over, but he drops down to 2nd on the road. But now that power difference will come in and it'll go straight back to the lead as they do go on the penultimate lap. Maybe not quite done though. The 65 there of Phil Atkinson holding on and almost shoving him off of the racetrack as they come into Gerrard's. Atkinson starting to get aggressive late in the race.
Yeah, and he needs to be. He's down on power, so if he wants to get the better of the number 173, he's going to have to make sure he's getting his elbows out. Down into its Wieners then. The 173 takes the lead back down on sheer power, but on the brakes, the number 65 back up the inside, has a little look over his shoulder as well.
Yeah, getting really, really tight between the pair of them as they come round to the bottom of the hill. Runs a slightly wider line, does Atkinson. And now that power difference, that 173, gets the throttle, comes to the inside. Not always the preferred line into the hairpin, and once again you see why. Atkinson, the long way around, gets it done. Will hold on to that race lead. Again, you've seen it occasionally. Some riders do prefer to just hold it onto that inside line, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't work. You can pull alongside, but can't quite get in front as they come to the last lap. Flag, though, yellow with the black cross. One more tour of Mallory Park in race number 1 of the ACU British Ultra Lightweight. It is the 137 out there, or the 173, should I say, of Dave McLean against the 65 of Phil Atkinson, and they're going to go wheel the wheel all the way to the end.
Yeah, last lap time here at Mallory Park. Which way is this one going to go? The power of the 85 currently has the advantage over the 50cc. With Phil Atkinson on board, he's going to need to get the perfect run through his wieners here. And he has done, trying to get as much slipstream as possible. But look at all this lap traffic they're coming up to now. These are some of the Moto 4s that they're lapping now. And that's the battle that we were looking at earlier on. But it doesn't look as if he's going to be close enough.
No, not close enough. Coming into the hairpin for the final time for Atkinson. As someone's gone very deep into the hairpin there, and someone's slowing with a problem. It looks like 1 corner to go though, through the devil's elbow. Does Atkinson have anything? I don't think he will. Using that extra grunt at his disposal, the 173 of David McLean is going to take the checkered flag on the road. He will provisionally win race 1. The timing board though does say Atkinson again. Is there a transponder issue for the 173? Is there even a transponder on the bike? So many things to consider, but on the road it is the 173 of David McLean that does take victory here from P2. Again, this is provisional. That is the result as the timing screen reads it. It is different on the road. We'll just have to wait to get it confirmed from race control. On the timing screens, it's Atkinson from Taylor from Livesey. On the road though, David McLean on the 173 was on top.
Yeah, McLean did see him coming into race admin when I popped down to try and get some of the grids, and didn't actually know where he was on the grid because he was having transponder issues in qualifying as well. So something that we'll have to keep an eye out for.
Absolutely. So that would explain it. So hopefully the transponder is on the bike. So again, we'll show you the graphic as it is on the timing screens. This could all change. Remember, it's all provisional. The man who won on the road likely having transponder issues. So on paper, at the moment, it's Phil Atkinson taking the win. Taylor in P2, Livesey P3, Greenway in P4. P5, the DM, that is Morgan Phillip. P6 was Stanaway, P7 Colville, P8 Marr, P9 Scott, and P10 is the other Greenaway, the 411 of Austin Greenaway. How many Greenaways do we need out there? That's 3 of them at my count. And again, just to remind you, results are provisional. The man who won on the road, David McLean, did not show. He had transponder issues, so potential problems there for him. But as it stands, he won on the road. He wasn't on there on the timing screen. Let's head down and hear, though, what he has to say.
David, brilliant race there. Went right down to the wire. Just talk us through it.
Yeah, I ended up starting from the back of the grid. The transponder wasn't working, so I had to work my way through. I got through to the front and then just held it, dicing with Phil for a bit, and then just left it to the last lap, pulled through and won.
Windy out there, were you feeling it?
Yeah, very much, yeah. You got a good backwind down the back on the start-finish straight, then you got a headwind going to there. You get a bit of buffeting going around Gerrard, which is a bit difficult. But yeah, no, not bad. Quite pleased with that.
Well done, mate.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you.
Great to hear then from David. Hopefully those transponder issues get sorted out. But it is time for our next race. And we'll be moving on to race 1 in the EMRA Open and Open 600. Race number 1 then in the EMRA Open and Open 600 classes. And these ones, of course, some of the most exciting racing out there. Of course, it does what it says on the tin. It's open. It's either open to anything or open to your slightly smaller, your 600cc machines instead of the 800s or the 1000s that you typically be finding out there. And it should be very, very entertaining to watch how it's all going to unfold. Leon Geacock, last time out, a perfect weekend, 50 points with 2 race wins, and that made it 3 race wins in a row as well. He heads into this round with a 21-point advantage ahead of Alan Lane in the championship in the Open 1000 class, so to speak. In the Open 600cc class, it's not over yet because, yes, there are 100 points on offer this weekend for 2 race wins. But realistically, it's done. Fred McMullen on 220 points leads the way. George Anderson is on 153 in P2 in the championship. So, well, that one's realistically done. The other one, the 1000 class, very much wide open. And regardless of that, we're going to get good racing here.
Yeah, in terms of on circuit racing, we know that G-Cock's got pace. We know that no one really can live with Leon's pace. He's got to outscore Lane by 14 points across the 2 races. So a couple of wins and we might see a swing in the championship at this final round.
Potentially, but of course it could be wrapped up in race number 1 as well, with a win and a DNF for Lane. So it's all to play for here coming into this one. We're very excited to see how it is all going to unfold. Riders just making their way down to the grid. Then, of course, it'll be one sighting lap before they make their way and get going once again. So, yeah, should be an interesting one then, Trystan. A good race to open up the day a moment ago in the ultra lightweight class. Now we're getting on to some of the bigger boys, the bigger bikes. Bit more power underneath them. Yes. Obviously a bit heavier. Should be able to deal with the wind a little bit better on paper. Yeah, a stark contrast between the race we've just seen. Obviously, we've got the 1000cc and the 600cc bikes out there on circuit, so you're looking at lap times of around 55 seconds, and with the wind out there, it won't affect them as much with the extra weight they've got there, but obviously, of course, they're running much higher speeds as well, so that wind will also feel quite exaggerated. Yeah, and I'm sure they'll probably be getting quite chilly under those leathers as well. Probably not the nicest feeling in the world. So yeah, just waiting for them to... We all enjoy a cold day at Mallory Park. Well, I wasn't this morning, I'll say that much. You'll see when I was running around over the lunch break, when I was running around the paddock earlier on today, I think you'll just watch my skin get paler and paler as I just slowly freeze to death. So yeah, just waiting for the riders to make their way around now. Of course, hope you're enjoying all of the action. Make sure you leave a comment. Let us know who you are watching, supporting here today. Let us know what you're thinking of all the action so far. Yes, even though we are one race in, but we just want to hear what you have to say. We want to hear what you think of everything that we're seeing here. So just waiting for everyone to make their way through, and then we should be getting going. Again, I think we're pretty much expecting Liam G-Cock to kind of disappear up the front. I think that's probably a given. He's on a 3-race win streak. He absolutely dominated last time out. Although around him, some very, very strong riders. Jack Pierce has stuck it into P2 on the front row on a Kawasaki 636 in a Yamaha and a Honda 1000 sandwich. That's an incredible job from him. So he could be very, very quick on that lighter bike as well. Yes, definitely. On that 600cc machine, he's on one of the Kawasaki 636s that we saw come into the BSP paddock a few years ago, but it is 2.5 seconds between your poleman and second place. 2.6 seconds is the gap between G-Cock and Alan Lane. That's your battle for the championship. So, of course, Leon G-Cock, ex-BSB level rider, ex-Northwest 200 rider as well. So, very high calibre of rider that we're seeing out on circuit, and of course in this club racing environment he's really putting that experience to good use. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Northwest 200, that takes some guts going around there, so fair play to him. We're just experiencing a brief delay here at Mallory Park. I'm not entirely sure why, because I thought I did see the Open or the EMRA Open and the Open 600 bikes making their way out onto the circuit. They appear to have gone into a wormhole, because we've got a very big commentary box with plenty of windows where we can see the entirety of Gerrard's in the first sector all the way down into Edwina's, and then we can't see anything. So when they've disappeared from our view, they also appear to have just disappeared off the face of the earth. So trying to figure out what's going on there. But I hope these guys are enjoying the action. They're sat down somewhere. I can't quite tell where they are out on the circuit. Slightly less of a crowd here today than there was last time out. I think a little bit colder. It's, a little bit colder, a little bit chillier. And as well, there wasn't other events on beforehand that people just hung around to watch what was going on. So less people watching along, but still a decent crowd here. Yeah, no, I think it's a little bit colder than last time out, and I think the storm's probably got something to do with that as well. But yeah, no, as we were saying earlier, it's an incredibly friendly environment at this paddock, a really good place to come and enjoy your racing. Just walking around the paddock, talking to the riders, you can see the camaraderie, you can see, just the pure enjoyment in racing a motorbike. Even in conditions like this, when it's starting to get a little bit colder towards the tail end of the season, but it's been an incredible season of racing.
racing from all of these guys. Like I say, enjoying themselves out on circuit and enjoying themselves in the paddock as well.
Absolutely. Just been told in our area there's going to just a brief delay. Apparently there's a slight issue with the timing system. They're just going to get a reboot. Yes, we can see you, man, on the phone. In fact, the camera has panned away just as he started waving. We can see you boys as well. There's this amazing thing called a camera and broadcast technology. It's wonderful what we can accomplish in the year of our Lord 2025. But I hope you guys are enjoying the action. And hope you're not too cold out there. As again, crowd watching along here, saw those guys in the Team Taylor t-shirts a second ago. Taylor who? That's the problem. Like that could be Taylor McKenzie, that could be Taylor Lawrence, that could be multiple people. Who knows?
Plenty of Taylors out there on the grids this weekend as well. Could be Max Taylor, could be any of them.
Yeah, well, hope whatever Taylor it is that those guys are here supporting does well, along with all our other Taylors and all of our riders. We always
let us know.
Yeah,
get in touch. Let us know. Team Taylor. Which Taylor is it?
Yeah, Team Taylor. Taylor who? You know, give us some clues here, guys, or play a guessing game. We could do a round of eliminations or something along those lines. We're going back to Team Taylor. Team Taylor, please. Which Taylor is it? Is there a Taylor with an orange helmet or something? I don't know.
Let us know.
That's gonna annoy me for the rest of the day. But we hope those guys are enjoying the action here at EMRA and enjoying the action here at Mallory Park. And Trystan, you yourself used to race here. I know it's a circuit that I know last time you raced you did leave in an ambulance, but it's a circuit you've always spoke very highly of. Let's say people sat at home watching along, thinking, "Oh, this sparks my interest for 2026." How do people get involved here?
Yes, I mean definitely go on the EMRA website and get in touch and put your entries in, because it is an incredible paddock, an incredible place to come and race, even if it's your first time racing. If you've done a few track days and you want to have a go at it, and you want to get your start off with your novice licence, EMRA's a brilliant place to start out, a brilliant place to get involved with club racing. Mallory Park's an incredibly fun circuit as well. Obviously you've got Gerrard's, which is such a fun corner, banked over for so long, so it's a great place to come and enjoy your racing. It's an incredibly friendly paddock where you'll find people will help you out, and like I say, I've raced here for a couple of rounds in the past and thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm hearing some engines begin to fire in the paddock now as well. But if you fancy coming along next season, as you said, Trystan, head over to the website. There are still 2 events on at Mallory Park left this year as well for your viewing pledge. You've got the 750 Motor Club. They're coming on the 18th of October. I believe that's the final round of their season. And then there is, of course, the traditional Mallory Park Plum Pudding event on Boxing Day for both cars and bikes. There is no better way to shake off the Christmas hangover than to do some hot laps of Mallory Park, despite the chilly conditions, I'm sure. But again, a tradition to head here on Boxing Day. Make sure you get your tickets from the Mallory Park website. There is, of course, also the annual Mallory Park Bonfire. That will be on the 7th of November, a couple of days after Guy Fawkes Night. So make sure you head out for that one. And that phone call's been going on quite a long time, sir. I hope it's is that a serious phone call, or is that someone going on telly? Oh, and there you go. He's now trying to say something to us himself. But I hope that wasn't too I hope that wasn't too intense of a phone call. We do now, Trystan, have bikes in the pit lane, so hopefully we're not too long going racing.
Yeah, I think looks as if we're going to be going racing very, very soon. Bikes coming into pit lane. Like I said, they won't be doing that too soon because they want to be keeping heat in those tyres. So bikes getting lined up, so I think we will see the Open 600 and Open 1000 classes starting very, very soon.
And now everyone's seen the camera. Unfortunately, we can't hear you guys, so we're getting almost charades, essentially. So the guy who was on the phone for about 10 minutes has now just told someone to phone him, and then Team Taylor's got a celebration or something along those lines. So who knows? And that's a pair of binoculars, isn't it? They're quite hefty. Oh, we do have bikes going out onto the circuit as well, so we might be getting ready to go, hopefully. So we have bikes going out now, so after a brief delay early in the day, I think we can get ready to get our first race in the EMRA Open and Open 600 classes done.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. I think we can safely say we can expect to see Leon Geacock just absolutely clear off out the front, but it is such a beauty to watch him around this circuit. Such a smooth, incredible riding style on that number 55 CBR 1000. But there will be tight battles throughout the rest of this grid, so I think that podium fight is going to be close.
Yeah, absolutely, it will be, and we've got so many fascinating bikes out there in this as well. We've got Hondas, Kawasaki's, Yamahas, Aprilias. We've got a Triumph for BMW out there as well. There's so many different machines out there, and all of these riders pushing them to the absolute limit. Yes, again, we are expecting Leon Geacock to sort of just disappear off into the distance. Again, it just goes to show, when you've ridden in the BSB paddock before, the different level that it takes. You know, this is a very, very high level club championship. When you're getting onto national championships like BSB, it's a whole other step. But it still will be very, very close race behind. And again, you will see some of the 600 machines mixing it up with the 1000s, which just makes it even more interesting.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a Kawasaki 636 slap bang in the middle of the front row, sandwiched in between Geacock and Alan Lane, the two fighting for the title in the Open 1000cc class. So that's going to throw a little bit of a spanner into the works.
Yeah, it certainly will do. And of course, even if they finish like that 1-2-3 with Geacock in P1, Jack Pearce on that Kawasaki 636 in second, and Alan Lane third on the Yamaha R1, it'll still be that in class Lane is in P2, so he doesn't need to worry that much. But again, it's still someone getting in the way. Let's run through the grid for you then as we head out onto our sighting lap. It is Leon Geacock that starts from the pole position. Jack Pearce on that 636 Kawasaki alongside Alan Lane completes the front row on his R1. P4, Lee Rance on the Aprilia 1100. P5 is Harry Pell on the Yamaha R6, and P6, also the 600 class, is Max Dixon. Fred McMillan starts P7 on another Kawasaki 636. P8 is Ryan Williams on a Yamaha R1. P9, George Anderson on a Yamaha R6. Yamaha's clearly very popular today. Rounding out the top 10 is Joshua Galacevic on an R1, with Simon Taylor also on an R1 alongside, and then Lee Whitehouse completing row 4 on an R6 this time. Then we've got a Kawasaki 1000 machine. It's Andy Bowles starting 13th, Ross Haynes starting 14th on a Triumph 675, and a BMW 1000 machine for Alex Christophe in P15, and our final rider in this one. So more 1000 riders out there than 600 riders, but should still be really entertaining.
Yeah, definitely will be. 2 titles to be decided. The first race of the weekend for the Open 1000s and the Open 600s. And we always see some close racing further down the field in this category. Hopefully they'll get a clean start down into Gerrard's, and we get a good race on our hands between these guys out the front. Obviously, like I said, 2 championships on the line.
It is lights out. We get underway. Oh, big pickup there from Lane on P3 on the grid, but I think he got the best start out of everyone as they come down into Gerrard's, waiting to see who's got the lead as they all side their way through. And we're waiting now, coming through Gerrard's. Here we go. Who is that in the lead of the race? No, it's not Lane. It will be Geacock. Lane did, I believe, get the best jump out of all 3 on the front row. But it is that 55 of Leon Geacock that leads the way. The 133 of Jack Pearce dropping down to P3 on that 636 machine. The rest of them making their way slowly but surely through Edwina's, as a few riders, looks like a bit of a disappointing start for some of them there a bit further back. And again, it looks like we've had a couple of riders who maybe didn't quite make qualifying, or for whatever reason aren't on the entry list, but going through now. I can see there Jody Phil.
Oh, that's a crash there. Just lost the rear on the exit of the bus stop, and nothing could have been done about that. Unfortunately, that left-hand side of the tyre, easy to do on this opening lap. Doesn't get as much heat into it as the right-hand side, of course, with Gerrard's and most of the corners being right-handers around this circuit. So really unfortunate start to the race for that rider.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see who that is as they come round. Geacock, though, does lead already by 2.3 seconds. I mean, we knew it was going to happen, but still, you can't quite wrap your head around it. It's unbelievable. There will be yellow flags, of course, into this section. Battle further back, that is Lane, and looks to be Williams on the R1, who's got through Jack Pearce up into 3rd place overall. So now a big battle on the hands of Lane to try and stay in this championship fight. Yes, waved yellows in this section, so you know overtaking until you get past to the green flag. That gives Lane a bit of breathing room down the straight before they can unleash the power of those 1000cc engines underneath them, making their way into Gerard's G-Cock. He's disappeared up the road. He knows there's the championship on the line. He wants to make it 4 race wins in a row here at EMRA. Lane, though, is under huge pressure from Williams just behind him. Similar machinery for the both of them. A slight difference in age, but the same make, the same manufacturer. The only real difference is the rider. Let's see who's going to come out on top.
The two R1s locked together in this battle for second place. Looks to the outside and makes that stick. That is a move and a half down at Shaw's hairpin, but is he going to keep it into the bus stop? He does. Now they've got the Kawasaki right up behind them as well. Careful through here. Yellow flags for the crash for the Triumph down at Devil's Elbow. And it looks as if Williams may be stretching that gap to Lane behind him. Down through Gerard's then.
It's not done just yet. Lap 4 out of 10, and again Pierce is sticking with them on that 636 just behind. It's when they get up to the top of the hill and the hairpin and then through the bus stop, that's where he's going to be making most of his time, perhaps through Edwinas as well. Oh, as you say that though, gets on the rear brake and gets all squirrely, does well to stay on 2 wheels, does the Kawasaki rider, but he's still putting the pressure now onto Lane, who of course down in 3rd place overall. This is not a move for position, this is just a move for overall track placement. Just behind Pierce though is the 1100 Aprilia of Rance, and that, if they get involved, will be for position if he gets up to Lane. He'll be dropping down to P4 in the open class, which again, he needs to be maximising his points in race number 1 to stay in the championship fight. It's really looking like it's going the way of G-Cock at the moment.
Yeah, 52.4 on that last lap. No one else even in the 53s, so clearing off out the front. 9.5 seconds it was across the line. It'll be even more than that now. He'll be down at Shaw's hairpin whilst these guys are just coming into Edwinas. Number 543, they're just getting a little bit squirrely on the brakes down into Edwinas chicane. G-Cock best lap 52.411, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just gets faster and faster as this race goes on. As it stands then, we do have championship battles on the line. It would go down to race 2 in the Open 1000s, but if McMullen can finish on the podium in this race, he will take the championship for the Open 600. So something to keep an eye on as this race unfolds.
Absolutely. McMullen currently P2 in class, P6 overall. Also riding a Kawasaki 636 machine. So the finish was there. It is done and dusted. Nothing that anybody can do. And it's looking good at the moment at the halfway point of this race. Lap 6 out of 10 here at Mallory Park. Lane's under big pressure from the 133 of Pierce. He's going to squeeze it up the inside at Edwinas with a late move, but using his lighter bike to his advantage to get through. Again, that is not a move for position in 2 different classes, but it's a great move for P3 on the road. Regardless, and look at how aggressive it is. The rear thing power sliding into the hairpin. That's a man who's having fun out there.
Yeah, that was just slightly missing the braking marker there, but pulling that lever that little bit harder and managing to get it stopped down into Shaw's hairpin. So brilliant stuff, very entertaining for us to watch as Lane goes up the inside into Gerard's, the RSV4. The number 144 of Rance has a little look up the inside as well, couldn't quite make it stick this time around, and these guys locked together around Gerard's.
I mean, it just goes to show the power of the 1000s compared to the 600s. You can be behind going down the straight. Whoa! That is a late move from Rance.
He got it all wrong there. Yeah. That was lucky. That was very lucky that we didn't end up with a bike on the floor.
I think Lane did make the right decision to go across the slip road and take the long way. Of course,
that's a lunge as well.
Wow. It's race 1, boys, and it's getting a bit silly. Maybe we all just need to take a breather. But that is now, I believe that's Lance up into P2 on the road. We'll see when they come to the line. It'll be lap 8 out of 10 for these guys now. So as they come across the line, yes, it is Rance up into P4 overall, P3 in class. 2 laps left after this one, so 3 in total. And yeah, that's going to hurt Lane, but I think that could be one that could be going to the steward's office afterwards.
Yeah, that was tight by a couple of them. I think Rance just missed his braking marker down into a Tweeders, and that just ignited the fire underneath Pierce on that Kawasaki. So one to keep an eye on as this race unfolds. Is Pierce going to have a look down into Shaw's hairpin once again? We've seen how late on the brakes he is into there, and now they've caught Williams as well, so this is now a battle for second place, and this could get spicy.
What a race we are seeing. We've got, what's that, 4 or 5 1,000 bikes and 4 1,000s, 1 600, and they're going toe-to-toe out there. There is your race leader on the penultimate lap of the race, by the way. He's making his way through some lap traffic. Yeah, Liam Geacock's miles up the road. What do you need to go?
Nice Sunday ride,
yeah,
isn't it?
I mean, it's exactly the same as you said last time. It's a nice Sunday ride. It's just at very, very fast speeds. And again, just the way that he rides the thing, the way that he tips it into the corner, it's so smooth and flowing, but it carries so much pace. It's no wonder he's that much quicker than everybody else. He will be starting the final lap of this race. Leon Geacock is going to take victory here almost certainly and put one hand on the championship trophy heading into race number 2, the final race of the season later on today. It's been a masterful ride from him, it must be said, but again, we've barely been paying attention because it's all been chaos behind him. He's just been up the road doing his own thing.
Yeah, doing his thing, hitting his markers, setting fastest lap after fastest lap. 52.2, his current best in this race, and in these conditions that's incredibly impressive, making it look easy out the front, and but I can guarantee you that it isn't.
Coming up to the hairpin for the final time in race number 1, a fastest lap of the race of 52.2. That is 2 seconds quicker than anybody else has been able to manage. He's a man on a mission, and he's a man in a league of his own. Leon Geacock will round the final corner to take victory and put one hand on the championship trophy here in race number 1. And what a performance it is from him. But now we wait to see where everybody else is going to come home. It will be a few lap riders crossing the line first. We wait for this gaggle of bikes to come through. It's Rance in P2 and Williams in P3. Earlier a moment to go, but Rance is going to get it at the line. Pierce will stay P3 as well. It'll be Williams 4th, Lane in P5, so Lane finishes outside of the podium. Here comes McMullen to cross the line. McMullen will take the championship in the 600 class with a P2 in class and a P6 overall. But in the overall standings, Leon Geacock in the open class has put one hand on the trophy after Lane fails to finish on the podium. It is Leon Geacock who takes the win here in race number 1 in the EMRA Open 600 class. It is Rance who finishes in P2, Pierce is 3rd, and P1 overall in the 600 class. Williams 4th, and rounds out the podium in the 1000 category. Lane was 5th, McMullen in P6 is 2nd in the 600 and takes the 600 championship. Pell was 7th and 3rd in 600, with Anderson 8th, Whitehouse 9th, and Bauer rounding out our top 10 riders here. A 22-second winning margin though for Leon Geacock. Unbelievable. The man is just he's on another planet. There we see our rider, one of our riders who went down earlier on. That may have been Galatovic, I believe. Again, we only had 15 people qualify. We had 21 entries. Only 18 people started this race. So who knows? Let's head down to Trystan in the paddock and hear what some people have to say.
Jack, some late lunges in that one down at Shaw's hairpin. Talk us through that.
Oh, mate, tell you what, I'm just trying to keep up with them thousands again, mate. I've got a place to my strength, so I'm pretty good on brakes usually, so I'm just trying to dive bomb into hairpin where I can, to be fair, mate. But it's that wind, it's brutal.
Yeah, tell us about that, talk us through that.
Yeah, it's honestly, going around Gerrard's, it's a nightmare. It's picking you up, it's pushing you out wide, it's chucking you up. Yeah, it's just not used to it, you know, just trying to ride through it but really enjoyed that, it was great.
A couple of times in that one, we thought we were going to see some bikes going down, but just about, you guys managed to keep it sunny side up.
Yeah, well, there were a couple of close moments, so I mean, I thought they were close, but you never know how it looks on camera, do you? But yeah, a couple of couple of battles with the 1,000 lads, like it. Really good close racing, mate. So brilliant.
Well done, mate.
Cheers, lads.
Great to hear there from Jack Pearce as we're making our way out of that one. After that race in the open class, it is 295 points for Liam Geacock versus, if my maths are correct, 250 for Alan Lane. So that means that essentially to take the title, Lane has to win race number 2 later on, and Geacock has to fail to score points. It's the only way the championship can go the way of Alan Lane in race number 2 later on in the open class. But the open 600 class done and dusted there. A great win for Jack. Of course, we saw McMullen taking the title with that P2 finish as well. What a race that was though, Trystan, especially in that battle for P2 overall. Just action everywhere that we looked. Riders going left, right and centre, nearly crashing into each other at several points. It all got a bit chaotic.
Yeah, definitely. Squeaky bum time for those lads. It was some very close moments, some sideways action, some bars being bashed, some elbows being bashed, but it was all good fun, and it seemed like they enjoyed it. And hopefully we're going to get a little bit more of that in the next race coming up. We've got mini twins out on circuit and the CB500s, both championships where you see some close racing, especially the CB500s. They're not shy of getting their elbows out.
No, they are certainly not. If rubbing is racing was ever kind of internalised in a class, it would be the CB500s. I mean, it's a Honda CB500. It's as basic as it can get.
It's what it's made for at the end of the day.
It's not quite demolition derby stuff, but it's as basic a machine as you can get. And they go out there and ride it like it's supposed to be ridden, which is very basically properly elbows out, and it makes it all exciting. And then you throw the mini twins into the mix as well, and it all gets a little bit crazy. And we've got a huge grid coming into this one. I fear the entry list may be even bigger as well. We had 28 complete the practice session earlier on, which also counts for the qualifying. We've got 35 on the total entry list coming into this one, so we'll have a few riders that weren't in qualifying that we don't know are on the grid. We'll just have to wait and see when they start the race. But yeah, this could be a little bit crazy. Looks immediately out of the gates that it's going to be a mini twin all front row. Of course, the Suzuki 650s out there. They seem to be slightly quicker. Then you get some of the CB500s, and then it's just kind of a pretty even mix across the rest of the field.
Yeah, the Suzuki 650 been a pretty standard choice for mini twin for quite a while in club racing championships. Of course, you've got the Kawasaki ER650 as well, but no one seeming to go for that option. But it's going to be a close one at the front. Last time out in the mini twins, we saw Mitch Ducran completely dominate all the races, but this time we've got the number 9 of Marcus Langford, who's now on the grid, and there was only a tenth between them in qualifying, so hopefully we'll see a scrap between those two for the victory.
Could certainly be interesting. Again, only a tenth separating them. Then, granted, it was another second back to the rider third on the grid, but it means the top two at least very, very close indeed. See the riders getting down there onto the grid. We're still waiting for the Ducran to make his way through on the number 66. Yeah, maybe mind games here at EMRA. There we see the 66 coming in now. The rest of the riders forming up on the grid. Also got the 24 slotting into 4th place. That is Morgan Fulop, who's racing in a couple of categories here this weekend. As they get going then on their sighting lap, or shortly you can see how many riders there are visually anyway. Let's run through the grid that we have, which we have in practice. Again, we're expecting another 7 riders on top of this as well to make it a 35 bike grid. It's Ducran that starts from pole, Marcus Langford and John McLaren on the front row, all mini twin. Then further back, Morgan Fulop, Mitch Nichols, Jamie Badhams on row number 2. 6th place Badhams, the first CB500 bike. Then it's Rhys Pentney, Rob Kirk and Matthew Greenway, row 3. Matthew Marrett rounds out the top 10, followed by Jordan Savage and Dave Green. Ewan West is 13th with Mark Dickinson 14th, Oliver Walter rounding out that row. There's Calvin Grimes, Jacob Dyke and Stuart Martindale. Gareth Rose, Andrew Green and Stephen Lane. That's up to 21st. 22nd is Michael Good, Stephen Kilpin, Dennis Ford, Dave Trill, John Pearson starts 26, Zach Chamberlain 27, and Troy Johnsey in P28 as well. I'm just going to try and figure out who else we've got coming from our entry list. We've also got Angela Robinson. Don't believe I mentioned her. She turned up. Owen Monaghan, Tom Middleton. I don't believe I mentioned Matthew Marrett. Dave Green, was he on there? We've got Andrew Green, so potentially I'll mention Dave as well. We've got a lot of riders on this grid, basically. It's probably going to be quite chaotic.
Yeah, very popular class, the Mini Twins, and also the CB500s as well. Of course, plenty of fun in both of these categories, and I'm hoping we're going to see a nice close battle for the win at the front in the Mini Twins. Badhams doesn't have his normal rival Hodgkinson here this weekend, but hoping for tight battles in both races either way.
Yeah, absolutely, and that means essentially that when Badhams starts this race, he can essentially crown himself champion with Hodgkinson not here. As we've got a problem further back. Someone's in the wrong place by the looks of things, so we're having to wheel the bike backwards. So we'll have to wait and see what was going to happen. That Mini Twins, of course, very, very close to the championship. Only 3 points between Mitch Nichols and John McLaren. Meanwhile, on the CB500, it is a bit larger. It is lights out, and we do go racing. Great start there from third on the grid in Greenway as they make their way down into turn 1. But who else would it be? It's DeCran that leads on the number 66 machine, making their way through Gerrards for the first time, fanning out 2 wide, some of them already. Look at how many bikes are out on the track. It's unbelievable as they come onto the back straight and heading down into Edwin is for the first time already a big lead for DeCran. The number 9 moves up into second place. Let's all try and stay clean through here, please. That would be very nice. Looks like we are going to do so. A couple of bikes going very deep, but for the most part, everyone holding on for the time being, making up a few places here and there. The 66 at DeCran already with a commanding lead. Yeah, not the best of starts for the number 9, Marcus Langford, off of the line, but then managed to claw it back through Gerrard's, got a good run through there, and then back up the inside down into Edwinas to take that second place. But now he's got a tall order on his hands to try and catch the number 66 of Mitch DeCran. We've seen his relentless pace that he had last time out at round 6 here at Mallory Park, so if he can put that pace down again here, it's going to be very difficult for Langford to catch him. 2 seconds it was at the line, so all pressure now is on that number 9 machine. Of course, there is that battle for the championship we need to keep an eye on as well. Nichols currently sat in third place on the number 347 machine. We see some more riders coming through there. We see the 140 McLaren chasing Nichols. That's for third place overall out there. Both of them, of course, Mini Twins riders as well. The 140 looks to the inside, doesn't find anything on that occasion. Of course, congratulations to Badhams as well. We'll call at the end of the race. But he is now the CB 500 champion, so congratulations to him, of course, with his main rival not turning up at an 80-point gap going into this race. As soon as he started the race, it was over. So, yeah, it's a bit of an anticlimactic way to do it, I guess, but I guess relief that it's done.
Yeah, there's been harder for title finales. But, yeah, I think he'll be happy with that one. A good fun season racing between the two of them. We saw them bashing bars last time out at round 6, and it's been like that all season long, although Badhams has always had the upper hand over his rival Hodgkinson, but at the moment at the front it's Mitch DeCran that has the upper hand over everyone, with Langford getting swamped by the likes of Greenaway and Nichols, McLaren and Nichols. Greenaway just behind them in 5th place.
Yeah, getting really, really tired. It is a Mini Twin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the moment out there. Then you've got the first CB500 of Badhams. Then it's another Mini Twin. Then you've got Pentney, his second in CB500. Third in CB500 is Marrett in P10. So those guys all quite split up at the moment, which is a bit bizarre. Not what we're used to seeing, I don't think. And again, maybe just taking away, you're not quite getting all the elbows out if you're not there alongside your competition. There you do see Badhams on the 58. He's under pressure from somebody behind. Looks like it is the number 24 of Morgan Fulop who's trying to make his way through him. At the front though, DeCran continues to pace away into the distance. The 347 of Nichols under big pressure from the 140 McLaren now, who's left it very late into Edwina's. Lovely move from out of nowhere from the 140. Made it look simple, but that one really, he magics out of nothing. gets up to second on the road.
Just 3 points in between them in the championship going into this race, and they're locked together on circuit. The number 347 against McLaren. These two both on Suzuki 650 machinery, and there's absolutely nothing between them out on circuit. Nothing between them in the championship either. They've got the better of Marcus Langford, who seems to be struggling as this race goes on, which is a shame. He was very fast in qualifying, just a tenth and a half away from De Cran, but De Cran is now 9.5 seconds away at the front. So I think I jinxed it at the beginning of this race.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. He's having a fantastic ride once again, as we expected. But there's still plenty of action on display here. The 33, that is Greenway, under attack from Langford on the number 9 behind him. Marcus looking to the outside there. That's a bit brave coming to the bottom of the hill, but looks like he fancies it. Certainly looks like he's got the momentum as well. He himself, though, may shortly be coming under attack from the 24 of Morgan Phillip, who's going to look to the outside. Can't quite find anything at the hairpin. They'll go single file through the bus stop and Devil's Elbow before fanning out on the straight to try and break the toe. There's a very long front straight here. You can get some really, really quick speeds heading down into Gerrard's. And does Phillip see anything trying to get his way through the number 9 of Marcus Langford? Looks to the inside, can't quite find anything. Front washes out slightly as well, so he'll have to get out of it to correct the front end and bring it back around, and that will cost him momentum. But he's doing okay for the time being. Langford is now on full defensive mode after a moment ago being on the attack, but he's not defended well enough, because up the inside goes Phillip, the 24, with a nice move. He makes his way up to P5.
Yeah, strange seeing Langford dropping back like this after the pace we've seen from him in practice and in qualifying. He's appeared sporadically through this EMRA season. Every time he's shown up, he's been faster, so I think some issue on board that Suzuki machine sees him dropping well down the order. We've seen him consistently fighting for top 5 finishes in the past, just within the top 5 now, but it's 8.2 seconds now at the front. Mitch de Cram 59.6 on that last lap, but he's been running 56.5, so that's just controlling it at the front, and we've got a rider down and out of the race.
Yeah, it looks like they're up on their feet and all okay. That's the main thing on lap number 7 of 10. 3 soon to be 2 to go, as De Cran is going to come to the line shortly, I'm sure. But yeah, good to see that Brian is up and okay, but there will be waved local yellows in that sector. I believe that may have been the 769 of Dave Green, who's dropping down the order. We'll wait and confirm that for you in a moment, but they're going to push onwards anyway. It's still, of course, Mitch de Cran that is miles in front up ahead.
Yes, yep, nothing's changed at the front of this race, but that battle for the championship between second and third is really hearting up as we look at the race leader now going through Gerrard's, the number 66, Mitch de Cran. No one can lay a glove on him. Oh, that's the number 75 CB500 that's gone down and out of the race. That's Lyndon Williams, unfortunately, that's gone down.
That bike's in a really dangerous place as well.
Not a good place, no.
No, of course, there will be waved yellows. I'm sure the riders will see it and know to get out of the way. The marshals very quick to attend the scene of the incident. Good to see that the rider was up and okay straight away, and of course the marshals able to remove that immediately, or as soon as they could as well. But yeah, not a great place to have a crash, unfortunately. There's a Cran to the inside of this group. This is lap traffic for the number 66. He's about to start his penultimate lap of the race. By the way, such is his advantage, 9.1 seconds. It'll be a bit lower this time. He's been held up by this group here. He'll have to go the long way around them at the Devil's Elbow. Of course, no blue flags here. You just got to get through on your own accord. If they hold you up, they hold you up. Is the lap traffic. 2 more laps to go then for our race leader. Nichols still holding on to second, and that we saw him the 3.47, and he's now extended his gap of a McLaren in P3 up to 2 seconds now. We've got some other riders out there as well, so the front 3 settling down ever so slightly. Behind them still close here and there, but again, I think the race is, as it's got later on, I think just everyone's naturally settled and found their rhythm. It's all just spread apart a little bit.
Yes, yeah, I mean, with again, with the sheer pace of Decran at the front, it tends to spread the field out a little bit. We did have a little bit of battling going on between Nichols, McLaren, and Langford was getting well within the mix at one point as well, but unfortunately Langford dropping down the order, and it was really between Nichols and McLaren. There is your race leader though, Mitch Decran, completely controlling it out the front as he passes the last lap flag. Just one more tour around this Mallory Park circuit for the number 66 of Mitch Decran. That championship battle between Nichols and McLaren now has 2.3 seconds between it. And if my notes are correct, Ross, I think Nichols may very well take the title in this race if he finishes ahead of McLaren.
We'll have to wait and see, but that could very much be the case. We'll just have to do some quick mental maths as making his way round.
Whilst we follow Decran through the right, through the left, up the hill, down into Shaw's hairpin, hard on the brakes into here. You can see the rear wheel just getting a little bit lively, nice and controlled from the number 66, and just the bus stop chicane left for Decran, and he will take yet another victory in the Mini Twins. Down Devil's Elbow then, it is the number 66 that takes victory in this first race of the weekend for the Mini Twins, and he's miles ahead of the rest of the field. Perfectly controlled race for the number 66. Nichols comes across the line in second place on the number 347, ahead of McLaren, and a whole gaggle of bikes behind him.
Yeah, that does extend the championship gap ever so slightly for Mitch Nichols. Now heads up to, that'll be about, I'm trying to do some maths, about 10 points now, if my maths serves me correctly, potentially 11. Yeah, you can tell from my maths GCSE, didn't you? Still though, those results are provisional. Mitch Decran with yet another victory here in the Mini Twins. Mitch Nichols though in second place ahead of John McLaren, his championship rival. P4 making his way up there. I believe that was Morgan Fulop on the number 24, and indeed it was a great ride from him. It was Langford P5, Greenaway P6, Kirk 7th, and Badhams in P8, of course taking victory in the CB500, and of course anticlimactically takes the championship in that class as well. There's unfortunately no real celebrating to be done, because the second he started that race he was champion. So them's the break to him, but of course a huge congratulations to Badhams for what has been an amazing season, and Jamie is your 2025 CB500 champion. Meanwhile, Penny P9 and Marriott in P10. Also that's P2 and P3 in the thing in the CB500 class. So it is Decran with yet another dominating victory. Jamie Badhams is your CB500 champion in the other class that was out there on the road, again taking the championship in anticlimactic champion fashion. Let us though head down to Trystan in the paddock and let's hear what some of our riders have to say.
Mitch, you made that look easy. Just tell us about it.
Yeah, just out there racing myself, to be honest. I've got the lap timer on, and obviously the lap time's from the round before. I'm just trying to go that little bit quicker if I can. Obviously with the wind it's a little bit harder to judge where I can find time, just in case I get blown off the track. So I'm being a bit more careful this time round, but the time was okay in that race, and I've made a few changes since the last round, so make a few more for the next race and it's about to find a bit more time.
So where are the lap times this weekend compared to last, and what's the target?
So that one, according to my lap timer anyway, was a 56.5. My best from the last round was a 56.7. So that's already faster than the last round I did, so that's good. Don't really feel like I'm riding any different, which is a good sign. So if I can make a few more tweaks and maybe go even quicker with the same amount of effort, that'll be handy.
55s in race 2?
Don't know. I mean, 56.1 was probably my goal. So yeah, we'll see.
Thanks.
Cheers, mate.
It is now time for the Classic Era and Sport Twins machines to make their way out onto the circuit. Of course, the Classic Era very much overlapping with the pre-injection era. Of course, the pre-injection class out there can be any bike that has a carb, essentially. no fuel injection allowed. Name is evidence in. The only difference really is the Classic Era has to be from 1999 or earlier. Of course, you can have pre-injection machines that are after 1999, but you do get a lot of people in the Classic Era class also racing in pre-injection out there. So it's just something to consider. But the Sport Twins also out there as well. In that one, Josh Froggatt has a 7-point lead in the championship ahead of Simon Cooper going into this one. So very much something to consider coming through. Froggatt is here this weekend, as is Simon Cooper. We'll find out where they are on the grid in just a short moment. In the Classic Era, meanwhile, Darrell Lee has a 63-point advantage in that one. He's already wrapped up the championship in the pre-injection class, I believe. Let me just double check that one. Yes, he has. So Darrell Lee's already wrapped up the championship in the pre-injection class, and Darrell Lee, it must be said, on the 110 Suzuki 600 machine, that'll be starting from P3, is very, very quick. So he needs to be one to watch out for and could very well claim the title in this race. Just have to wait and see how it is all going to unfold. Let us go through the grid then for you. At the top of the table, it is Josh Froggatt alone as the Sport Twin bike on the front row. Ian Morgan starts P2. Darrell Lee is a championship day for him. He starts P3. Behind Lee is his championship rival, Carl Davis, who starts in P4 on a Yamaha 998 machine compared to Yi Suzuki's 600 as well. P5 is Simon Cooper in the Sport Twins. Jack Andrews starts in P6. Jody Fieldhouse is 7th on the Aprilia 660 with Daniel Pearson in P8 and Mark Brailsford in P9. Ian Kirkby rounds out the top 10 with Ross Haynes and Andy Bolton rounding out row number 4. Wayne Cockayne is in P13 with Phil Thatcher and Robert Chambers alongside. William Curtis is 16th with Kristen Didalot in 17th and Ian Matthews in P18. Anton Brett is 19th with Mark Bostock in 20. Aidan Galatovic is 21st. And amazingly, everybody on the entry list for this actually did do qualify, because we don't have to sit there and figure out, have we got everybody here or not. So that's really exciting going to this one. Again, championships are on the line. They can both be claimed in this race. If Froggatt wins and Cooper fails to score, Froggatt is champion. Similar story for Darrell Lee, essentially. If he outscores Carl Davis, will be champion in the Classic Era race. So much to consider coming into this one. The threat of rain is on the horizon as well. The weather app's now saying us it may be coming down very, very shortly. Maybe we didn't avoid storm maybe at all. It is red lights on, red lights off, and we go racing. Great getaway from Froggatt and Paul Davis, first and third on the grid, and leading in their respective classes. It will be Froggatt that leads down into turn number 1 on that Sport Twin. And who else would it be but the 110 of Davis, who slides, or Darrell Lee, should I say, who slides on by down into turn 1. That Suzuki will hold second place overall, will hold the lead in the Classic Era class as they make their way down into Edwinas for the very first time in this race. 10 laps left to go. Destiny awaits in the championships. Rain is on the horizons. It's all to play for. Trystan Finocchiaro.
All to play for out there on circuit then. Froggatt looking so comfortable at the front on that Sport Twin machine. He's already a champion in No Limits, in the No Limits Sport Twin Championship, but now is going to seal the deal here at EMRA at Mallory Park in this grand finale for the EMRA 2025 Championships. Controlling it nicely at the front there. He's going to lose a little bit on straight line speed compared to the likes of Darrell Lee and the number 79 of Morgan behind, but makes it up on corner speed through Gerrards. Look at him hanging off the side of the bike there. Beautiful style from the number 721.
Yeah, the way he rides a bike just so nice. Again, we keep waxing lyrical about a fair few of our riders out there, but some of them, it's artwork watching how they're able to drag these things around Mallory Park. Of course, Lee in P2 overall leading the way. Classic Era is certainly one of them. The way he manages that 110 Suzuki, it is gorgeous to watch. as this is we believe the battle for P6, 7 and 8. In fact, it's the battle for P7 at the moment, as up the inside goes, I think that was the 14, was that, of Andrews going up the inside, certainly up the inside of Brailsford on the 1-2-1. And yes, it was. So that'll be Jack Andrews sliding on by, moving up a couple of places as we go on to lap number 3 here at Mallory Park as they get up to their top speed, coming into Gerrard before rolling off, getting on the brakes, getting it slow, picking a line and praying the front end doesn't drop, that the rear end sticks as they make their way through. They're back to P2 and P3. Now this is a fight for position, it must be said. Morgan also on a classic era bike, on a Yamaha 600 machine. So the 79 and the 110 are fighting for position. And still the 110 going to call that bump very, very wrong and moving all over the place. But of course, Darrell Lee, if he finishes in front of Carl Davis, doesn't matter where he finishes in front of him, as long as he is in front of him, he is champion at the end of this race. So maybe that is playing on the mind of the rider of the 110. Not too concerned about that pressure he's facing from behind, because as I say that, the 79 is going to go and going to get that P2 overall and the leading classic era.
Well, provided he can keep it sunny side up, it looks like game, set and match for Darrell Lee as he battles it out on circuit with the number 79 of Morgan. These two as close as you like out the front, and we saw some close battles between these guys last time out as well. Through Edwinas, then up the hill. Incredibly fun circuit to ride here at Mallory Park. A little bit of everything. Fast. Whoa, look at that on the brakes into Shaw's hairpin. Just hugging that inside line, and there's a little bit of a crest there. There's a little bit of undulation that can just unsettle the rear end that you don't quite get if you take the wider line. So you can just see him trying to go defensive, and then the rear end ends up in the air. Of course, Darrell Lee doesn't really need to be getting his elbows out in this race, because if he finishes where he is going to be champion.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you start, you take off your racer hat and you put on your winner hat and you go, okay, let's take a step back here, because obviously the heart of everyone else there, you want to go in elbows out and fight tooth and nail for the win, but sometimes it's too much of a risk, and when the championship's on the line, you just need to take a step back and go, you know what, actually, it's not quite worth it. There is Cooper in the Sport Twins, and there is the number 4 of Davis, who, as it stands, will be watching the Classic Era Championship slip away from his grasp. Of course, with the double points round this weekend, he was offered a lifeline coming into it, but unfortunately, it looks like, as it currently stands anyway, it's not meant to be. I'm not going to put a confirmation on that anyway, because anything can happen in racing. But as they make their way there through the bus stop, looks like the 4's pretty comfortable, it must be said, as the 701 of Cooper. They are in the respected second place and then third place in their classes respectively. So Cooper, I'm sure, loving life out there as it stands. Just behind them, the 77, the Kawasaki 650 there of Daniel Pearson. That is third place in Sport Twin class. So all a bit mixed up the front. Really interesting to see that. You'd have thought the Sport Twins would have basically just disappeared off.
Yeah. Well, Frogger at the front, 4.6 seconds it was out the line, 55.4 on that Aprilia 650, which is an incredibly impressive lap time on one of those machines. He's announced that he will be going into the BSP Paddock next year in the Sport Bike Championship, which is a championship that's forever progressing. We're saying, is that a problem there for the number 4? I think perhaps just caught in the wrong gear on the exit, because he clicked it back into gear, little wheelie, and away he goes. So I don't think that's anything technical. That was just missed a gear there for the number 4. But yeah, as I was saying, Frogger announced that he is going to the BSB Paddock next year in the Sport Bike Championship, which is brilliant to see. A championship that is forever progressing, lots of different bikes within the mix there, and it looks as if we may even be getting a World Championship, Sport Bike Championship in the future as well. But here at EMRA, it is Frogger that leads the way, 5.4 seconds ahead of that classic era battle between Morgan and Lee. And there's a good bit of distance between those two now, as Morgan again taking that tight line down into Shaw's hairpin.
That's the 1-2, was that the 1-2-7, I believe that was? Yes, it was. That's Galatovic down in P19. So that's Morgan making his way through some lap traffic. Lap number 8 now out of 10. 3 to go here at Mallory Park in race number 1 in the Classic Era and the Sport Twins classes. As it currently stands, the 110 of Darrell Lee is going to be a double champion. He's already the champion in the pre-injection class. He is set to take the Classic Era class as well. Meanwhile, Froggatt will be handing himself the advantage going into the final race of the season in the Sport Twin class. As you said, moving up to BSB next season on the sport bike, or in the sport bike paddock, should I say. And I'm not surprised. I mean, he's a fantastic rider. There's no doubt about it. And I think he will be a massive he'll be a massive addition, I think, to that paddock. Can't wait to see what he does next year. But as he comes to start the penultimate lap of the race, of course, we can all say he got his start here at EMRA. And that's talk about squeezing your way past a novice rider with the orange bib. No question about it. No question of what if he doesn't see me. Just go pin it around the outside. Easy as you like.
Oh, that's as close as you're going to get from Froggatt, making his way through some lap traffic at the front of this race. And he's just checked out. He's been completely dominant. 7.6 seconds it was at the line. Looking nice and tidy through Edwina's elbows out. Really nice European looking riding style as he goes up the hill down into Shaw's Hairpin for the final time. A little bit of lap traffic that might just fall in his way as he goes into the bus stop for the final time. A little bit of the doctor's dangle down into Shaw's Hairpin. And it's left, right, left, down Devil's Elbow for the final time. And it is the number 721 that takes victory once again in the Sport Twins.
No, it's final lap of the race.
One more lap to go.
Confusion, it would appear. One more lap to go. Trystan's so excited to get this race over and done with. It's just been that good. One more lap to go, though, but I mean, you're not wrong. He's going to win the race, isn't he? Like, he's so far ahead.
Don't say that.
If he drops it on this lap, sorry, mate, my bad. I'll lend you a fiver for the crash damage or something like that. But, I mean, you're not wrong, though. I mean, he's been absolutely phenomenal this entire race. And, again, he's been in control since the lights went out. There's been no looking back. And, again, there's a reason the gap's something like 9 or so seconds now, because he's been a cut above everybody else.
Yep, absolutely. He is BSB level, and he's shown it here at Mallory Park. A brilliant ride from the number 721. He comes across the line, and this time the checkered flag is out, and he takes full points, 50 points here at race 1 for the Sport Wins. Goes to Josh Froggatt. Brilliant ride from the number 721.
Fantastic job from him, it must be said, as they come round, as there is the 79 of Morgan, who will take the victory in the Classic Era class. But we wait for the man set to be P3, the 110 of Darrell Lee, a double champion in 2025. He takes the Classic Era title with a lovely podium, a brilliant P2 in class, an overall third as well. Congratulations to double champ Darrell Lee in 2025. What a performance from him. But at the end of that race, it is Froggatt that takes the victory. Morgan in P2, Darrell Lee P3, second in class, and your Classic Era champion in 2025 with Davis in P4, Cooper 5th, Andrews 6th, Pearson 7th, Fieldhouse P8, Brazelford 9th, and Cockaim in P10. Simon Cooper, I think, will be a little bit disappointed with that one. Only finishing in P2, but P5 there out on the road. So the gap now goes up to 17 points heading into the final race in the favour of Froggatt. So it's not mission over yet for Cooper. Again, if there is a problem for Froggatt or something along those lines, it's all to play for. It's double points. Who knows? Let's go down to Trystan and hear what people have to say.
Just down here with your race winner as he takes his helmet off. Made that one look easy, mate.
Yeah, all I need to do is finish. I just wanted a comfortable lead, you know. Set me in good stead for the next race. But yeah, just try to get out and do some consistent laps. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So.
Already a champion this year in No Limits, and nearly with another one under your belt.
I know. One more race of this and I should hopefully secure a P1 in Championship, and then I'm out for the Mallory Trophy 600s. So hopefully
they should win that one.
And moving to BSP next year?
I know, I'm definitely looking forward to it. I'm super nervous. It's a big jump. It's come at the right time. We've done so much this year and we was about ready to hang the leathers up pretty much, and then Matt's come along, so I'll be riding for MW Racing. But yeah, looking forward to it.
You'll smash it, mate. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
Great then to hear there from your race winner of the previous run through in the form of Josh Frogger, and what a performance it was from him. Of course, Darrell Lee, though, picking up the championship with a fine performance, but Josh Frogger hands himself a 17-point advantage heading into the final round, or the final race of the final round of the season, should I say, here at EMRA. If you're just joining us, hello and welcome to the final round of the East Midland Racing Association Club Championship here at Mallory Park. If you've been with us all throughout the day, we hope you've enjoyed all of the action. Let us know who you're watching along for, who you're supporting, where in the world you are watching from. And of course, just a reminder, even though championships are being decided, all of these results are provisional. Of course, they may have to go through race control, things like that. So while Darrell Lee on paper may have just won the Classic Era title, you know, it could well go to the stewards. There could be a problem. The bike could fail inspection. There's so many different things going through. Of course, we're hoping for our champions that none of that happens, because that would be a bit of a rubbish way to end the season, as we've got more Team Taylor action going on. And you can tell the wind is really picking up. We were told by one of our camera operators, the threat of rain suddenly in the air. I'm not seeing anything out of the commentary box window at the moment, but the wind has definitely gotten worse than what it was earlier. But we do have some bikes heading out onto the circuit now for the Open 80 to 450 class. I believe, we've got the schedule saying it's the GP 80 to 450 class, although that may have been changed, but I've not heard anything else. So we'll wait and see as they're going out now. And yeah, riders making their way through. Just want to confirm this, who's going through and where. Can't quite tell. Somebody's pulled off the road. Yes, it is. It's definitely the GP 80 to 450 class, because that's what it's now saying on the live timing. But the weather's now saying it's not going to rain anyway. So who knows?
Don't trust my weather forecast. It's always wrong.
I mean, I have a very, very fancy weather app that's really good, but it's also the free version.
We'll go with yours then.
So it's only the free version, so I only get 3 hours, but it's also saying it's currently drizzling. It's not, so...
Okay.
Or is that... Oh no, that's Three Sisters that I last punched in. We're not at Three Sisters, are we? Let's try again. Let's have a look, see here.
What's the weather here?
Mallory Park. Yeah, we're staying dry here, it's saying.
Cool, well, we've both jinxed it now, so get ready for wet weather racing later on today.
Well, it also says it's 14.3 degrees and partly cloudy on your screen here at Kirkby Mallory. It feels a lot colder than 14.3 because the wind chill is absolutely brutal. So yeah, if you're planning on coming along at any point today here to Mallory Park, bring yourself a thick coat. It is not pleasant outside. We've got jackets on and we're inside like it's that chilly here. Riders, though, pulling into the grid for the GP 80 to 450 race. Championship-wise, coming into this one, it is Paul Sawyer that leads the way with 195 points. David DeGroot on 177. Simon Cooper mathematically is still in it on 146, but realistically, we're looking at a two-way fight. Problem there for Ben Phipps on the number 17. The hand goes up. Marshall is running over to see what's going on. He's done the absolute correct thing there by letting the marshals know there's an issue with his bike or something going wrong. I don't think he's stalled, but discussions going on. Yeah, he's ready to get going again. So whatever the problem was, not a major one. So we are getting ready to go on our sighting lap then. Yeah, not entirely sure what that one was about, but I guess we'll wait and see as we're about to get going on our sighting lap. Yeah, I mean, it all looks fine. We've got 20 who made qualifying, 24 on the entry list. So we'll try and figure out who is going to be where as we get going. As they get going then on their sighting lap, it is Paul Sawyer. It starts from pole position. Simon Cooper alongside with Arthur Woods completing the front row. David DeGroot is P4 with Ben Phipps 5th and Ben Hammings in P6th. Harry Barrell is 7th alongside William Round and Austin Greenway. Callum Buck completes the top 10 with Annabelle McCarthy in P11 and Paul Livesey in P12. Max Taylor is 13th with Lee Stanaway 14th, Dylan Marr 15th. And the following row is Harrison Jones, Mason Mitchell and Eric Erica Lawson. And the final row, only 2 bikes there, Brett Moore and Alan Richardson. Whatever that issue was then for Ben Phipps, Trystan, looks like got over it pretty quickly there.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what that was, but I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, like you say, whatever it was, it doesn't seem to be an issue anymore. So we've got all these guys away for their sighting lap. They will be lining up on the grid, and we will get this first race for the GP80 to 450 championship underway. Expect to see some big moves coming up from behind the grid. It's always a tight affair when David de Groot's involved. 1.2 seconds it was between Sawyer and Cooper in qualifying, though. So let's see if Cooper can do anything about the pure pace of Paul Sawyer out the front as we wait to get this race started.
Absolutely. Just want to give a quick shout out to Annabelle McCarthy, starting in P11 as her first ever race on a Kawasaki 400 machine this weekend. First ever race on a 17-inch wheel bike, making the step up from mini bikes this weekend. So best of luck to her. And she is a very quick rider. I know her from more junior championships, and I don't know what she can do, so we'll be watching along here. But of course, championships to be decided here potentially in this race if things don't go the ways of all. Paul Sawyer, your championship leader, starting from pole. David de Groot P2 starting P4, and it is Simon Cooper P3 starting second. It's all to play for. It is red lights on. It is red lights off, and we go racing. What a start there from David de Groot from 4th on the grid. He nailed that one as the lights went out, but coming up to the outside, it is the 441 that's going to be getting back in front. Paul Sawyer swings around the outside into Gerrards, but David de Groot, what a fantastic start there when he needs to maximise the points he can get in this race. Just nailed it away at the lights.
Yeah, de Groot was at Gerrards before these guys had even let the clutch out. It tries to go around the outside at Adwinas. Late on the brakes down into there, then behind the number 441. And these bikes have got some noise behind them. The Aprilia RRV 450 looks towards the outside. No room there on this opening lap. Down into Shaw's hairpin for the first time of asking. The number 441's already breaking away from these guys, although de Groot on the brakes there. Late on the brakes, loses a little bit of time on the exit, though, as the Aprilia RRV 450 of Cooper makes his way around the outside of him. Down through Devil's Elbow for the first time, then 1 lap complete. Long way to go in this one.
Paul Sawyer will be looking behind him and licking his lips, thinking about championship, because while the 2 behind him squabble away, cost themselves time, he can just sit there in P1 comfortably and extend his lead massively, to put it politely. And again, the 2 behind him in the championship are reversed in their positions in the table compared to where they are on track. David de Groot P2 in the standings, so he'll be losing out big time, while this maybe offers Cooper somewhat of a lifeline perhaps in this one as they make their way through the bottom section of the circuit before rising up to Shaw's hairpin. Top 3 though, not quite breaking away for the 441 as he would have wanted. Look at the run there.
de Groot coming from nowhere.
And coming from, there goes de Groot on the inside, gets right up against the wall, and out of nowhere, Paul Sawyer's gone from 1st to 3rd in 1 corner. He must have made a mistake somewhere, because he lost a load of time up the hill, and it is suddenly Cooper that leads this race.
It's got to be scary, tipping into Shaw's hairpin, and all of a sudden you see the blue machine with the number 34 up the inside, firing up the inside into Shaw's hairpin. We said before the race it's always a fun affair when David de Groot's involved, although seemed to lose a good bit of time there down onto the front straight. These 2 at the front though, the 450 of Cooper versus Paul Sawyer. Cooper good on the brakes down into Adwinas, but I wonder if Sawyer just pulled out of it there, just thought a little bit better of it. Are we going to see another absolute lunge from nowhere from David de Groot? I hope not from back there, but you wouldn't put it past him as he looks towards the inside so late on the brakes for the number 34. Makes up a heap of time, but loses it on the exit.
Absolutely. Cooper does have that ever so slight power advantage with that 450 motor underneath him compared to the 400s of Sawyer and de Groot, so it's ever so slight. It shouldn't make that much of a difference, and as you say that, look at the 441 of Sawyer ducking inside, outside, trying to get in the toe and then looking for a move down into Gerrards. Just can't quite find it on lap number 4 of 10 here at Mallory Park. before they come to the back straight. Maybe an opportunity into Ed Wieners. He'll have to go the long way around through the left, but no, he's going to be way too far back. As there is P3 De Groot just behind the 441. Again, he's been so good on the brakes, De Groot, up into Shaw's hairpin. He gets close any time like this as they get big time held up by traffic.
That's the worst possible place on the circuit you can get lap traffic. But, De Groot will come out fighting afterwards and make up a heap of time on the brakes down into Shaw's hairpin, and you can do that there because the exit goes straight into another tight twisty section of the circuit, so you don't lose too much on exit if you do fire it into the apex. There's a hand up there from Cooper. Is that a problem for the race leader? It is. The RRV 450 Aprilia has gone pop. What a shame for Simon Cooper. He was leading the way and now he comes into pit lane, looks down towards his Aprilia 450 machine, but something's gone awry on that Aprilia, and such a shame for Cooper.
And of course that means championship dreams are over as well for Cooper. It was a long shot, it must be said.
De Groot.
Just like this is a long shot for David De Groot. What a move there from the 34 through the traffic, around the outside into Ed Wieners. Take a bow, sunshine, superb. But the 441's not going to take no for an answer. To the inside goes Sawyer, as this is now a straight fight for the championship in race number 1 here. If De Groot takes this victory, it's going to go all the way down to the wire. If Sawyer takes the win at the end of this one, as they're about to reach the halfway point of the race, it is advantage 441 in race number 2.
Doing absolutely everything he needs to do, getting his elbows out there, and what a move. I love watching this guy race a motorbike. They're coming up to some lap traffic at Gerrard's here then, and this could play into De Groot's hands once again. Sawyer makes his way cleanly around the outside. De Groot does as well. Is he going to have a look up the inside at Edwinas? I think he's a little bit too far back this time around, but then again, never say never when the number 34 is involved. Down into Edwinas then, hard on the brakes from the both of them. De Groot hits the apex, looking a lot tidier through there. Seems like De Groot's missing out a little bit on top end down that front straight, but is making it up in the corners and on the brakes. I wonder if that late braking style is just costing him a little bit on acceleration.
Well, it's the old adage, it's slow in, fast out, isn't it? You can almost be too slow in, can't you? So one of those things. It's a give and take, the art form of racing. You can be really good at one thing, but it's going to cost you at another thing. And you can see now the 441 starting to extend the gap as they go into lap 7 of 10. 4 to go here at Mallory Park in race number 1. And that Honda of Sawyer is starting to extend a slight gap. There is a bit more traffic up ahead though, as we see some of the riders a bit further down the order. That is the 158 we see there of a Live Z. And just behind him the 201 as well of Max Taylor. So we'll wait to see when Sawyer and De Groot are going to come through. There is Sawyer, there is De Groot just behind. So they're not going to catch them in an inconvenient place, I don't think. Sawyer certainly, well, he's going to get very brave up the inside. Is he going to be able to get away with it? No.
He's going to lose a heap of time there.
Yeah, so he is going to lose a couple of tenths of a second at least, but then De Groot's going to catch them through the bus stop. Yeah. That could be race defining potentially. He's backed off already. I think he knows he's going to try and get them down the straight, but it goes the long way around as well. Gap's going to be probably up about 1.2, 1.3 seconds maybe. 2.1. I mean, visually it looked a lot less, but I think Sawyer may have this race in the bag.
Yeah, I think you're right. Unless lap traffic plays a part in the closing stages of this race, which it could very well do. But look at the gap now between Sawyer and De Groot. De Groot's so unlucky to get that lap traffic through the bus stop chicane, literally the very worst place on the circuit. It's a single file through there with the massive curbs on the inside at the bus stop chicane. You don't want to be running over them. Down into Shaw's hairpin then. Sawyer looks set for victory on the number 441. Goes defensive anyway, but De Groot's miles back.
Yeah, it's going to need to dig deep, sign something very, very special over the last 2 laps, which we are about to go on to now, or it is going to be advantage Sawyer championship-wise heading into the final race of the season later on today. 2 to go then for the 441, 2 to go for the 34, and the gap has extended once again. 3.6. Is this De Groot backing off? Is there a problem? Are the tyres or the brakes starting to go away from him? Or has Sawyer just found that little something else, that little bit extra that's enabled him to just pull away from his title rival? As that's brave from some of our riders further back in the pack, making their way through some slower machinery. As we see, this is back to the battle we saw a few moments ago in the forms of Livesey and Marr, I believe it was. No, it wasn't. It was the 201 who appears to have fallen off the face of the earth on the timing screen. But it is Max Taylor from Glastonbury on the Suzuki 125. Livesey, meanwhile, is currently P13 on the road. Yeah, that could be Team Taylor, you know. That could very well be Team Taylor. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see with these two 125 machines going wheel to wheel. Not quite able to get the move done there. Is the 201 of Taylor, but getting very, very close now onto the back of Paul Livesey. They could very well be changing positions. We are now on the final lap of the race for our race leaders. Gaps extended even further to 4.3. This one's pretty much over, unfortunately, Trystan.
Yeah, barring a miracle for De Groot, it looks as if Sawyer is going to take victory in this race on that number 441 machine. He's just had a little bit in his back pocket in terms of pace compared to his championship rival, the number 34, David De Groot. Comes through Shaw's hairpin, and it is game over for David De Groot. Still one more race to decide the title. But down through Devil's Elbow then, Paul Sawyer it is that takes the victory for race one for these guys. It is going to be De Groot who takes second place on the number 34, the blue machine. We saw some crazy moves from De Groot, but unfortunately it wasn't enough.
Unfortunately not, no. And with that as well, it is now a 28-point advantage for Sawyer in the championship, with Arthur Woods rounding out the podium places. A really, really interesting race up the top. Your heart goes out, of course, to Cooper, who unfortunately dropped out late in the day, or during mid-race, should I say, for Simon Cooper, after mechanical issues with his Aprilia machine. But with Simon Cooper down and out, and with Simon Cooper fading away from the championship, it is Paul Sawyer taking victory and a 28-point advantage ahead of second place, David De Groot, with Woods in P3 rounding out the podium places on his Kawasaki. Morby was fourth, with Ben Phipps, who suffered an issue on the grid before the sighting lap, was able to recover and ends up in a very respectable P5 with Hemmings P6. Barrow was seventh with William Round in P8. Buck finished in P9, and it was McCarthy who rounds out our top 10 here at Mallory Park, race number 1. So it's all to do then for David De Groot. Heading into race number 2 later on today, he needs to realistically win and hope that Paul Sawyer has an absolute nightmare, because 28 points is a big old gap. If this wasn't a double points weekend, it would be already done and dusted. Luckily, there's 50 points on offer for a win, 40 for second place, so on and so forth. So there's plenty more to come in store. Just makes it a little bit more exciting, makes things a little bit more entertaining. We're just waiting to see if there is another session on, but I don't believe there is going to be another session, because I can see the ambulance is now heading out onto track, and there's not been an incident. Panic knocks. This very may well be our lunch break, which I think we might be just going on to slightly early. Of course, there was that delay before the second race early on. Of course, if you have just joined us, don't worry. If this is the lunch break, we've got plenty more coming up. This is what we've got coming your way, of course. There's been a slight shift. Again, we believe this is the lunch break. Just wanted to have that confirmed. So the Mallory Trophy, race number 6 of the day, will be shifting down beyond to after lunch. But then as well, we've got plenty more coming your way as well. There should be 18 races all throughout today. So unfortunately, we just couldn't fit all of them on the screen. Hence, there's so many. But of course, we've got the rookies to look forward to, the pre-injection and the Byron Cup, as well as, of course, the Mallory Trophy. There's still all the race ones yet to come your way, and then you've got back around again for race number 2 and a couple of championships still yet to be wrapped up. We're looking at the Open 1000 class, for example. The Mini Twin is still up for grabs, as is Sport Twin, as is 80 to 450 in race number 2. So plenty more, Trystan Finocchiaro, that could potentially be decided late in the day. But we've still got a couple of race ones first.
Yes, plenty of racing action left today at Mallory Park. And looking forward to the Mallory Trophy, the big one, the Premier Class here at EMRA, and title to be decided in that one too. So plenty of racing to go, plenty of titles still to be decided, and plenty of racing action, bar bashing to come, as well as the ice cream runners. We get very excited in the commentary box as the ice cream van starts to drive past.
Too cold for ice cream.
Yeah, true.
It's pretty chilly here. Yeah,
I think a trip to the burger van is in order.
Yeah, very much could be. But yeah, that is, I think we've had it confirmed that is our lunch break here at Mallory Park. So we are going to take a break. You're going to follow my ugly mug around the paddock for around 55 minutes or so. I think I got it almost bang on, in fact. Around the paddock, we're going to speak to some of the riders. So you're stuck with me for the next 55 minutes. So if you want to go and make yourself some food and grab a cup of tea, do feel free. But don't go anywhere. Make sure you stay tuned in, because after that, we'll be coming back for all the rest of our racing action. We're now down in the paddock here at Mallory Park, where there is very much a brisk chill heading over the racetrack. We might be just kissing the south of the big storm hitting the UK this weekend, but winter is definitely on its way. But while we're here, we're just going to have a walk around, see how some of the riders are feeling heading into the final round of the season here at the East Midlands Racing Association. You can see a lot of bikes on display already, people getting ready to head out onto the racetrack, getting ready to do some inspections, make sure everything's okay. Of course, got to run through your noise checks as well before you're allowed to go out and race, to make sure you're not waking up anybody here on Sunday. But let's just dive in and see if we can grab a few words out of somebody. Got a fair few bikes over here going on. Any chance I could grab a quick word out of somebody?
This lad here will do.
That's the lad there. ACU champion.
Last year, not this year.
Last year? Well, last year still works for me well. Yeah. Former ACU champion. What's your name? What you're racing in this weekend?
Morgan Fullett. I'm riding the 125 in the AC Ultra Lightweights. Then again, they did fail me, so I've got a bit of work to do before it gets out there. And then the SV 650 and Mini Twins.
So you might not be racing in the lightweights, but we'll wait and see. But yeah, that's fair enough. And you're racing in other things as well. Obviously, ACU Lightweights, you're here this weekend as well. We know you're racing other things, but for people that maybe don't know much about that championship, talk us through what goes on, what people are riding on.
Yeah, so it's a championship made up of street stock 125 bikes, so they're just standard road bikes, no engine modifications, suspension changes, and that's pretty much it. And then there's also a Motor 4 class that allows you to modify your engine. And then there's also a 50cc class and an 80cc class, and they're two-stroke machines. So as you can imagine, they're quite a bit faster, but it makes for some really good racing. And again, it's a championship that goes to all different tracks. It's sort of like tagged onto the back of other clubs. So like we've been to Cadwell Park, we've been to Alton in the past, Donington in the past, and yeah, it just goes all over the UK. It's really good.
And champion last year, are you in the picture this year, or is it too far gone now?
Well, I mean, if you look at the state of my bike at the moment, it's been down the road a few times this season. But yeah, I'm currently sitting second place in the championship after a few crashes. But yeah, hopefully if I can get it up and running today, I can hopefully secure that second place. But Paul Livesey won the championship, so fair play to him, and congratulations to Paul.
Fair play. And what is your objective then this weekend? And apart from securing that second place, you going out hunting for wins, or just have a bit of fun, bit of time on the bike?
Yeah, of course. If you're not going for the win, then what are you even doing here? You've got to go for it. So hopefully I can come away with 2 wins in class. And again, on the SV, I know there's a few quick lads. I'm still getting up to speed with it, but hopefully do well on the SV as well. So yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was a great start. Immediately running into one of our ACU ultra lightweight riders there. I was really hoping to get to speak to a couple of them, because again, a new championship joining us for this very final round, as we're just going to head down this way. And As you heard, it's for street stock 125s, Moto 4 machines, also 80cc 2-stroke machines as well. So, again, very, very lightweight bikes. Maybe not the fastest things in the world, but the racing should be phenomenal. Well, you'd hope so, anyway. I'm seeing a bike with a very lovely, I believe that's the MotoGP Aprilia fairing, which I want to go and have a nosy at that. Although it's not identical, there's a few other bits in it as well. And apparently it looks like it's Jodie Fieldhouse, who I believe we may have spoken to last time. Is there any chance we could grab a word out of Jodie, or is she getting changed? Not to interrupt or anything, but just as we were walking past, I thought we may as well. Jodie Fieldhouse, one of the normal riders here, of course. And tyre warmers on as well, as I said earlier. Is getting a little bit chilly here at Mallory Park. That's probably going to be quite helpful if you have tyre warmers when you're heading out. Sorry to interrupt your morning, Jodie. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. As long as we didn't get blown away today, it should be a good day.
Yeah, well, as it currently stands, I mean, it's blue skies and the wind isn't horrendous, so I'm assuming you're wanting that to stay that way.
Yeah, it'd be nice. As long as the rain doesn't come, we can deal with the wind, but the wind and the rain are not a good combination, so that grey cloud over there is not looking so pretty, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, well, I'm staying positive. That might be the wrong call, but we'll see how we go anyway. But how's the bike feeling coming into this one? All okay? Yeah, really good. I had a really positive test last Saturday, so we made some big changes, and it's feeling like a completely different bike, so I think it should be a good day ahead.
That sounds good. So is that big change in the good way that you're immediately going to be 5 seconds lap quicker than anyone else, or is it just, making you a bit more comfortable potentially?
Depends which direction the wind's blowing in, I guess. But no, yeah, we come in last weekend and we were a solid 2 seconds a lap faster, so should be a good weekend. I think we should be in with everyone else to have a good fight. Yeah, sounds like really good progress then. So just getting out there today, final rounds, and just doing what you got to do. Yeah, exactly that really. Just have a bit of fun, get through the day and see where we end up at the end of the year. Brilliant. Thanks so much, Jodie. We'll let you go on with your day. Cheers, thank you. Cheers. Great to hear from Jodie Fieldhouse there. Of course, a very, very talented rider herself, and 2 seconds lap quicker. That's not too bad at all. Let's have a little head down this way now. See who else is there. Still a little bit quiet in the paddock at the moment. I can see a rider over here. Let's see if I can try and grab one of these guys. Morning, pal. Any chance of a few words? Any chance of a few words? What's your name? What you're racing in?
David de Groot. I'm racing ZXR 400 in the 80 to 450 class.
Great to speak to you, David. And you had a pretty good round last time. Looking to improve on that this one? Dominate even more?
We can see. I think Shay has got a championship sewn up. I'm only a couple of points behind, but we'll see. I am not going to let him have it for nothing, that's for sure.
I mean, double points as well, this one. So there's a lot on offer to play for here. So maybe a little bit of pressure, or you're just not thinking about it?
No, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, we'll see how we get on. I think it'll be all right, though.
Talk us through the machinery you got over here, then. What you're riding on?
It's a ZXR 400 in standard form. It's actually a bike owned by a guy called Jim Dalton, who lets me race it on behalf of him. Yeah, it is pretty much a standard bike.
It's a bit sacrilegious to have a Kawasaki in blue, though, is it not?
That's what colour he wanted it. I quite like it now. I've got used to it, but yeah, it took a little while to get used to it.
It's only a fairing colour at the end of the day, isn't it? But yeah, I guess game plan this weekend, go out there, have some fun, of course, but just maximise what you can, see if you can clinch it at the end.
Exactly that, yeah. Can I just quickly say, Jim's wife's very poorly at the moment, Pat Dalton. I just wish her to get well soon.
Oh, that's a lovely message. Thanks very much for talking to us, David.
Thank you very much. Thank you, cheers.
Great to hear from one of our championship contenders there, David de Groot. There was someone just here on that number 32, but I think they've seen me and run away, which you do get happening sometimes. You're right, pal. How you doing? What's going on with this number 176 machinery? Any idea?
It's got some issues with the O-ring. It's leaking slightly, so we're going to replace that.
How long's that going to take you? Do you reckon we'll be out for practice at least?
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Be out. I'm hoping it'll do some good job.
Yeah, I'll let you guys get on and get spannering on that one. But yeah, a bit of technical dramas already this morning. Let's head back down this way because I can see again a couple more bikes starting to make their way out the backs of vans, out the backs of trailers and whatnot. And again, at this point, it's still very early doors. People just running over the bikes, making sure everything's working. As you saw, they've got a problem. They're trying to fix it before we even get to practice number one. Any chance we could steal a few words off of somebody, guys? Thank you very much, mate.
Hello, mate. How are we?
I'm not too bad, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad.
And what's your name? What are you riding in this weekend?
Jack Andrews. I'm riding in the Sports Twins.
Jack, thanks very much for joining us. And, well, had a pretty solid run out last time. I'm assuming you're looking to go even better this time.
Yeah, hopefully so. Obviously, battling for third in the championship, so hopefully bring that home today and have a good weekend's racing, really.
Yeah, I mean, there is double points on offer, of course, this weekend. Yeah. So is there still the potential for you to maybe jump forward a little bit in the championship, or is just third, get that secured? Is that your aim?
Just third, just because I jumped between other rounds, Oliver's, Aberdare, that sort of thing. So I haven't been able to make all the rounds. So it'll just be third, but it's not guaranteed. So hopefully have a solid weekend and go from there.
Talk us through your Yamaha then. What is it? What's it like? How's it go? Is it quick?
It's not the quickest bike out there. It's only 76 at the rear. They're not the fastest of bikes, so. But it does well around here. It's well suited here. Long straights and that I suffer, but apart from that, it's all right, really.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you certainly know how to ride it and get the absolute maximum out of it as well. So I guess 2 race wins at the end of this weekend then for you.
Yeah, I'll try my best. There's some good names out there, so hopefully just see what happens.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for talking to us, Jack.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from Jack Andrews. No worries, guys. Great to hear from Jack Andrews. Do you want a quick chat as well, or are you not?
Yeah, well, I'm not the rider.
You don't have to be the rider. You could be entourage, you can be mechanic, you can be anything.
Chief mechanic.
Chief mechanic, that works. Well, hello, Chief mechanic. What is your name?
Francesca.
Francesca, lovely to meet you. And talk us through what a chief mechanic does here at EMRA.
Oh my God, quite a lot. So it is just me and Calvin Grimes. He's the rider of this. So we sort of race with Jack Andrews. But yeah, so mainly just get bike prepped, get it all ready. Obviously load all the van and everything up. Fueling, that's my job. Tyre warmers, pressures. So yeah, just make sure he has a good, safe ride. So yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, we have a good day today, as it's our last one this year. And then hopefully we'll be back next year, doing the odd round as well. So yeah, look forward to it.
Yeah, fair enough. It must be quite a stressful job, to be fair, because obviously when you look at, British Superbikes, something like that, they've obviously got hordes of people turning up for one bike. You are one person. Yes, the rider may give you a hand here and there, but, you've basically got 2 people working on one bike. That must be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we do quite well, so we do work as a team. So me and Calvin, relationship-wise, we've been together 13, 14 years now. Racing, we've done 5 years. So it's always been the 2 of us. We've always managed to sort of muddle through doing it together. Thankfully, with CBs, they're nice and easy to work on because there's not really much to them. So, so we do work together quite well. We have a few arguments, as you do. I'm always right. But we get through it. So it's quite nice. Learning curve each year, so we've been on mini twins as well before, and then obviously with this we've been to Scarborough, Oliver's Mount, so again something completely different with road racing, so you kind of have to adapt the mechanical side as to where we're racing. So yeah, it's good, we both enjoy it, can't complain.
That is awesome stuff. Francesca, it's lovely to meet you. Thanks very much for talking to us and running us through what's like being a chief mechanic.
Thank you. Take care.
Well, there we go then. That's what it's like to be here at EMRA when you're not racing, but you're running things, you're working on the bike, or you're here supporting the rider. Of course, nobody can do this on their own, even at grassroots level, even at club championship racing motorsport. You have to have support, and it's great to see the riders are out there getting that support, of course. Let's see if we can speak to somebody over here. Is there any chance for a quick word out of somebody? I know it's annoying, but I'm here now. I'm not too bad, thank you. You too. What's your name? What you're riding in?
Marcus Langford. We just come out for the first time in 17 and a half years and have a go on a mini twin. So, I haven't been here for 17 and a half years and just started sponsoring a lad at the start of the season, came up to watch him and got the bug again, really. And, went and got a bike and chucked it in the back of the van and thought we'd come up and have a go. So, no test days, no track days. So, just hoping that we keep it black side down.
That's amazing, that. I mean, utmost respect.
I'm mad. That's why I must be mad. Yeah. But we'll just give it a go, see what happens. So.
Yeah, no test days, no nothing. And you're braver than I am.
Around the circuit that way, or?
No,
that's right.
They've got rid of the left hand up the mountain complex down the middle of the straight. So there might be a need to learn that one. But so yeah, you're just jumping straight out there, straight on the bike. So I guess
going straight. Yeah. Well, to be honest, I had to go and redo my licence. I've been with North Gloucester. I've done 2 rounds this year. Just had a third at Alton Park 2 weeks ago. So we're back at the sharp end again, but we'll see what it's like around here today. So and hopefully we haven't got to change tyres and muck around with the weather. So no, it should be all right. But yeah, we'll give it our best shot.
And of course, I'm expecting you're just going to turn up, school all these new kids, show them how it's really done, walk home with maximum points at the end of it.
I don't know about that. If we can get a trophy, I'll be really happy. But I can't expect too much. I raced back in the days when Alan Morton. I mean, I think he's brought his RG 500 here today, but I think he's got a cracked back wheel. And obviously, just saw Leon again for first time in years and years and years. But yeah, it's just nice being back and see if we can win it or bin it.
Well, I'm hoping it's win it for your sake.
Exactly. But, I think we're in the Byron Cup. I haven't got a clue what it is, but we've entered it, and in the mini swim. So we'll see what happens. So and it's the first time my daughter's seen me race as well. So that's all.
I'm sure you'll be fine. Just trying to reassure your daughter there. And at the end of the matter, it doesn't really matter what you're racing. It's the fact that you're going out there, you're on a bike and go around a circuit. That's the main story. So
definitely, mate. Yeah. So we're just going to get a good start off the line. I'm not bunching in nice and tight. We're going to go nice and wide and see if we can get up to about third or fourth down into the first corner. So should be all right.
We'll wait and see. Thanks so much to talk to us, and best of luck this weekend. Thank you very much, guys. Wow, what a story that is. First time here at Mallory Park in 17 and a half years. No test days, no practice, nothing. That man is braver than I am, I'll say that much, but I'm wishing him all the best. Let's see if we can jump into this one and have a few words. Any chance of a few words, guys, out of anybody? Either or works, or, I mean, you're looking at me, so I'm going to speak to you now. I'll let you do the coffee delivery if you're doing a coffee delivery. Oh, it's for you that? I'll go. We'll keep it quick then. What's your name, what you're riding in?
Josh Froggatt. I'm in the Sport Twins class. Currently leading that championship and the Mallory Trophy 600s. But hopefully the weather stays calm for us.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Josh, great to have you with us, as you said. Leading the championship, you had very consistent, solid season, very solid last round. I'm assuming you want to end the year on a high. Just get out there, do your best.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking into consideration the weather and that, it's going to be a bit of a calm morning with wind. Obviously, the track's cold, but hopefully later on it peaks up and it can put some solid times down.
Yeah, I think that's the hope of most of the paddock, to be fair. Are you feeling any pressure potentially from anyone, or are you just here doing your thing?
Not really. I mean, I was doing the No Limits Championship as well, and that was slightly more pressure, but I'm here just to have a bit of fun. I'm racing, but there's no point in loading yourself up, otherwise that's where you make mistakes. So, I'm looking forward to it.
Fair enough. I'll let you run your coffee to Dad. Cheers very much for talking to us, Josh. And one of our championship leaders there in the form of Josh Froggatt. Very, very quick rider, it must be said. I'm going to hang a right because it doesn't look like immediately there's very many people down in that direction. And then we've already spoken to a fair few of the guys down this way as well. But this is a squad, the number 48. We have not spoken to them yet. Good morning, sir. I'm not too bad, thank you. How are you doing?
Not too bad.
What's your name? What you're riding in?
Name's Rob Kirk. I'm riding in the Byron Cup and the Mini Twins. So most rounds we've done this year. We're third in the Byron Cup and fourth in Mini Twins. So we're doing all right.
Not doing too bad, and of course double points on offer this weekend, so big chance to maybe make some changes.
Yeah, hopefully if we get third in both, that'd be great. But I've got the kids on my back saying, come on Dad, you need a trophy. It's never happening. Honestly, I'm not the bridesmaid to the podium. But they're all asleep in a minute, so's the wife. I'm stood outside here in the cold, living the dream.
Wouldn't have it any other way, would you? You stood at a racetrack, you know, it's freezing.
Yeah.
It's how it is supposed to be, isn't it? But still, are you looking forward to getting to go racing today?
I am, yeah. It's going to be interesting with the wind. A lot of wind today. But it's staying dry. That's the main thing. Like, when it's in between weathers and that, it's a nightmare changing tyres. Not for me, just for my dad. You know what I mean? Like, he's running around like a headless chicken. So if it stays dry, the wind's not too bad. We'll be all right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is staying dry. We've got blue skies overhead currently, but, you know, that wind is there. So I guess it's just hope that dies down a bit before you go out onto track.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. No red flags, hopefully, and just have a safe day. That's the main thing.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed. Best of luck out there this weekend.
Thank you very much. Just done.
Great to speak to those guys there. Let's have another wander down this way. And yeah, a lot of people have been mentioning the wind this weekend. Of course, Storm Amy, off the top of my head, I believe it is, heading into town here in the UK. We are missing it, essentially. It's just kind of kissing the northern side of or we're kissing the southern side of the storm, so to speak. But even though there's not any rain really in the area, the wind is still very, very high. So weather not at its best. It's very chilly, although the sun is now shining down here at Mallory Park. So maybe things are looking up. But for the time being, you can probably see from the trees in the background, maybe it's not the best demonstration because they're not actually moving that much, but there is a lot of movement in the trees back there. Any chance of a quick word, sir? Absolutely. Hello there. What is...
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. What's your name? What are you riding in?
My name's Ross Haynes. I'm in the Classic Era on the Kawasaki and the Open 600 on the Triumph. So I'm chasing my third in the championship, which is quite nice on the Kawasaki. So hopefully it's going to be a good day and we can get some good points as they're double points this round. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, absolutely. Fingers crossed for you. Talk us through your two different machines. Obviously, you got your Classic Era. I'm assuming that's a little bit older. You know, a little bit less rider aids going on. There's a bit more about what you can do on the bike.
Yeah. It's a 1999 ZX6, so it's carb. So it feels... The best way I can describe it, it's like an old man's chair. It's comfortable. It's soft. It's easy to ride. It just feels nice. It's very compliant. It's just nice. And then the opposite end is the Triumph, which is a lot newer. It's tweaked engine, and it just wants to throw you off every corner. But it's so much fun to ride because it's got a lot more power. So it is chalk and cheese, but they are two completely different machines, but you just get the same thrill out of both of them. So, and they're roughly the same on the speed trap, so it's all right.
Is there anyone that you prefer riding, or is it just, you know, you just want to go out there on a bike, doesn't matter what bike it is?
I just want to go out on a bike. We're all here to race. It doesn't matter which one. They're both just as fun as each other, so it's all right, really.
Absolutely. You said looking to try and secure third in the championship in both of them this weekend. What's the game plan for that? Are you going in thinking about the championship, or are you going in just, I'm on a bike, I'm just going to ride it fast, see what happens?
I'm just going to ride it fast and see what happens. If I get it, I get it. If I don't, I've had a good year, so I can't really complain at that one. It'd be nice to get it to prove to myself I can ride a bike properly, but I'm just going to go out and have fun, really. So that's the main thing for it.
Well, we'll have to see if you can get it or not, but thanks very much for talking to us. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Great to have one of our Classic Era riders there as well. Those bikes are pretty pacey, to say the least. Let's have a nosy. Any chance of a quick chat, or are you busy?
Quick one.
Quick one. What's your name? What you doing? What you riding in?
My name's Mark Pollitt. This is my bike, but Phil Atkinson's riding it for me. South African guy. South African.
Awesome stuff. And what are you doing to it currently? Are you just making sure it's working?
Tyre pressure's just getting it ready for the first session, yeah. Yeah, it's all good to go.
And what are you hoping Phil does this weekend?
Well, he's hoping to clinch the 50cc championship for the ACU 50cc championship. A win, to do that with a win today would be nice. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. Cool stuff. Well, we'll let you get back to your preparation. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, bit more mechanic-y stuff going on there. Again, this isn't an individual sport, despite what you think. It's very much a team game, motorsport. And you've got to have that support with you. And you just got to have people helping you along. If you're doing it on your own, you wouldn't get very far, unfortunately. Any chance of a quick chat, mate? Any chance of a quick chat, or are you busy?
No, you can have a chat, mate.
That's wonderful stuff.
I've probably not got a lot to say.
That's all right. I mean, we can talk about anything you really want, really.
What would you like to talk about?
Well, first of all, what's your name and what are you riding in this weekend?
Well, it's a mini twin or a stock twin. It's an SV650. My name's James Barron, but I'm actually called Lee, which is my middle name. But it always comes up as James in the programme. I'll give you a biography if you want. I started racing in 1984, and I did a lot of motocross racing, and then I started road racing in 1989. Then I stopped in 1998 with family and children, and I started again. This is my first year back after 27 years, so that's my racing biography. So there you go. So yeah, is that all right for you?
That was more than enough. Thank you very much. But yeah, first time back in 27 years. Awesome stuff. Yeah. One last question. Go on. What are you looking to do this weekend?
I'm happy if I can get a midfield place. That'll do for me. I've not raced at Mallory Park before, so it's a new one for me. So I'll just have a little learn of the track and stuff like that. And, you know, like I say, I'm 57 years old, so I'm looking that I'm not setting the racing world alight. You know, try and go home in one piece and enjoy a good afternoon's racing. Whether it's in first place or last place, as long as you've got somebody to race with, it's good fun. It's a good day out, and it's one of those where, you know, I'm happy to do that, and that's good. Yeah. All right,
awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Val.
Thank you. We'll see you again, lads. See you now.
I mean, we had the 17 and a half years without racing earlier on. I think that one beats that one. First season back after, what was that, 1997, I think he said? Unbelievable story. Let's head down over here, see if we can grab someone. Hello. Morning, how are we, team?
We're all right, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Is there anyone I could grab for a few words, potentially? Or
one of these two here.
One of these two. Who do we prefer? Or both?
First race here for a long time.
Well, Zach, apparently it's your first race here for a long time.
Yeah, it is.
Well, fair enough. Do you want to properly introduce yourself? What's your name, what you're riding in?
Zach, I'm SV650 there, number 89.
Awesome stuff. And how comes this your first time here in a long time then?
Just getting first season barely into it. Just got as many in as I can this year. I weren't even necessarily going to do this one, but just got onto it now. Gone late entry.
Fair enough. And how are you feeling looking into the weekend? Feeling confident, feeling fast?
I think so. New bike, so hopefully.
What's the new machinery then? What you got?
Well, it's just an upgrade on the SV. I had a Carby SV before that. I'm on this one now, so should hopefully be there. It's on race shift. It's helped me out a little bit, I think. So
that's great to hear. And where do you think you're going to be finishing then, roughly?
To be honest, I'm happy just seeing the checkered flag. So anywhere.
Yeah, see the checkered flag, get home safe. Awesome stuff. Thanks very much for talking to us, pal.
Lads, thank you.
And looks like my. Do you have any chance we can speak to the other one, or is he run away? That's why I want to speak to him. Yeah, so you can't dodge me, mate, sorry. How are we doing this morning? You okay?
Yeah, not too bad. Just trying to do everything normal as possible. You know, it's a lot of nerves, but just trying to keep it same as normal and see how we go.
Absolutely. And for the viewers at home who maybe don't know who you are, what is your name? What are you riding in this weekend?
My name's Paul Sawyer. Most people know me as Sog, though, because I've got a really good nickname. Riding the 400 for, well, it's Leon Jaycock's bike who runs the Lakeside Calf. He said he's let me use it for this year. So yeah, I'm in the 400 class on Leon's RVF 400.
And yeah, of course, could be a day of destiny. Championship to be wrapped up this weekend.
Dave over the way there, he's already gave me the eye this morning. So yeah, no, we've had a bit of an handshake and a chat, and we're all good. If he wins, he wins. If I win, I'm happy for him. I'm sure he'll be happy for me. Well, probably not at the minute, but at the end of the day we will.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, may the best man win on all that, but as you said earlier, you try not to think about it. You seem very calm and collected going into it, so I guess not really any pressure. You're just here going racing.
My excuses out here, I'm a lot older than Dave. He's a young man, I'm old, so that's my excuse before we've started. So no, yeah, trying to be chilled.
Well, you seem like you're accomplishing that at the moment, I'll say that much. But again, 2 races today, double points on offer. Yeah. Just got to go out there and do what you can do, I suppose.
It can all chat with, because it's double points, it can literally all change. You know, somebody who's been 3rd or 4th can probably still take it. So, but I should just keep doing what I've done all year, and hopefully it pays off.
Well, fingers crossed. Thanks so much for talking to us, and best of luck this weekend.
Here's the man, Leon. This is the man that owns the bike who let me ride it. Thank you to Leon. It was his birthday yesterday as well.
Oh, happy birthday.
Leon's birthday yesterday, he let me ride his bike. And he also runs the Lakeside Calf.
Yeah, and races in the Open and the everything else on my bike. So yeah.
This is his Fireblade here.
So yeah, keep going, keep trying, keep enjoying it, don't we, mate?
Yeah, that's it.
For the viewers at home.
Awesome stuff. Well, thank you very much, guys, to talk to us.
Cheers.
Pleasure. And best of luck this weekend as well. And he's got the Hawk Racing sticker on the fairing there on Leon's bike. Why wouldn't you? Of course, Hawk Racing based here out of Mallory Park. The BSB team, of course, fished down as a Master Mac Racing for sponsorship reasons. Let's have a nose around and see if we can spot anybody else. I can see a few riders hanging around over here by one of these awnings, so that seems to be the place to be at the moment. Again, still a little bit chilly, and we're not quite at the time where riders need to be worrying about heading out onto the track at the moment, or worry about doing noise checks or anything like that. So I think most people maybe just having a bit of a lie-in, getting themselves a coffee or a cup of tea. There is, to be fair, some noise checks going on over there in the bay, so maybe we'll have a head over and see what we can see. There's Josh Froggatt, who we've already spoken to. Morning, gents. Any chance we could grab someone for a chat? Not him, because we've already spoken to him. He can go away. Any chance we could grab somebody or everyone? Or you want to go first then? Go on, step forward. Good morning, pal. How are we doing?
Morning.
What's your name? What are you doing here this weekend?
Andy Bolton, and just racing in a couple of pre-injection class and classic era, and just having a ride round.
Yeah, I feel like that's the aim of the game, isn't it? Have a ride round.
Yeah, and the weather's good, so a bit chilly, but same for everybody. So we'll see how we go.
Absolutely. What's the game plan this weekend? You're going to jump in, full attack down into turn one, disappear off into the distance.
I'm going to try and keep up with my friend next door there, see where he goes, and see how we go. I won't be at the sharp end, but I'll be able to watch them from the behind.
Well, it's racing. Anything can happen. You could be up there this weekend.
Yeah, we'll see how we go.
And you mentioned you're racing in pre-injection. Talk through what that means for anyone at home that maybe doesn't understand, and what bike are you riding on as well?
It's a 26-year-old R1, so it's carbureted. So that's pre-injection. So we're not injected. We've got carburetors. So old school. And it's just a cheaper end of racing, supposedly. But with all the bits that you have to put on it, it can still get expensive. But that's it.
I mean, just a quick question. Let's say somebody at home wants to get involved in racing. What rough ballpark on the price of taking out a pre-injection bike for a season would you say?
I'd say probably in the 5,000-6,000 region for a season at one club maybe. I'm historically sort of racing at Darley Moor and just a little bit here, but I do enjoy it here. It's very well organised, it's dead friendly, the whole paddock's friendly, and just enjoy coming down, so but yeah, 5,000-6,000, something like that will get you a decent bike and your entry fees and tyres and fuel for a season, I think. So it's in that ballpark.
So in motorsport terms, cheap and cheerful?
Cheap and cheerful, yeah. If you call 5,000-6,000 cheap and cheerful, but yeah.
It is in racing terms.
It is. I know it can be astronomical, so yeah. So it does. I suppose it is in that respect, the cheaper end.
Yeah, of course, no disrespect to anyone who is in the class.
How much money you've got, doesn't it?
Yeah, we can all dream, I suppose. Still, thanks very much for talking to us, pal. Best of luck this weekend.
No worries. Take care. See you soon.
Great to speak to him there. Everyone else has run away. I'm going to assume they don't want a chat, or I'm going to walk up this way anyway. Go ahead. Anyone's welcome to one. It doesn't matter if you're riding or not, if you're just here for a bit of fun. He's running away. Yeah, he's running away. He clearly don't want to speak to us. Any chance I can speak to one of you gents, though, at least?
I'm not racing.
Don't have to be racing. Still speak to you. Tell us your life story. No, not.
You don't want to know my life story.
Fair enough. We'll leave you boys be then, if you're not interested, but have a good weekend, guys. And that seems to be the end of that part of the paddock. Then let's head up here. You can see the 133 machine over there, number 17, heading down to the scrutineering bay by the looks of things. We'll see if we can maybe squeeze a few words out while they're maybe on the run. Is there any chance of a few words quickly? How you doing? How you doing? You okay?
Yeah, good, thank you.
What's your name? What are you riding in this weekend?
Riding the Classic. Ian Matthews has been never been here before, so it should be a bit of an eye-opener for me, I think.
So I guess it's just a bit about going out and just learning the track this weekend.
This is the idiot who I race with. So, yeah, good.
Oh, awesome stuff. Well, we'll let you get on. You guys seem to be like you're about to head out, but best of luck this weekend.
Brilliant. Thanks very much.
We'll let those guys get out there. Great to see so many classic bikes here this weekend already, of course. Typically ridden by some of the older riders in the paddock, it must be said, but EMRA open to all ages. Obviously not if you're under the age of 10 or something like that, but it is open to anyone and everyone. If you got a bike and you fancy giving it a go, come down and see what it's all about, of course, next season at this point. Nobody home, should I say, over this way. And I don't particularly think that the guys at Scrutineering will be too happy if I turn up with a microphone and start getting in the way of their job. So we'll head back down in this direction. Sun is now starting to shine here at Mallory Park, which is lovely. Again, the racing gods, the weather gods, they know it's the final round of the EMRA season. They've sent Storm Amy away, or whatever her name is. Let's see if we can poke our heads down here and see what's going on. Morning, gents. Any chance you can get a few words out of somebody?
I'll speak to this one here.
Can speak to anyone and everyone. Honestly, whatever works. Go on then, pal. We'll,
What's that?
Oh, not much. How are you doing?
Fabulous. Good to be here, you know.
That's the kind of positivity I love at this time in the morning. Brilliant stuff.
It is, you know. Oh, sorry. It is very early, and I'm not really used to this, but we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, the wind will drop off, and we'll be all right.
Absolutely. And what's your name? What are you riding in this weekend, or what are you doing if you're not riding?
I am Tom. I am riding the 1991 CBR 600 in the pre-injection class today.
You seem a bit younger than 1991.
Just a couple years. I think it's 12 years older than me, but it's all good fun, easy to work and cheap to run. So,
absolutely. What's the plan then this weekend on this thing? Go out there, go fast, win all the races, go home happy.
Keep it in one piece. Fairings are expensive, so if I don't have to replace them, that'll be a win.
Yeah, fair enough. Still, I'm loving the positivity at this time of the morning, so I want you to do well just for that. Thanks so much for talking to us, Tom.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that is a man who's ready to go racing, I'll say that much. As we'll head back over in this direction. And again, just goes to show, again, you can be a younger rider, still get on the pre-injection, still get on the classic era bike. Sometimes they are cheaper, easier to run as well than modern machinery. So again, if you yourself, perhaps someone a bit younger, sat at home thinking, oh yeah, I fancy giving this a go, but I'm not really sure what the budget's going to be like. Look at bikes from the 90s, early 2000s. Trust me, it makes a world of difference. Is there any chance of a quick chat, mate, or are you a bit busy? Go on then. How you doing this morning? You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you, mate?
Yeah, not too bad. What's your name? What are you doing here this weekend?
So I'm Todd Laver from about 3.5 hours away from Mallory. I've done my ACU yesterday and I was that keen to race and said, any chance for tomorrow? And here I am, spur of the moment thing. Camped in the back of the van overnight, froze myself solid, but I'm here now, getting my wheels ready, get the warmers on, and hopefully stay the right way up and have a good time today.
That's awesome stuff. What are you planning to achieve this weekend? I mean, are we talking 2 race wins, dominate, or just go out there, have some fun on the bike?
Well, ultimately, I just want to finish a race. But I have promised my little girl that I will bring her back a trophy, so I better find a rocket and strap it to the back of me and hope for the best and just hold on tight.
Well, fingers crossed for you, mate. We'll let you get back to your business, but thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too, pal. And, yeah, that's commitment as well, though. We're seeing lots of riders really committed and positive this weekend. Again, last minute, yesterday, he's come along, slept in the back of his van, and he is ready to go. Absolutely love that one. You can see what seems to be a whole host of people sat over here. Morning, sir. How are we doing? Not too bad, thank you. Any chance we could get a few words out of somebody? Or, yeah, you know you want to. Hello, how are we?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. You?
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks for the viewers at home who maybe don't know who you are. What's your name? What are you riding on?
My name's Harry and I'm riding on a Ninja 400.
Great to see you, Harry. And yeah, Ninja 400, that's a lot of bike for a young man. You feeling confident?
Yeah, I rode it at Snet at the end of August, and I did quite well. Got a couple of top 10s. Never rode a 17-inch wheel bike before. Just pretend it's like the mini bikes like I've been riding for the first start of the year. So, yes, it's good. I really enjoy this bike.
Awesome stuff. And you sound pretty confident this morning, so you feeling fast today?
Well, I hope so. But yeah, I've never been round here. I don't know my way around here. I'll eventually find my way around after a couple of laps.
I mean, it's pretty easy. You go around in a big circle with a big slight uphill bit, and then there's a couple of chicanes.
Yeah.
So
yeah, should be all right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, don't take my words for it. I've been told it's actually quite hard by quite a lot of people. But yeah, so I guess today's just about getting some experience on the track, a bit more time on the bike, see how you go.
Yeah. So just want to get some laps because you're not allowed to do track days at my age. So just try and get as much laps as you can anywhere you can. So yeah, we'll see how well we do.
Awesome stuff, Harry. We'll let you get on and get prepped, but thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Great to speak to one of our younger riders there. Is there anybody else over here that fancies a quick chat, or do you all not mumby? Oh, they all hiding. Oh, they're all hiding away from us. Let's see if we can quickly grab somebody, or is it going to be a no-go? It's all right if they don't want to, but it would be nice. Ah, yes, parental power. You must speak to me. I love that. How you doing, mate? You okay?
Thank you.
What's your name? What are you doing here this weekend?
It's Will Round. I'm riding the GP80 450 class and the Byron Cup on my Ninja 400.
Nice stuff. And how are you feeling this weekend? All confident?
Yeah, all good. I've been to Mallory before, a couple of times actually. I've been to EMRA once, but we had a lot of gearbox problems. So we went and sorted that, and we've come back to do a bit better with the working gearbox, really.
Fair enough. Do you want to explain what the setup here? I mean, we've got three ninjas all in a row sat there ready to go. Is this like a team thing, or are you just here by coincidence?
They're all Bemsy spec bikes basically, 37 horsepower. So we're just looking to have a bit of fun really at EMRA.
So there's no like teammate relationship? No. It's just you're just here.
No, we're enemies really.
So you sabotage, and you try and push them off, and things exactly. Like that.
Yeah, perfect.
Still though, what are you aiming for this weekend? Are you aiming for again just experience and time on the bike, or are you looking for positions?
Well, a top 5 would be good, but obviously we'd not get a very powered bike. 37 horsepower and 140 kilos is a lot. It's not very fast. So just see what we can do really. All three of us are in the same position. See what we can do.
Oh, fair enough. Thanks so much for talking to us, mate. Best of luck.
Okay, thank you. Cheers.
We'll slide in for the last one. Go on then. I'll come round on this side. How are you this morning? You okay?
I'm alright, thank you.
And what's your name? And I'm assuming you are doing exactly the same as the other two guys here.
Yeah, my name's Annabelle McCarthy. But I'm just here to get some practice in really, because it's my first time out on the Kawasaki 400.
Fair enough, Annabelle. Great to speak to you though, and great to have you here as well. Didn't realise you were going to be coming here, so nice to see you again. So is that first time on the Kawasaki or first time just here?
First time both actually. First time on the Kawasaki and then first time at Mallory as well.
So how are you feeling then? A little bit nervous, excited?
Well, I'm nervous because new track, new bike. So I'm nervous about that, but I'm actually quite excited to get used to the bike and that. I'm excited to feel the power difference.
Yeah, I can imagine it's probably quite a bit quicker than what you're used to, so that should be fun. So I guess, this weekend is just about getting out there, not training wheels necessarily, but just kind of getting through the basics and learning the bike and the track as well.
Yeah, I'm just here really to spin some laps on the bike, get used to it, get used to the gears, get used to the engine braking and stuff like that. And just have fun really. I'm not really here to see where I come and all that and try and beat everyone really.
So I'm guessing you're hoping it stays dry.
I'm hoping it stays dry, and I'm hoping I can stay rubber side down.
All stuff, Annabelle, I'll let you get on, but thank you very much for talking to us. Best of luck.
Thank you. Great
to speak to those three guys there. Thank you very much, team, for the walk around. And these young riders turning up this weekend, showing us what they can do. Again, you don't have to be old to go around here either. If you're a young rider sat at home, or potentially a young rider, you can always go out there on some machinery. Any chance for a few words, pal? How are we doing this weekend? Are we okay?
bit cold, a bit windy last night.
Yeah.
Hopefully the wind stays off today, to be fair, but we'll see. We've got grey skies over there, haven't we? But,
Yeah, well, fingers crossed for the time being anyway. What's your name? What are you doing here this weekend?
Adam Judge, just in the rookies today. Last outing of the season before he gets wrapped up, ready for next year, really. So let's have a little wobble around, see how we get on.
Yeah, absolutely fair enough. And obviously rookies, so next year you're looking to move up and onwards?
Move up to 600s next year for a full season and that, do a bit more endurance racing and stuff like that. But I've done a few rounds this year here. It's been really good, to be honest. EMRA always put on a good meeting, like, you know, so it's always a good one to come to, like, and a good one to watch, really.
That's awesome stuff. And again, last round of the season, you said you want to go around and just have a wobble round, but are you aiming for anything specifically, or are you just going out there, get some time on the bike?
Just time on the bike, really, to be fair. Just pull it back home. Doing about 57s round here at the minute, so see where we end up with, really. Top 10 would be nice, to be fair, for today, so just see how we get on, really.
Awesome stuff. Well, we'll let you get on with your day. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Of course, the Rookies Cup, first step into EMRA here, and riders maybe with a little bit less experience. We are starting to get a little bit tight for time, unfortunately, down here in the paddock, as things are starting to hot up as well, it must be said. So let's just head down, see if there is absolutely anybody that we can speak to. There is a few riders down in this direction. Well, where's this guy on the 20 going? He's going up that way, so I can walk onwards. Let's see if we can speak to the 543 squad. Morning, chaps. Any chance of a few words out of somebody? I mean, if you are marshalling, we can have a few words, hear what a marshal has to say, to be fair. Or is that just your mechanic's jumpsuit? I mean, first of all, what's your name?
Dan. My name's Dan.
Pleasure to meet you, Dan. And you are actually marshalling, that's not just your mechanic jumpsuit, is it?
Just my Friday night wear, no, I do. I'm marshalling, yeah.
Well, that's awesome to hear. First of all, thank you very much, of course, for your service and all that. Couldn't be going racing without you. Talk us through your typical day then here at Mallory Park when you're marshalling. What happens? What does being a marshal entail?
A lot of sitting around, to be honest. No, you just get ready and check the track safe for everyone to go out, and then just wait for the practice to start, and then just try and do your best you can to help people out and make everyone as safe as possible.
Do you get to wave the flags as well, or is that not your job?
At the end, the red flags at the end to close the circuit off, we do wave those, but no, not really. I have legs to pick the bikes up, so yeah.
And if anyone at home's watching along, is always fancy doing a bit of marshalling, how does someone get involved here?
I got involved by just being here, and I was talking in the cafe about marshalling, and then someone heard me and said, "Do you want a marshal today? We're short of marshals." So, but you can go online onto the website, and there's a marshalling bit, and it says, "Are you interested in marshalling?" And you email them, and come and do a day course here, and you can start marshalling. But anyone can do it, really, any ability. So yeah, it's good.
Awesome stuff. Well, Dan, thanks very much for the insight, and again, thanks for doing a good job, I'm sure.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you. I'll try my best. You too. Let's head back out this way. Yeah, rider who's there. He's tried to run away, but I'm going to track him down. You can't hide from me, sir. Yeah, you're not getting away this time. Good morning, how are we?
I'm okay, thank you, yeah, good, thanks. Hopefully the weather holds out for us.
Yeah, I think you're not the only person saying that, just to put it politely. What's your name, what you're riding in this weekend?
Stefan, I'm in the 600 Open 600 and the Mallory Trophy as well.
Awesome stuff. And how's the bike feeling? All quick? All good?
I haven't gone on it, really touched it since the last round here, but it was going all right then, so hopefully it'll hold together. Yeah, a couple more races.
So you're not changed anything, you just kind of hauled it out of the garage where you left it, stuck it in the back of the van and brought it here?
Yeah, we checked a few things over, but yeah, we haven't done a lot really. It's the last round, so we'll just see what happens and run with it.
Fair enough. So I guess you're not particularly aiming for anything then, you're just out here to have some fun?
Just a steady couple of races. We got 4 seconds last time, so if we can get anywhere close to that, we'll be happy, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely fair enough. And talk us a little bit about the bike. I'm assuming it's the 543 machine that's back over there. Yeah. What is it? What's it like to ride it?
It's my little baby. I've had it since I started racing, and feel totally comfortable on it. So when you crash it, you have to rebuild it and really feel a bit uncomfortable. But yeah, no, it's good.
Awesome stuff. Well, thanks so much for talking to us. We'll let you go and see if the bike is actually working.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
No worries, my friend. And we do have time for just a couple more. So we'll head back along this way and see if there is anybody that we can grab a word out of. Although I fear we may have already spoken to everybody down this way. So let's have a look. Yeah, those grey clouds not looking particularly threatening at the moment. You can just see up there. They're few and far between as it currently stands. But again, there is still a threat of rain, especially around the lunch period. But we're not expecting it massively, so we're just going to have to wait and see. As see you right there. Any chance of a few words, young man, or are you busy? Hello, how are we?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. What's your name, what you're racing in this weekend?
My name's Mason Mitchell and I'm racing in the ACU Ultra Lightweight Championship. So we'll just be going out at 9:30, so not too long.
Well, stuff like that. Brilliant to hear from you, Mason. Talk us through your championship so far. Of course, this is you guys coming here to Mallory Park to join EMRA this weekend. Talk us through your season.
So we started off the season with Three Sisters. The very start of the year, it went really good for me, but the last round last week, it didn't go so well because it was raining and it was wet and we just couldn't figure out what tyres to use. So the championship is going fine so far, and next year we'll try and be up there,
Where are you looking to finish this weekend then?
I'd say probably top 5 or something, because last time I was here it wasn't so great because I was in with 450s. Yeah.
Well, stuff. Well, we'll let you get on and get prepared and get ready to go out. Thanks for talking to us, buddy.
Alright, thank you.
Great to hear from another one of our ACU Ultra Lightweight riders. Any chance of a quick chat, pal? Very quickly, go on. If you're about to go out, or is your man's running away? How are we this morning? All okay?
How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. What's your name? What you're riding this weekend?
Dylan Marr, and I'm on a Suzuki. We're 125 in the ACU Lightweight Championship.
Awesome stuff for that. How's your season gone so far in the Lightweight Championship?
Not too bad. I've been on a different bike and had a few problems with that, but this new Suzuki, it's top tier, so yeah. Enjoying it.
Awesome stuff. And how are you feeling coming into this one at Mallory Park then? Feeling confident?
Yeah, well, the weather wasn't looking any good, and now it's looking all right now, so that'll be a good turnout, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's fingers crossed it stays all right, because, as I said, it weren't looking very good, and now blue skies, but we'll wait and see. Where are you aiming to finish this weekend?
I don't know. We'll see what happens. I've not done an ACU Lightweight Championship race on this bike yet. I've only been on the Honda, so I'm just going to play it by ear, I think, for now. And then next year, go for it.
Awesome stuff. See how we go. Well, best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
A couple more of our ACU ultra lightweight riders there, and the time is dying down now. I'm just going to head back over this way to see if there is anybody else, but I think that may be all we've got time for. I can see there's a few people in that caravan there, so I'm just going to poke my head round, see if anybody fancies a chat, or are they all hiding away? Nope, they're all hiding away. Let's just have a quick wander. Oh, maybe down here. We've not spoken to these guys yet. As one last ditch attempt to grab a few words out of somebody. As the wind's starting to pick back up again now as well. It is very chilly in said wind, it must be said. But again, the sun is shining. The racing gods know it's the final round of EMRA this weekend. Hello, sir. How are we? Is he round there? Is that the man we need to speak to? Okay, we'll head round here then. Hello, pal. How you doing?
All right, thanks. How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. What's your name? What you're riding in this weekend?
Aaron Staniforth, and I'm riding pre-injection 600 Honda.
Awesome. And what year is said Honda?
1999.
Very lovely stuff. So how are you feeling coming into the final round of the season?
Yeah, good. I'm looking forward to it. I haven't been to Mallory all year, so I thought I'd make an appearance for the last round.
So it is a circuit you've been around before, though?
Yeah, I've done quite a lot with EMRA. I did Championship 2017, did a couple of rounds 19, 2021 Championship, 2022 and 2023. So, yeah, it's just this year. I ain't done much this year. Last time I was here with Plum Pudding, I always make an appearance at Plum Pudding.
That's awesome. So are you going to make an appearance at Plum Pudding this year as well?
Yeah, I think so. By the time it gets to Christmas time, you're bored, aren't you? Not riding your bike, so it's I always make an appearance at Plum Pudding. Sucker for punishment.
Well, hope to see you there. Thanks very much for talking to us.
Mate. Thank you very much.
And that's a very important note actually about Plumford, and something that I haven't mentioned. Of course, tickets now on sale for the annual Mallory Park Boxing Day Blast. It's been a tradition here for decades now. On Boxing Day, come down, show the world what you can do on a bike or a car, whatever it may be. That's all we've got time for here, though, down in the paddock. We're going to head back up to myself and Trystan up in the commentary box. And welcome back to the final round of the 2025 East Midland Racing Association Club Championship. We've had a great morning so far. A little bit of rain came down over the lunch break, but we're not too far away from going racing to get the rest of the race of the season down and out of the way, and the rain has since stopped as well, so it should still be dry running. As you just heard me say, you join myself back in the commentary box, Ross McIntyre and Trystan Finocchiaro alongside me. Trystan, we've had a fantastic morning. Some really, really exciting races. We're hoping for a lot more later on.
Yes, we had a really good start to the morning earlier on with the ACU ultra lightweights, and we also saw some action in the 1000cc class as well, and the mini twins, and a lot of fun, a lot of great racing here at this great venue at Mallory Park. And looking forward to even more great racing as the day gets underway. Next up is going to be the Mallory Trophy, the premier class here at EMRA at Mallory Park, featuring two subclasses that will be running together. We've got bikes under 600cc and then 750 upwards, so essentially similar to the Open 600 and Open 1000s that we saw earlier on today.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go. So we have just had the Class Care and Sportsman's just before the lunch break, but that is the remainder of today's action. So we're launching back in with the Mallory Trophy race number 1. Then we've got the Rookies Pre-Injection and Byron Cup race number 1s. And then all of our race number 2s coming your way to end off the 2025 season. Looks like it's going to be a 14-bike grid heading into race number 1 for the Mallory Trophy. But again, we've had some latecomers, people that didn't make qualifying and then were putting themselves at the back of grids. So it's all to play for here at Mallory Park. As I've been saying time and time again, we have had a simply spectacular day of racing so far. Let us know who you're watching along and supporting. Let us know where in the world you are watching from. It has been a real pleasure being here this weekend, and we can't wait to wrap up this season in style here at the world-famous Mallory Park circuit. So the premier class up next, Trystan. Of course, the Mallory Trophy. Not the biggest grid, but a lot of things will be waiting on the riders' minds. They'll be knowing that this is the one that everyone wants to win.
Yes, of course, an extra weight on this weekend, title to be decided, and double points going into this weekend as well. They've still got 2 races left for the Mallory Park Trophy, and just like it was over in the Open 1000s, it's Lane versus G-Cock in that one. We saw how fast G-Cock was earlier on, setting consistent 53s, and was a good, consistently 2.5 seconds quicker than the rest of the field. So it's very much all the momentum going with G-Cock, and Lane pretty much needs to finish us up as high as he can to try and defend that title. We've also got the 600cc trophy as well, where McMullen's got a 67-point lead ahead of George Anderson. So 2 titles to be decided, and we should see some close racing apart from G-Cock checking out at the front. But it's good to see BSB level riders in this paddock. They're using it as a training ground. It's also obviously, like we've said time and time again, it's an incredibly friendly paddock for incredibly friendly paddock for riders to come and do a bit of training and have a bit of fun.
Absolutely. Crowds, hoods going up, winds coming in. Again, we are just missing the very southern part of Storm Amy as it ravages the UK. But luckily, we're just missing most of it. But we are getting blistering winds here at Mallory Park, and the wind chill is aggressive as well. Hood's going up. It's the universal sign of it's cold when you're at a racetrack. You put the hood up, you get the umbrellas up. But yeah, the wind pretty aggressive as it stands. But we're not too far away, hopefully, now from going racing. Should only be a couple of minutes, according to our schedule. So we'll wait to see how that is going to unfold. A couple of championships already decided this morning. Some more, or well, the rest of them, I guess, that haven't been decided yet, to be decided this afternoon as well. Waving along. Thanks for tuning in. Team Taylor, who is Taylor? You need to tell us who Taylor is. Get in the broadcast chat, but tell us who Taylor is, because there's so many different Taylors. And yeah, I mean, I've not seen any. It could be. I've not seen anything in the live chat.
All of them.
It's a Taylor.
One big team.
But maybe they just like everyone called Taylor. That's a very good point. That could be the case. We are getting some bikes into the dummy grid now, by the way. So riders getting ready to go out and just holding position. You can see a couple of drops of rain there on the camera up at Shaw's Hairpin, but I think that's from a little while ago. Over the lunch period. There's 2 more events here at Mallory Park left this year actually on track, because off track there is of course Fireworks Night, which will be on Friday the 7th of November, only a couple of days after the actual Guy Fawkes evening. Tickets for that is available on the Mallory Park website. But in terms of on track action, on the 18th of October the 750 Motor Club comes to town, and then on Boxing Day it is the annual Mallory Park Plum Pudding event with bike and car action out there for you to enjoy and shake off your Christmas hangovers. And well, there's no better way to spend a Boxing Day in my eyes than to come and watch things go around a racetrack very, very fast.
100% plum pudding at freezing cold Mallory Park. Always a great event though, and always an event where you see a lot of BSB level and club racing level riders battling it out on circuit at this historic Mallory Park circuit. And that's what we're going to see in this next race coming up, the Mallory Trophy. As we've said, the premier class in the East Midlands Racing Association Championships. And incredibly excited to get this one underway.
Absolutely, riders making their way now out onto the grid. Then, of course, there will be one sighting lap, and then it will be lights on, lights off for 10 laps of racing here at Mallory Park, a circuit with so much history steeped into this place, hallowed ground almost, in fact. The likes of Surtees, Agostini, they've all won here. Have you ever won here, Trystan?
Yes.
Oh, he has one here. There you go. Finocchiaro.
Don't act so surprised.
I don't take it personally. Add Finocchiaro to that list as well. So many big names have won here across the years, and it is it's just a fantastic, fantastic racetrack. And whether it's on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, motocross as well. Of course, there's the new junior motocross circuit across the way. It hosted the Motocross World Championship back in 2008 and 2009. By the way, fun little tidbit for you about that one. MX2 Moto 1 race winner Tony Cairoli, he's now semi-retired with 9 titles, and yet this weekend is still doing the Motocross Des Nations, as it's officially pronounced, this weekend for Italy. Crazy. Right then, riders on the grid. This one should be interesting. Yes, riders are on slicks. We're missing a couple out there. Seeing a couple with cut slicks as well, but again, it is nowhere near wet enough for us to get going in this one. Let's run through the grid then. Only 10 riders actually set a lap in qualifying. There's Jack Pierce on pole, Alan Lane P2, Lee Rance in 3rd, Josh Froggatt 4th, Max Dixon 5th, George Anderson 6th, and Aaron Stanford 7th, Lee Whitehouse 8th, Andy Bauer 9th, and Simon Taylor P10. They were the only riders that set a lap time in the practice / qualifying session. Also got Brad Clark, Stefan Ellis set to join us. Christian did a lot as well. Aaron Stanford, no, he is there. So Lee Geacock, I don't think, set a lap time during qualifying. No, he didn't. So Geacock, if he's out there, will be going from the back of the grid.
Yeah, that's him there on your screen on that number 55 Honda. So off the warm-up lap start, he managed to make his way to the front. So not 100% if he's going to be starting from the back of the grid or not. I assume he will be, but that's something that we'll find out very, very shortly as they come to line on this grid. Seeing a couple of riders dangling their legs, trying to feel grip levels out on circuit to see if it's wet at all. Although I don't think looking out on circuit, it is quite wet enough to affect grip levels.
Yeah, no, it's, I mean, the rain that came was a couple of drops, a suggestion rather than actually anything that's going to affect the state of play. So I am seeing some cut slicks out there, which, honestly, I don't think you need to bother with that. I think you can go for the full slick and be fine, especially if you're able to get the temps in the brakes and in the actual carcass of the tyre. So the Marshal walks to the side of the racetrack then. It'll be all ice, the red light. Race number 1 of the Mallory Trophy. We do get racing. Great launch there for the 50 of Alan Lane. He will lead down into Gerrard's and lead by some way. Look at G-Cock, though, already up to third, away from the lights, and maybe trying to challenge around the outside into second as well, and he will do so. That's a wonderful move by the 55 of Leon G-Cock. Somebody following him as well, and he's already up to first. Come on, it's unbelievable. Leon G-Cock gets 2 places round the outside of Gerrard's and leads here. Lane's dropped down into P4. Crazy start here in the Mallory Trophy, but we knew it was going to happen at some point, maybe just not that quickly.
Nothing's going to stop that man as the RSV4 of Rance dives up the inside at Shaw's hairpin. Brilliant move there from the number 144 underneath the 600cc Kawasaki of Pierce. G-Cock down through Devil's Elbow then. Looked a little bit tentative on the power, but leads the way ahead of the RSV4. Then you've got the Kawasaki 600 of Pierce and Alan Lane. Lane always gets a good start. We've seen time and time again, but just looked as if he creeped off the line that time. So keep an eye out to see if he gets any sort of penalty for what looked to be a jump start.
Well, we'll wait to hear if Race Control have anything to say about that one, but for now, we push on. And Lane, well, will be disappointed with that one. Of course, down to P4 overall. It's P3, because no, it's P2 in class as well. Pierce ahead of him on the road. Seems to be having a transponder issue at the moment. Pierce is in P3 on the road. No, he's not. They've swapped places. What am I talking about? Yeah, whatever, sure. Well, Lane's back in third and leading in the 600 class here. Pierce just behind him, but Pierce, again, very, very quick rider on that Kawasaki 636. And we know what he can do on it. That being said, though, Pierce Lane starting to push onwards, should I say. And potentially, apparently the timing screen's now all over the shop, I think. We'll figure something. They're out there on track. We know that much.
Yeah, Lane currently sat P3 out on circuit behind Rance. G-Cock's absolutely cleared off out the front. And for Lane to keep his title chances open here, he needs to finish directly behind G-Cock in both races. So it's extremely important here for the number 50 to get ahead of that Aprilia in front of him and finish in second place. There's no chance of catching G-Cock. The pace is just way too hot out the front. 56 flat on that last lap. We know he's capable of 53s, so perhaps just testing the conditions out there on circuit at the moment, although it looks bone dry.
It does. I'm just wondering, maybe Lane has been given a jump start penalty, in fact, and it's just been applied mid-race. I mean, it would be a very aggressive penalty. Let's see if Race Control... 5-second time penalty has been applied to Alan Lane for a jump start. So the number 50 who led down into turn 1 early doors and is now fighting for P2 on the road, currently P6 on the timing screen. And of course then there's the debate of, does he know that he's got a penalty yet? Of course, if he knows he's jump started, you can assume, but if he thinks it was close, he might be thinking, no, I've got away with that one, I'm fine. So it's P6 on the timing screen for Alan Lane with a 5-second jump start penalty.
Yeah, it was a pretty obvious jump start from on that number 50, so he'll definitely know that he's jumped the start and he'll be expecting a penalty. How much he knows the rule book and whether he knows how much of a penalty he has, hard to say, but he'll know that something's coming. So very much, if I was in his shoes, it's get past that Aprilia and just try and put as much ground on him as you possibly can. But that is no mean feat when you are up against the number 144 of Rance, who has been so quick all weekend around this Mallory Park circuit. And these two now locked together around Gerrard's.
As they come through, this is huge. This is huge for the championship, because Lane now That's down in P3 in class. G-Cock in P1. Just trying to do some mental maths here very quickly. They may very well swap round. Yes, they will. Are they going to be equal on points? Hang on. What's 216? 32. That's an 18-point swing. No, so it will be Liam G-Cock that leads the championship if Lane is not able to move forward and gain 5 seconds somewhere. I mean, I've been told that you know a thing or two about penalties, Trystan. Yeah, it's not great, unfortunately. You know, something about junior racing and you getting a record for the largest penalty ever, or something along those lines. But anyway,
Fab raced the most unjustified penalty ever, I think.
Yeah, I won't ask. Maybe after
I took a
after
tactical yellow.
Tactical penalty. Well, unfortunately for Alan May, that wasn't a tactical penalty, and it's really scupping them, because if they finish as they do, Liam G-Cock heading into the final race is going to take the championship lead.
Yeah, and not much that he can do about that. There's no chance he's going to get 5 seconds on G-Cock in this race. He'd be lucky to get anywhere near him. 10.1 seconds is out the front, with Leon just spinning laps now, low 53s, and that's an incredibly quick pace around this Mallory Park circuit. Battles all the way through the field. Then here we've got the number 16 battling with the number 331. That's a battle a little bit further back.
Yeah, making their way through there. Looks like it's all clean for the moment. The 331 with the 16 of Taylor there. So this is the battle for 9th place. The 331 of Whitehouse trying to go the long way around. Can't quite get the advantage there. So Simon Taylor will stay in front on the run into Gerrards for the time being. Yeah, looks all clean between these two. A bit of a gap there, I think, maybe just struggling for pace, and I can tell you why. It's because Whitehouse is on an R6 and Taylor's on an R1. So coming down the straight, there is a bit of a difference there, but in the corners, looks like Whitehouse is at least trying to make up some of those numbers.
Yeah, those R6 is very nimble, a lot easier to carry high corner speed. But then again, look at this man out the front on a CBR 1000. Loads of corner speed around Gerrards, controlling it beautifully. So smooth and so late on the breaks down into Edwinas. And basically, if you want to know how to ride around Mallory Park, just watch this man for a few laps, and that's how to do it. Makes it look easy on board that number 55 Honda.
Yeah, it is certainly impressive. Of course, Liam G-Cock, a rider with British Superbike experience in the past. He is actually lapping quicker than the BSB lap record is around this place. Granted, that was set some 15, 20 odd years ago or whatever, but he is going quicker as he heads on to the penultimate lap of the race than the British Superbike's lap record, which just shows you how good this guy is around this place. And well, that's CBR 1000. He is just... It's not even like I say on the limit, but it doesn't look like it, because the bike just looks so comfortable. And even when it moves or there's a slight issue, it never looks like it's in trouble. There's never any corrections. He just lets the bike flow underneath him, do what it needs to do. It's just unbelievable to watch.
Yeah, that bike's completely dialed in underneath him. He's spun plenty of laps around Mallory Park, knows exactly how to get it set up the way he wants it to ride around this circuit. And he's an incredible talent to have within the paddock. It's great for the other guys to be able to see, how much more time there is out there on circuit, and essentially how to get the most out of a package around this track. And it will really push the level on for all of these guys further back as well. Rance versus Pierce is Rance versus Lane on circuit is still a battle that's raging on, but of course Lane 5 seconds down after that 5-second penalty from jumping the start. But this man out the front, absolutely untouchable.
He certainly has been. The 55 heading down through Edwinas for the final time in race number 1. G-Cock has been imperious the last couple of rounds and has won absolutely everything he has touched. And as Alan Lane makes a mistake at the start and gets a 5-second jump start penalty, it is advantage to this man, because he rounds Devil's Elbow for the final time, already waving to the camera. It's advantage G-Cock, who takes the championship lead with 1 race to go. The 55 takes the checkered flag in race number 1 with a domineering performance once again. And now we wait to see where the rest of the squad is coming through. Rance will take second, Pierce is third, Stefan Ellis is fourth, Lane fifth on the road, P3 in class. But that is huge. Huge for the championship. And it just shakes things up once again. Meanwhile, in the 600cc class, Josh Froggatt, who did come into this one leading the championship, he only finished P7 and off of the podium in class. So it's Liam Geacock who wins. Rance is in P2, Pierce P3, Ellis P4. Lane was fifth, third in class, and loses the championship lead. With Anderson 6th, Froggatt 7th, Boa 8th, Taylor 9th, and Whitehouse 10th in our final rider. Just trying to figure out the swing in the Mallory Trophy 600 class as well. I do not believe that Josh Froggatt has won the championship, but I cannot confirm that. Again, these results are all provisional. Unless, in fact, I take that back. Josh Froggatt has actually done it. Josh Froggatt is your Mallory Trophy 600 champion. He has the mathematical advantage. Nobody can catch him in race number 6, and with a very underwhelming finish in P6 on the road and P4 in class, or P7 on the road, should I say? Not P7 on the road. It is Josh Froggatt who is your champion of 2025 in the Mallory Trophy 600 class. Of course, provisionally, we'll wait to see what race control is saying about that one. Meanwhile, in the Mallory Trophy, it is Geacock who takes the championship lead with only one round, or one race to go, not even one round to go. Crazy, crazy stuff from those guys. As there we see some fans watching along there at the side of the racetrack. Hope they're enjoying all of the action. But we're getting ready now for the next race of the day, which will be the rookies race. They believe they have it. Yes, they have headed out onto the circuits. They'll be heading around to the grid before making their sighting lap in a few short moments. And not a huge grid of riders out there in the rookies, but again, a couple of novice riders. It's the first step for these guys to start racing, even at a club championship level. And you still get very, very intense racing a lot of the time.
Yeah, all of these guys in their first or second year of racing, all on novice licences, as you can see by the orange bibs that they're all sporting out there on circuit. You can pretty much race any bike in this championship from 175cc all the way up to 1300cc. And it's a great way to start your racing career, to get into club racing and enjoy yourself. It's a good friendly way to get off of the track days and actually bash bars in some and win some trophies. So it's going to be it threw up some great racing last time. It was actually one of the best races of the weekend. So looking forward to this one, and looking forward to seeing what these guys have to offer us here this weekend at Mallory Park. They get away for their sighting lap, and hopefully we'll have a close one as we did last time out.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? As the riders make their way down into Gerrard's on their sighting lap, let's have a little run through the grid for you. It will be the 2-2-1 of Ryan Williams, who starts on the pole position. Douglas Robinson in P2. Joshua Galatovic rounds out the front row of the grid. Adam Masters is fourth with Gary King. I'm not sure if that's the guy from the World's End or not, in P5, with Kevin Boswell in P6. Adam Judge is 7th, and Alex Christophe is P8. Those are the 8 riders who set a lap in qualifying. We also have Nick Curry, Todd Lever, I believe that is, Stuart Roberts as well is entered this one. Just trying to run through my list and see who's here, who's not. Adrian Stowe did not set a lap in practice or qualifying, but he's also here. And there is one more, I believe it'll be Ryan Williams. No, he's on pole position. What am I talking about? Somebody else as well is joining us. Douglas Robinson, I think it may be. No, he's second. Well, regardless of me not knowing where people are on the grid, it's sure to be a very exciting race.
Go on, get it right, Rob.
I'm trying.
But no, it should be a brilliant race here in the rookies. What an incredible opportunity to get started in club racing. an incredibly friendly paddock to be doing it. Who is going to take the victory in this one? The first race of the weekend for the rookies as they look to the lights for the first time this weekend. I think that might have been a jump start there.
Possibly. That's the 2-2 at 2:02 of Kelvin Boswell. Well, I mean, there's two schools of thought when you jump start. It's stop it and go again and lose time, which you go, I'm going to get a penalty anyway.
Yeah,
just
you might as
it.
well just Jorge Lorenzo it and just absolutely go for it. But yeah, I think we can expect to see a 5-second penalty coming up for the number 202 later on within this race. It's the 221 that hits the front once again then.
Yeah, everyone just take a breather. Everyone relax. Right, so yeah, Boswell, unfortunately for him, is going to be getting a pretty slam dunk penalty there. Up to the front, though, goes the 221. There, through they go. Of Williams, that is, and the 99 also sliding their way through of Robinson. So pushing their way onwards. Nice stuff from those guys. Ryan Williams, though, started from the pole, does now lead the way as they head through the Devil's Elbow and start lap number 2. And Williams already a very healthy lead up the front. Robinson second, Boswell third currently, but again he'll be dropping down the order very quickly with that penalty, I am sure. Looks like a couple of people didn't, I think, try to make the race start and then didn't actually. Stowe and Roberts, I think, had some issues out there as I look to the inside there on the 202 from the 82. That's a lovely move there by Masters on the brakes up the inside. Pretty textbook stuff, but executed perfectly.
Yeah, and we saw Masters last time out at round 6 really getting his elbows out on board that very brightly coloured Yamaha R6, the number 94 there going up the inside as well. That's Galatovic. He was also not shy of a move last time out as well, but the number 202 cuts it back on the exit and gets back in front of the number 94. All these guys then down through Devil's Elbow for one more time. I'm asking the pace at the front. It's quite quick, a 56.9 from Williams. We saw Williams doing quite well earlier on in the Open Thousands as well. So a rookie to racing this year and doing a pretty good job of it. 2.8 seconds is the lead out the front between Williams and Robinson. Masters, after those moves that he's been making, has now made his way up into P3. Does he have the pace for Robinson? We'll keep an eye on that as the laps tick away. At the moment, circulating about half a second slower.
Absolutely. Boswell has now been awarded a penalty. It's demoted him to P9 after that one, and it is it's only a 5-second penalty. It must be set. I don't know. It might be bigger than that one. It seems like it's bigger anyway, but our timing screen is certainly saying it's a 5-second. He's now been overtaken by somebody else there out on the road. I believe that may have been Galatovic working his way through. Or no, in fact, it's not. It's in fact King on the number 7th on his Triumph 675. So King now works his way through Boswell. So he is now running P6 on the road. Judge and Nick Curry just behind him on the number 23. That is, as they now make their way through Gerrard's. Such a big corner, must be so daunting, especially if you are new to racing, new to riding. You know, a lot of people here for the first time this weekend, and maybe those guys are a bit more experienced. You know, they know how to tackle big and difficult corners. That was very, very late on the brakes from the 106 of Adam Judge there. But if you're new to racing, if it's your first time at Mallory Park as well, Gerrard's must seem terrifying.
Yes, yeah, essentially, yeah. But it is also a great corner to build your confidence because it's so long. You're getting used to being on the side of the tyre. It's a corner where each lap you can push a little bit more, build up your speed a little bit more, and it's like I say, a great corner to start building up your confidence. And it's a great circuit to learn on in general. Got a little bit of everything: fast blowing corners, hard braking zones, changes of direction. So it's a really good place to come and start your club racing career. As this man out the front has done 56.6 on that last lap for Williams, and he's away with it out the front. Smiley face on the knee sliders, a little bit of a wheelie coming out of Edwina's. Can't imagine he'll have been smiling at that point.
Yeah, maybe not quite the happiest you'd be at that point, but the 221 is doing a fantastic job at the moment. The gap now up to 3.4 at the line last time, and you think it's going to be extending a bit further on as well. as he comes to Devil's Elbow. This will mark the halfway point of the race as he heads on to lap 6. Again, Robinson and Masters behind in P2 and P3. Let's see what the gap is this time. It extends to 3.7. Not a huge extension. It wasn't a fantastic lap from Williams. 56.868. The top guys, though, all being very consistent. So Williams fastest to 56.633. Robinson behind his fastest to 57.054. His last lap of 57.226. So these rookie riders out there still being very, very consistent for the top riders anyway.
Yeah, definitely, and that's something we've seen sort of all season. We saw last time out at round 6 a lot of consistent lap times, and despite the fact that they were battling quite a bit as well. So really perfect place to be learning your craft, and these guys doing an amazing job out there on circuits. So second and third, Robinson and Masters, those two are also battling it out for the 600cc rookies title as well. 45 points in between them. So it's Masters that currently that leads the way. At the moment, this would not be enough to swing it the way of Robinson, with one more race remaining, but still plenty of laps to be spun and plenty of racing action to happen in this championship. Adam Masters, the number 82 Yamaha R6, who's won at 6 races so far this season. Currently sits in P2 in the in the rookie 600s, and P3 overall. It almost looks like he's cruising his way around at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys are just, in the rhythm, in the thick of things, and again, knowing that championships are on the line, as that is a late move there on the 26. Of course, getting past Alex Christophe lapping there. And as well, with Christophe struggling so much, I believe he has a problem. That means that in this race as well, Joshua Galatovic is also going to pick up the rookies 1300cc class. I mean, it was pretty much a given anyway. It was a 91-point gap.
Yeah.
But,
with 100 points on offer.
Yeah, it's still possible. You never know. But going the long way around. That's brave through Gerrards with the lap traffic. But that means that Galatovic is going to be wrapping up that one. And again, Adam Masters, despite with Robinson finishing P2, with himself finishing P3, it is not enough. So we may be seeing both titles being wrapped up in this one, with only 3, realistically 2.5 laps left to run.
Of course, double points on offer this weekend. The grand finale for the East Midlands Racing Association Championship in 2025. And what a season it has been. Williams completely dominant out the front of this race then. He's rolled off the pace a little bit over the past couple of laps, consistent 58s. He was doing 56s earlier on in this race. Of course, is navigating his way through traffic as well. But like we've said time and time again, EMRA, an incredible place to come and get into club racing. Mallory, the perfect venue for it as well. There is your race leader on that Yamaha R1.
Ooh, slippery flag. Is that a bit of rain coming down, or has somebody dropped something on the track? Interesting. And, we'll see if anyone smashes their face into the floor. I hope not, of course, but I wouldn't have thought it would have been that slippery for a rain reason. So that tells me that someone's maybe had a problem and dumped a bit of fluid down onto the racing surface. Anyway, last lap though for your race leader with a 3-second gap, and he's got a very, very comfortable lead. Does Ryan Williams on the 2-2-1, and that R1 is absolutely flying again if they finish as they do over this last lap. Both championships going for both Adam Masters in the 600 class and Joshua Galatovic in the bigger, more open class as well. Through Edwinas though, for the final time for Ryan Williams, and he's just not looked back in this race. It's not been a complete domination. The gap 3.2, not the biggest that we've seen this weekend, but as he comes into Shaw's Hairpin for the final time, the relief will be starting to seep in for him. Through the bus stop, then to the Devil's Elbow, and then the checkered flag beckons. Ryan Williams will win race number 1 here in the rookies, but we wait for Robinson. We wait for Masters. Robinson will take P2, but Adam Masters will clinch the championship in the 600 class with a P3 overall finish. And then we wait for P4 on the number 94. Joshua Galatovic does take the Open Championship as well. One after the other. 2 champions crowned in mere moments. But what a race that was, especially from Ryan Williams, who takes a fantastic victory. But it is P3, Adam Masters, who takes the 600 championship, and P4, Joshua Galatovic, that takes the Open Championship as well. Adam Masters, what a season he has had, what a season Galatovic has had, what a weekend Williams has had so far, it must be said. But a huge congratulations, 2 champions crowned moments after one another, finishing behind each other on the road. As we come now, everybody has now crossed the line. It is Williams that takes the victory from Robinson in P2. Adam Masters in P3 is your 600cc champion. Galatovic in P4 is your 1000cc champion. With King P5, Nick Curry P6, Judge 7th, Boswell finishes 8th after that 5-second jump start penalty, with Lava 9th and Christophe in P10, our final rider out there on the field in the rookies. So both of our rookies championships are now done. So as the riders make their way back into the pit lane, what a race that was. Really, really exciting there. As the riders get ready to head out for the next class, let's go down to Trystan and speak to some of our riders.
Dominant at the front of that one. Just tell us how that was.
All right, it's cold, but it's all right, like.
How much is the wind affecting things?
Oh, it's bad. It's bad for Jet, actually. As you come out to stand up, it's just pushing you wide, and it's not very nice, like.
There was a little bit of a threat of rain. Did it affect the circuit at all?
Oh, it's all right. It's nice and dry, so it's all right, like.
Plan for later on?
Let's try and win another one, is it?
Perfect. Good luck, mate.
It's all bad.
Cheers.
Great to hear there from some of our riders, and now it is time for the opening race in the pre-injection class. Both of the championships have already been wrapped up in this one, so it is all about just going out there, having some fun and getting racing. Of course, the pre-injection very similar to the classic era, both of them the same premise. You want older bikes. The only difference is the pre-injection bikes, it can be any bike before the model had fuel injection, but essentially the name says what it does on the tin. The classic era, you're only allowed bikes older than a certain date. So you do get a couple of newer bikes within the pre-injection class, but in general just a little bit older. We also do have a huge grid here of we're scheduled for 25 to be out there on the track. I'm just trying to find out how many we had in qualifying. 23 in qualifying, so nearly everybody scheduled to be joining us this weekend is in qualifying. So we'll figure that one out and keep our eyes on it. Again, both of the championships in this class have been decided. Of course, there is both a 600 and a 1000 class. 1000, of course, open set machinery is up to 1000. So if you've got a 750, for example, like Neil Routledge, you can run that in the 1000 class. With the 600, you're running a 600, basically. Does what it says on the tin. So riders now coming in. Yellow flag is being waved. There's a problem further back. Looking out of the comments box window, the 201 seems to be well out of position. So I think somebody has made an Ian Kirby
750.
So he's supposed to start in P4. The 137, which is not even on my entry list. That's the 127. The 137 has gone out in the wrong race. That's why. So. That's a little bit embarrassing for them. So the 137 is not supposed to be in this race, whoever that is.
Yeah, that's a 400. You wouldn't want to be against one of these.
No, you wouldn't. Well, at least we've established that and what was going on now. So the yellow flag can stop waving, the red flag can go down, and after someone's tried to start in the wrong race, we can get the red lights on. And for race number 1 in the pre-injection class, not quite yet. We've got the sighting lap I got so ahead of myself with all the chaos of there being somebody else on the grid that I forgot we had a sighting lap.
Surely,
let's run through.
Surely at the point you go out on the on the sighting lap, you realise that the bikes around you aren't the right ones.
Yeah.
Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he pulled into P4 anyway. It's Ian Morgan first, Darryl Lee second, Carl Davis completes the front row. Ian Kirkby is now starting fourth after someone on a 400 tried to start there. Wayne Cockayne is fifth with Paul Smith sixth. Neil Rowledge, Willie Curtis, Robert Chambers and Mark Brailsford round out the top 10. There's Chris Nailon, Andy Bolton and Phil Thatcher 11th, 12th and 13th place, with Alex Butler and Sam Nicholson completing row 5. Ian Matthews is 16th with Thomas Williamson 17th, Steve Haig 18th, Atton Brett 19th, Justin Beddoes in 20th, Aidan Galatovic is 21st, Edward Taylor is 22nd and Christian Didelot is in 23rd. He clearly didn't do a lot of qualifying, did he? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
Someone take the mic off of it.
I couldn't resist. I'm so sorry. And I'm joking, Christian. You did fine. You did fine. That's me just being horrible and taking the mick out of your name. Anyway, let's get down to business in this one. 10 laps awaits us. This time we're ready to go racing. What can we expect, Trystan?
This one should be a close one, although every time I've said that I've jinxed it and we've had a boring race. So between these guys, Ian Morgan and Darryl Lee at the front, I think these guys should be locked together. We've seen some battles with them at the last time out, so I'm hoping for more of the same in this one.
Well, we'll wait and see. Again, I thought the race started when they were going in the sighting line. We had a 400 try and join the pre-injection race. It's already chaos. And the red lights haven't even come on yet, but they will do so in a short moment's time because everybody seems to be on the grid. There's just a small delay further back. The green flag now waves at the back. The flag marshal gets out of the way. The red lights, they come on. It is red lights out and we get underway. That is a fantastic start from the 110 of Darryl Lee, who will surely lead coming into Gerrard's. The 79 of Ian Morgan challenges to the outside, but nothing as they tip it into the corner. Looks like Lee will get the whole shot for this one as they all fan their way through this huge right-hand sweeper. And Lee already starting to pull away. He's already claimed his championship in the 600 class in pre-injection. He's up the inside there. Carl Davis on the 4. Nice move. Laid on the brakes. Gets through Ian Morgan. The pole sitter down to third as they make their way through Ed Wieners. Not a great start for him.
We did see earlier on Morgan has got plenty of pace on board. That number 79 likes to take that tight line down into Shaw's hairpin. Has a look up the inside of the number 110 and no way through this time around. Kisses the wall on the inside of Shaw's hairpin, through the bus stop chicane, down through Devil's Elbow. Is he going to try and line them up a move down into Gerrard's? Lee goes very defensive. He shoots to the inside though, does Morgan on the number 79, and makes that move stick before they even get to Gerrard's. And look at the corner speed there. He's carrying through that turn 1. Lee's a bit stronger on the second half of the corner though. Is he going to be able to bite back as we go down into Edwinas? Is he going to be able to line up a move? Morgan goes defensive and late on the brakes from the number 79. Lee isn't able to make a move stick. We saw last time out Lee very strong on the brakes, so Morgan doing an incredible job.
That Yamaha of Morgan looks dialed in though, it must be said. It looks like it just kicks out of corners so well. And currently Lee, well, I'd say he's playing the patient game and just sitting there behind, watching, waiting, but I think it's a patient game he doesn't particularly want to be playing. I just don't think he has any answer to this pace and this phase of the race from Ian Morgan, who's up the front. We go on to lap number 3 then. The gap at the line last time was less than a tenth of a second. It's now 1.3, with Davis in P3 behind, leading the way in the 1000 class. He is, a little bit further back, it would seem. 4.2 is the gap between himself and Morgan as they continue to push around. Jared, someone with big smoke billowing out the back as they head down the start-finish straight, but I don't think that's two-stroke smoke. I think that's an engine blowing up stroke, so we'll try and wait and see as the 1-2-1 way too late on the brakes. That's Brailsford, who nearly takes out the 777 of Rutledge, gets it all sorts of wrong and is lucky to still be on two wheels here.
Yeah, let's hope that bike's not dropping oil all the way down through Gerrard's. We'll keep an eye on that one. Oh, look how close that was there between the number 777. Just got it all wrong on the brakes, and so easy to do down into Shaw's hairpin. incredibly late, hard braking zone. And these guys locked together in this battle a little bit further back. It looks as if Morgan's putting Lee through his paces at the front. Almost 2.2 seconds is the gap now at the front between the number 79 and the number 110. And a bit of a gap to P3. And then there's this gaggle of riders scrapping it out for fourth place.
Yeah, it's a chaos everywhere. You look at the moment, whoever's engine was going bang has pulled into the pit lane, we've been told. So we'll wait to see who that is. The 777 up the inside. That's a nice move there to get it confirmed. As they'll push onwards, heading out of Ed Wiener's. Looks like it's potentially Taylor on the 728 who's gone bang. And I can't see him coming around anymore. So we'll push onwards regardless. That is still the 777. And we're watching Rutledge fighting with the likes of Curtis, Kirkby, Brailsford behind as well. It's all getting a bit chaotic. It's all just scramble to find track position out there. There's 5-6 bikes in this train, all spilling over one another. And all getting a little bit chaotic.
Yeah, it's one line through that bus stop chicane, and I think someone needs to tell these guys that. Up the inside there into Gerrard's as well. Popular move here at the Mallory Park circuit, and these guys getting their elbows out in this battle for fourth place between Rutledge, Cockayne, Curtis, Smith, and Kirkby in there as well, and Brailsford just clinging on to the back of these guys. As we said, locked together out on circuit. Bikes essentially super sport and super bike machines from these from the 90s 2000s era super bikes, and proving they can still do the business around this Mallory Park circuit. Locked together into Shaw's hairpin, it's close into there, and all sorts of lines being taken. It looks as if we've got an issue there for number 201, or perhaps I think just missed a gear there. We saw that earlier on in one of the races earlier on. Easy to do down at Shaw's hairpin. You're banging it down the box, so easy to hit a false neutral or just select the wrong gear through there, although he's still looking down at his bike there, the 201.
Yeah, something definitely doesn't look right. He definitely looks down on pace coming into Gerrard's, so we'll see if anyone else is able to catch up or if he's able to push onwards. But to me, looks like there's definitely something going wrong of some description. Still battles further back in the pack as well as they push onwards. You can see 3 or 4 bikes here still squabbling for position. That looks to my eyes like the 277 of Phil Thatcher, who's just about holding off Haig there on the 24, that is.
Haig trying to go around the outside of a lot of them. I'm liking the feistiness we're seeing there from the number 24.
Yeah, it's nice stuff. Nice stuff from him. Lap 7 though of 10. 3 or soon to be 3 laps left to go, should I say, as Haig once again trying long way around. Did get it that time on the exit of Shaw's hairpin. That's a nice move from him, just using that momentum, using the slower pace on the inside as well from Thatcher to try and get through. So Haig now moves up, or moves down. Looks like they actually lost a position there, so maybe they both lost a position and it all got a bit crazy further back in the pack. We'll push onwards anyway. Lap 8 it is soon to be whenever Morgan and Lee get to the line, and there'll be 3 to go. There's the battle further in front that we were watching a couple of moments ago. These guys making their way to the bottom of the hill before they climb up to Shaw's hairpin. The 127 there, or the 121 should I say, of Brailsford leading Curtis and Smith, going wheel to wheel through the hairpin, not trading places on this occasion though, as they come down now through the bus stop into the Devil's Elbow. These guys now heading on to lap number 8 of 10, 3 to go for this group. Up the front, there is your race leader Morgan. The 79 has a 7.5 second advantage. Look at the front wheel picking up. But again, he's not worried about it. That's not a, picking it up and I've made a mistake there in the rear wheel.
That's him enjoying himself.
Just, just having fun.
Yeah, that's just a little bit of fun. Power wheelie coming out of the Edwina chicane, completely in control on that number 79 machine, and it's been an incredibly impressive showing. Still a couple of laps for the number 79 before they take victory here in this first race of the weekend for the pre-injection class down into Gerrard's. You can see he's got pretty much the whole length of that front straight between him and second place, the number 110 of Darryl Lee, looking so comfortable around Gerrard's. And in case you've just tuned in, this isn't a race replay from British Superbike in the early 2000s around Mallory Park. This is 2025, and we're racing pre-injection motorcycles around Mallory Park like it's the 90s. And brilliant to see here at EMRA. There's a class for every type of motorbike.
There certainly is, and there's classes for many riders, but there's one rider in this one who has been in a class of his own, and the 79, as he rounds the bus stop and the Devil's Elbow, will take the white or the yellow flag with the black stripe to indicate one more tour of Mallory Park. It's 8.3 separating himself from the, it must be admitted, incredibly quick Darrell Lee at the line on this occasion. I wonder if there's going to be any bit more traffic. He's been forced the long way round, and again doesn't even bat an eyelid as he goes through there. It's just supreme confidence in himself, supreme confidence in the machinery beneath him. He needs not worry. He needs not care for anything that the racing gods may throw at him, because when it comes to the end, the 79 of Ian Morgan knows he is going to be winning this race. Get a little bit more lap traffic to the inside there. Again, backs out of it, gets on the drive to the inside. Can he take it 2 by 2 through the bus stop? No, it's quite unadvisable. But coming to Devil's Elbow for the final time, it has been a dominant performance. The 79 of Ian Morgan will win here in race number 1, and win in some style. A class of his own as he wins in the 600 class. Nobody else in sight as Darrell Lee brings it home in second on his Suzuki. We wait patiently for everybody else. Finally, we get somebody else crossing the line. The number 4 of Carl Davis on his Yamaha 1000 machine comes home in P3, P1 in the 1000 class. For Ian Morgan, that's 79. What a ride there from him. What a performance. And just got the lead, didn't look back. Simple as that. Ian Morgan takes victory from Lee in second place, Carl Davis in P3. It was the 777 then of Neil Rutledge in 4th place. 5th place, the 121 of Mark Brailsford. In 6th place, it was Wayne Cockayne in P7, the 232 of William Curtis. P8 was the 201 of Ian Kirkby. P9, the number 8 machine of Paul Smith. And rounding up the top 10 on the 194 Yamaha, it was Butler coming across there, Alex Butler on his R6. What a race we've just seen there. Some brilliant battles and a dominant performance as well there from Morgan to take a very, very dominant victory. Of course, the championships are already wrapped up in that one. Coming into this race, been wrapped up some time ago in the pre-injection class, such as the domination from some of the riders. But they'll be heading back to the paddock, going over, assessing maybe a new set of tyres. Probably not, but you'd think about it anyway as they come through. Sounds like we're just going to have a brief delay. We did see somebody blowing up, to put it mildly, with smoke billowing out of their engine. So it looks like there is just going to be a track inspection just to check that they've not dropped any oil down. We're going to head down, though, speak to Carl Davis, P3 overall, and P1 in the 1000 class.
3rd place then, in rather windy conditions. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's just a bit breezy out there, especially going into Gerrard's. You just feel your head start wobbling, and you just get a little bit disorientated. The track team's great though, no problems at all with the track. That little bit of rain didn't upset the grip at all, so yeah, it's brilliant.
Lap times are still good then, so confident for a good weekend of racing?
Yeah, I've done a few things to the bike for this weekend, and they seem to have paid off, to be fair. Yeah, I don't know what my lap times were in that race, but in the previous race I got the best lap time that I've ever done, so yeah, I can't be, not happy with that.
Well done, mate, keep enjoying it.
Thanks a lot, cheers.
Great to hear there from P3 overall and P1 in the 1000 class. Carl Davis, we can see there. This track inspection just taking place, so we are going to be having a brief delay before we get race 1 of the Byron Cup going. We are a little bit behind schedule as it stands due to delays earlier in the day as well. Well, that just means there is more racing action for you later on in the day as well. As we see there, that is the number 8 bike heading out into the pit lane and the dummy grid. Thanks, of course, for everybody leaving comments. I know there's been a couple of you that I've seen in the live chat making your comments and whatnot. Thank you very much for leaving those. Again, if you haven't left a comment, let us know where around the world you are watching from, and let us know how you are enjoying the action. But yeah, just to experience this briefly. Oh, we're getting going now. Oh, that's a good start. I thought it was going to be a lot longer, but I guess they've done their track inspection and decided that there is nothing to worry about coming into this one. So, as the rookies riders, or not the rookies riders, the Byron Cup riders, should I say, head out onto the circuit. Should be a very interesting one to see how it's all going to fare. It doesn't look like we've got a humongous grid of riders, unfortunately. Although we've had 25 entries. Actually, no, maybe I'm misspoken, because it actually does look like there's a fair out there. 25 on the entry list for this one. How many people completed qualifying? 18. So we should get a fair few strong battles out there, Trystan.
Yes, always great racing in this class. So excited to see how this one is going to pan out. We've got Mitch DeCran out there, who was so utterly dominant earlier on, but plenty of battles all the way through the field, as we saw earlier. So hopefully we get to see some close racing.
Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? You would very much hope so. So, as the riders make their way onto the grid, plenty more action still to come your way today. This is the final race number 1 of the day. Afterwards, it is all final races of the season 2025 being brought to a close. There we see the 66 of DeCran coming into that pole position spot. Where else would he be? And then just waiting for somebody else as well. P2, are they going to be joining us? P2 is supposed to be Mitch Nichols on a 347. Looks like he's not joining us. So we're going to be going on our sighting lap with no P2 in Mitch Nichols. So it's Mitch DeCran from P1 and finishing the front row, P3 Rob Kirk. That's it on the front row of the grid. It's Ewan West P4, Arthur Woods P5, Oliver Horton P6, row 3, Calvin Grimes, Harry Barrell, Stuart Martindale, Gareth Rhodes rounds out the top 10 alongside Michael Good and Dennis Ford. Stephen Lane is P13 with Annabelle McCarthy, a very impressive P14, and Stephen Kilpin in P15. William Round is 16th, Ben Hemming 17th, and Dave Trick 18th. That was the final of our qualifying riders. Of course, with 25 on the entry list, we've got a few more we can expect to be starting at the back of the pack. What can we expect from this one then? I mean, the 66 might disappear off into the distance. That much is true, but you'd think elsewhere we're going to get some strong battles.
Yeah, definitely. For Mitch out the front, he's very much just trying to beat his personal best and is targeting lap times. The others, though, it's close between all of them, so that battle for second place could really go any way. So keep an eye out on that podium battle. Hopefully we see some bar bashing action in this one. But yeah, like you say, you can expect to see that number 66 Mitch DeCran to check out the front. And maybe he can better his time earlier. He did a 56.5 earlier on. He wants to see if he can get into the low 56s. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. I asked him if a 55 was possible. He doesn't seem to think so.
Absolutely not. Well, Mitch Nichols is not here in P2. He has already won the championship, though, this season. It was a 100-point gap coming into this race between himself and Adam Hodgkinson. And even if Hodgkinson had won both races today and Nichols hadn't scored, he would have still won on countback. So maybe he just felt like there was no point racing, no point risking an injury or something, because he's already won the title. That could potentially be why he is not there in P2. Yellow flag briefly waves down on the grid, but it goes away now. The flag marshal will step out of the way. The riders will hunker down and it'll be all eyes up to those red lights. It is lights out and we are underway. Good start there by both on the front row, but Decran does get away slightly stronger and will lead comfortably as well down into Gerrards. Elsewhere behind, everybody squabbling for position into this huge sweeping right-hander. 28 or 25 bikes on the entry list for this one. Maybe, well, not quite the full 25. We know we don't have second place, but still plenty of riders out there, all on different machinery, all pushing it to the limit to see what they can do. You can see the front of the bike hunkering down as they get on the brakes. So much pressure being put through that front suspension, through that front tyre as they come up to Shaw's Hairpin for the very first time. It is Decran that leads.
Langford just making constant moves. Sorry, he did like 3 and 1 down at Edwinas and then an absolute lunge down at Shaw's Hairpin.
Yeah, really on the move is he. But coming to the end of lap number 1, it will be Decran, and it will be the 48 of Rob Kirk. Started alongside him on the front row from third, the only other rider to start on the front row today. He'll be in P2. Langford up to P3 after, as you said, Tris, a phenomenal opening lap.
Yeah, making moves at every single corner. 3 in 1 down at Edwinas, which is not an easy task at all. So these guys are in the front then. Decran, as we thought, is going to check out. We'll keep an eye on his lap times as the laps tick away, see if he can beat his personal best. Then Kirk and Langford, see if Langford can get in the mix in that battle for P2. There's the number 137 that's of Arthur Woods, who is now out in the correct race and circulating on the Kawasaki 400. Almost went out with the pre-injection class, as we just saw one race earlier. But battles all the way through this field, then fighting for 5th place this battle here.
Absolutely. So riders now making their way through the bus stop. Of course, only one line through there, single file. And if you make a mistake, it could be Curtin's really aggressive curbs at that part of the racetrack that will happily send you over the handlebars of your bike. As here we see Ewan West in P4 currently. Doing a very good job, it must be said, on that Kawasaki machine, or Suzuki 650, should I say, and pushing his way onwards. But up in front, though, we got the 186 there. That is West that we're watching now, should I say. The 137 of Woods just behind him, though, and putting the pressure on. So really tight between these two in this battle for 4th place. Let's see, one of the prime overtaking opportunities here at Mallory Park is coming up into Shaw's Hairpin. Is there anything for anyone? The 186 goes defensive, tries to shove the 137 out, but he sweeps around the outside and gets that P4. That's a lovely move there to get up into P4 and maybe, just maybe, can try and hunt down a podium place. Problem there, that's the 81. And coming slowly, that's Ben Phipps, who we saw having a brief issue on the grid for one of our races earlier on. Had to wave to delay the start of the race to get a marshal over to help him. Now the 81 coasts back into the paddock. A real shame for him as this battle for P4 continues to rage on. Now we see West looking to the outside. The 186 can't find anything. The 137 of Woods holds on for the time being. But a really intense battle here for P4.
Yeah, these two locked together. That Kawasaki 400 showing that it can do the business against the big Suzuki SV650. So a good showing from Arthur Woods, from Ormskirk on that Kawasaki. These guys battling out on circuit. He's pulling away from that twin now as well. So that Kawasaki 400 doing a brilliant job, of course. Racing over in the World Championship, in the World Supersport 300 Championship, came into effect after they had the 300cc machines in there and really brought the class along over there. Of course, there was Junior Supersport over in BSB for a little bit, running those machines as well. And this is your race leader, the number 66, Mitch Decran, who's just ticking the laps away. 56.8 is the fastest lap of the race so far, and he's 10 seconds up the road from anyone else, making it look easy out there on that Suzuki SV650.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying along at the moment, isn't he? Just marks the halfway point in the race there. Lap 6 of 10 for Decran on the number 66 Suzuki. And still we wait for Kirk to cross the line. Has now done so, 12.5 seconds away. I mean, yeah, you can't really say anything else, can you? Decran, he's just out there and is just that much better than everybody else. That's all there really is to it. Fastest lap as well. His best lap, to my eyes, is 2.5 seconds quicker than anybody else's as well, which, I mean, again, he's 12.5 seconds up the road at the halfway point of the race. I'm not entirely surprised, but he just looks so at home and so comfortable. Here's a pair that don't look very comfortable, though. We go back to Woods and West, still side by side. The 186 of West now back in front. Of course, wearing that orange bib, still a novice rider, hasn't picked up his clubman licence yet. He doesn't have the experience. But in this fight for P4, West now gets back in front. As I say that, Woods to the inside. That is a wonderful, wonderful block pass there. And Woods to the inside. I mean, a lot of people don't like it, but it's just textbook racing. Stick it up the inside and shove them wide. It's perfect.
Yeah, perfectly done. Making sure that there was no route to the exit there for that number 186. And where has the number 37 come from? From absolutely nowhere. Morby's joined the party and is getting in amongst these guys. You can see the corner speed there for the Kawasaki 400. Brilliant little bike to be learning your craft on, of course, Arthur Woods. One of the youngsters in the paddock as the Suzuki 650 goes up the inside down into Edwina's. Good move there from the number 186, but what is that number 37 going to do?
What a great race we are seeing here in this battle for fourth place. Must be said, the 37, a Yamaha 350, significantly down compared to the other two machines. But while they've been fighting, going to try and make it 3 wide on the exit of Shorts Hairpin. Can't quite get it done up the inside, though. That's a lovely move there. Up the inside. Brilliant stuff there.
There's not many occasions where you make a move at the bus stop and you come out in one piece.
He's done incredibly well. Woods back into P4. The 37 looks to the inside of the 186. Up to P5 there goes Morby. Brilliant stuff up the inside. And again, this rider has come from out of nowhere while those two around him were fighting and is now taking advantage and maybe wants to have a go as well into Edwina's. No, he's too far back on this occasion, but the 37 has found a real lick of pace at this phase of the race. And I tell you what, we could be inviting the 59 of Calvin Grimes into it as well if we're not too careful. So the 37 looking once again on the 137, nothing on that occasion. But what a last couple of laps that Robert Marbury has had. The 37 up to P5.
Yeah, it's so good to see 4 completely different motorbikes with completely different engine sizes, completely different characteristics, scrapping it out together, and that's what you get in these EMRA club races, and it makes for a lot of fun racing as Morby goes up the inside into Gerard's. Is the Kawasaki 400 of Woods going to have anything to say about it? Hugs that tight inside line, but no way through this time around. Is he going to be able to make a move going down into Edwina's? Not close enough.
Wow, brilliant stuff from Marbury, who's suddenly just become alive as the race ticks on. It is the final lap of the race, by the way, for our race leader, wherever he may be on the circuit. I think he's just coming up to the end of Sector 1 now. Yes, there is Kirk. So Kirk in second place, just starting his final lap there. So the 66 of Mitch DeCram just coming through Edwina's now. Such is his advantage, 16.3 seconds. He has backed off in the last couple of laps. Yes, traffic may have got involved as well, but still, I mean, he had no reason to really even, be 12.5 seconds ahead at the halfway mark anyway. It's been a completely dominant ride.
Yeah, well, there's no one in this race on his same level. It's as simple as that. He's ticking the laps away, looking so smooth on the bike, and he takes the checkered flag, and that is victory for the number 66 of Mitch DeCram. But yeah, perfect ride.
Absolutely superb there from Mitch DeCram. And, caps it off in some style, it must be said. DeCram takes victory. Rob Kirk is set to finish in P2 and will do so now Marcus Langford. Oh, I tell you what, though, Marcus Langford on the number 9 was only 900ths away at the line. We had late drag race drama there for the podium places. But it is De Cran from Kirk, from Langford, your top 3. But what a race that was from De Cran. This battle rages on, though, for 4th place. Marbury does get it from Woods from West as well. Grimes never did get involved. What a fight that was for P4 between that trio. But it is Mitch De Cran who dominates by 18.6 seconds. Kirk pings it home in P2. Langford in 3rd. Robert Marbury was 4th, with Woods 5th and West in 6th. Grimes 7th. Greenway 8th. Horton 9th. And Rose rounds out your top 10. That is it for all of our race ones. Of course, the Byron Cup Championship already decided coming into this weekend. But all of our championships are now done and dusted. We can move on to our race, or not all of our championships, our championship, and this one is done and dusted, should I say. It's all of our race ones that are done and dusted as well. It is now all race 2s from here, 9 to come your way before we end the 2025 EMRA season. So let's go down into the paddock and hear what Trystan has to say.
Mitch, mate, I'm disappointed. Still no 55.
No. I'm going to leave the helmet on for this one because I'm knackered. But yeah, I'm trying to make it a little bit stiffer for corner entry, but it was just a little bit too stiff. So every time I sort of let off the brake into the corner, it wasn't sitting quite as low. So I'll try a different strategy for the next one, and I'll try to go a bit quicker.
Still 2 more races to go, so that 55's coming.
I'll do my best. If I don't, I'll crash trying.
We won't talk to you if you don't get it.
No, okay, that's fair.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Great to hear there from Mitch De Cran. And as the riders make their way out of the pit lane, it is time for race number 2s now, and it is race number 2 for the ACU British Ultra Lightweights, this guest championship that is joining us this weekend. And it's been fantastic racing from them. The wind was very much having an effect in race number 1 earlier on. It has now died down significantly. And only 9 races left to go in the 2025 EMRA season here at Mallory Park. What a day, though, it has been. What an entertaining spectacle we've been witnessing. One of the finest club championships and one of the finest racetracks you will find anywhere in the UK. Of course, it's a real pleasure having the ACU British Ultra Lightweights along for the ride as well. Making their way through arenas, they'll have 1 sighting lap, and then it'll be going to the grid. The grid will be different from race number 1. Believe, however, they finished race number 1. So just gonna wait for that to load on our timing screens to let you be able to run us through. But we've got a fair few riders coming in to this one. 23 entries into this one. I think it was 23 that joined us in race number 1 as well. So there's plenty to look forward to in this one. Trystan Finocchiaro.
Yes, the ACU Ultra Lightweights threw up something special earlier on in a brilliant addition to the billing this weekend. Of course, a champion already crowned in this championship. So nothing to lose for these guys, so hopefully it's going to be elbows out and we're going to see some bar bashing action in this one.
Absolutely. Someone a little bit out of place in the grid there. That's the 33 of William Greenway, who I think went for the wrong grid box. I think he may have gone for the 2x2 4-wheeled grid boxes that you see there, rather than 3x3 that's typically used for 2-wheel racing action here at Mallory Park. As we do get going, though, on our sighting lap, let's have a little run through the grid for you. It is David McGlone that starts on the pole position. Phil Atkinson in P2. Max Taylor starts in P3. Row 2 is Owen Monaghan with Paul Livesey and William Greenway alongside. It's Henry Greenway in P7 with Morgan Phillip in P8 and Stephen Colville P9. Dillamar rounds out the top 10 alongside Jeremy Scott and Austin Greenway. Alison Scott is 13th with Harrison Jones in P14 and Mason Mitchell 15th. 16th is Nathan Stockton with Alan Richardson 18th or 17th, Brett Moore in 18th, and then James Millington will be P19 with Erica Lawson in P20. And then again, we did have 25 or 23 entries into this class. Only 20 people made the grid for race number 1, so we'll wait to see how many we've got going out there for race number 2. Of course, this being the final race of the championship season. The championship's already wrapped up, so logic tells you that some people may have already packed up and gone home. It does sometimes happen.
Yes, yeah, but taking nothing away from the fact that this is going to be the grand finale for the 2025 ACU Ultra Lightweight Championship. Their second race of the weekend here at Mallory Park, and what better way to finish off the year than with racing here at the historical Mallory Park circuit. As these guys begin to line up on the grid for their final race of the weekend. Race 1 threw up something special. What are we going to see in race 2 here for the ACU British Ultra Lightweights?
For one final time in 2025, the ACU British Ultra Lightweights are getting ready to turn wheels in anger and go racing. The flag marshal moves out of the way for one more time this year. It is go in the ACU British Ultra Lightweights. That is a great start from Max Taylor from third on the grid, but the 173 from pole. David McGlone gets an even better run on the way into Gerrards and will lead the way. That's a battle for third place there. That's the number 16 of Owen Monaghan making his way through and up into third with a lovely move. Are they 5 or 6 wide, it looks like there, as they're heading through the back end of Gerrards before coming onto the back straight on the run into Edwinas. Look at Monaghan on that 16. He looks really, really racy, but backs out of it before they get to Edwinas. He's happy settling for third place and now reabsorbs that pressure from the 201 that he just ruthlessly took that third place away from. But it is the pole sitter that leads here, and fairly comfortably already early doors here at Mallory Park in the final race of the season. The 65 settling for second place as it stands.
Bikes everywhere on this first lap, especially through Gerrards. We go down into Shaw's Hairpin for the first time of asking then, and a whole plethora of different lines being taken there through Shaw's, down through the Devil's Elbow. There's already some big gaps forming halfway through this grid. Keep an eye out for the number 1. They're going to be getting their elbows out and fighting their way further up, but at the moment it is the number 173 of McGlone that leads the race ahead of Atkinson and Owen Monaghan. Max Taylor, keep an eye out. He was getting his elbows out earlier on in race 1, currently sat in P5, and there is that number 1 shoving it up the inside into Gerrards through this long sweeping right-hander. Still a long way left in this race.
Yeah, still plenty of time for things to change. As look at the riders looking left and right, and there goes the 33 looking to the outside as the number 1 goes to the inside as well. A brief 3-wide moment as the 757 drops way down the order. Stanaway struggling out there, it would seem, but through goes Fuller. That was a lovely move though by the pair of them as they continue to push onwards. The 33 as well. Also lovely stuff from Greenway. Oh, contact! How has he stayed on the motorbike? Unbelievable big contact from front wheel to rear wheel. Who was it that got involved with that? That was the 41, I believe, of Henry Greenway, who somehow is still in this race. That is unbelievable.
That was as close as you get to going down at Shaw's Hairpin with by staying on the bike. But yeah, heart-in-mouth moment there for Greenway on the number 41, who, according to our timing screens, is leading the race, but it definitely isn't. It's the 173 of McGlone that leads the race. But look at this now. He's got Atkinson all over his rear wheel. We saw these guys battling it out in race 1. Atkinson didn't quite have enough on that 50cc machine to stay with the number 85, the number 173 ahead of him. But in this race, seems as if he's got something else up his sleeve, perhaps a setting change or something's happened there for the number 65. But some brilliant corner speed from Philip Atkinson, and that's keeping him within contention for this victory. as he's all over the rear wheel of that number 173 as we go down Devil's Elbow. Won't be able to get alongside him down this straight. He's going to have to build up speed through Gerrard's and hope that he can make a move up the inside at Edwina's.
Yeah, that'd be the move you'd expect. I mean, you've got the Suzuki or the Honda 85 against the Derby 50. Of course, significantly less power from a 50 than a 85.
Yeah, look at that corner speed.
I mean, it's just ridiculous because you can probably just, especially because the wind's dropped a little bit, you can probably just keep it pinned the entire way.
You will be able
through.
to, yeah. It was flat out on an Aprilia 125, so on one of these it'll be flat out on an 85cc.
Yeah, and especially on a 50 as well. That's laid on the brakes from Atkinson, and that is wonderful, using the less weight on his bike to his advantage and getting it stopped and getting up into the lead as well. Brilliant stuff there from the rider on the 65, but the 173 is going to immediately respond to the outside, maybe ducks to the inside, no, decides to settle for second on this occasion. Maybe he knows his best option is a run down the front straight with that extra grunt from the larger engine underneath it. This will be, well, we are actually at the halfway point of the race. We're now going on to lap number 7, so 4 laps left to go. Again, the timing screen, despite the fact it says Greenway is leading, this is definitely the battle for the lead, as we said some laps ago. And coming through Gerrard's, nothing from McLaren to fight Atkinson on this occasion. And again, look at the corner speed that 65 is able to handle, able to carry so much, but then the punchiness of the 85 and all waving there. What's he saying? Is the 65 to the 173. He's clearly not happy about something, but the 65 stays in the lead.
It's almost like, go on then. If you're going to go past me in a straight line, go on then. Philip Atkinson there. Plus playing games with the number 173. Down into Shaw's hairpin then. Nothing that the number 173 McLaren can do about the corner speed on that yellow 65 Derby 50cc motor. Down through Devil's Elbow. Over half race distance between these two. Is the 50 going to be able to keep the 85cc machine at bay? You can see the difference in straight line speed there. Atkinson trying to go defensive down into Gerrard's. And then look, watch the difference in corner speed. Just watch the 50 pull away as it's flat out through this Gerrard's corner. It actually stays tucked in all the way through Gerrard's. And just because he's flat out, can keep the knees inwards and just stay completely tucked in, and then you can see the benefit that the 85 is getting from the slipstream even through Gerrard's.
Yeah, I mean, as it currently stands, it's advantage Atkinson, isn't it? It looks like McLaren just has no answer on his Honda as they come through to the bottom of the hill section. It'll be penultimate lap of the race next time by. That being said, the 173 looks like he has a huge run. Is he close enough into the... no, not quite into the hairpin. He'll have to stay there in second. It looks like he really struggles in comparison with the corner speed on the exit of the mid-corner, if that makes sense, especially through the hairpin. If you look there, it just almost looks like the bike dies as it gets to the exit of the mid-corner. Going into the exit of the corner, it just kind of almost hits a brick wall. It's really bizarre. Penultimate lap of the race, though. No, in fact, 3 laps left to run, should I say. Again, according to the timing screens, it's the 41 of Henry Greenway that's leading this race. He's actually down at about P6 or P7, I believe. It also says that he's lapped everybody in the field as well. I'm not quite sure I believe that one, because it's Atkinson and McLaren that are going wheel to wheel into Edwina's once again in the fight for the lead, and Atkinson is going to hold on, but they do have traffic ahead.
Yeah, so could this play a part in this race then? Lap 8 of 10. Atkinson isn't happy, but makes his way through, and they're both through. I'd say cleanly, they're both through. Down into Shaw's hairpin, then 173 isn't going to be close enough this time around. I don't think McLaren has any answer to Atkinson on the brake, so if there's going to be a move, it's going to have to be in a straight line.
Maybe we get drag race drama or something along those lines.
That would be cruel, wouldn't it?
That would be cruel, yes it would. Right, now penultimate lap of the race for these guys. Again, I think I got a bit confused in the last lap because, again, the timing screen says Greenway's ahead, so it's like half a lap ahead of everybody else. It's a bit baffling, unfortunately, but we push onwards anyway. 2 more left to go. And Atkinson still maintaining that lead, if even slim. Bit more traffic to contend with. He should be okay when he gets to Edwina's. Little check back, a look to the inside there from McGlone, but it's too far back unless he feels really brave. Atkinson is going to get held up there by the 77. And almost coming together. The 77 with a huge twitch. Alan Richardson, that was really, really tight. I don't think he expected him to come through. Does this open the door? Yes, it does. McGlone is going to get through on the inside with that extra grunt, using the momentum that he hasn't lost. But no, not quite. Atkinson later on the brakes, sticks it on the outside, and will keep the lead of the race as we go on to the final lap. It was nearly lap traffic disaster there, but I think he just about got away with it.
There was the door left slightly ajar. It wasn't locked, and he pushed it open. Brilliant move there up the inside. Almost curtains for the pair of them, but Atkinson controlling this out the front now, and the only real way for McGlone to get past now is going to be a drag to the line, unless he can get past on the small straight between Gerrard's and Edwina's, but he's nowhere near close enough on this lap, so it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Still, anything can happen in motorcycle racing.
Closing in, not close enough for the 173. McGlone will have to settle for P2 as they come to the final half a lap of the season. Does the 173 have anything in his locker, or is the 65 home and dry? Maybe he does. McGlone sweeps it round to the inside, but Atkinson is later on the brakes and tips it in well in front of his rival, who once again runs it deep on corner exit, and it is too little, too late for the 173 of David McGlone, because the season is going to end with a race win for Philip Atkinson, who will cross the line in last lap. No, it's the last lap. We're getting confused, but we're going round again. Maybe it's last chance saloon. We all thought that was checkered flag there, but we may have one more lap to end this race. Atkinson, or who knows, maybe it's last chance saloon for McGlone.
According to our title screens, Atkinson's won that race, although we're still going. So Atkinson is at least away. Got a little bit of lap traffic before he crosses the line to take the checkered flag. Is McGlone going to have any answer to him? I don't think so, but anything could happen with this traffic in between the pair of them.
Certainly could do. McGlone, anything this time. Atkinson hyper defensive on the inside, immediately chops back across. He sees the danger, but he will tip it ahead once again. McGlone far too deep, and now he is home safe and dry, and this time it will be the checkered flag. Atkinson, we thought he'd done it last lap. Second time's the charm. Final race of the season goes the way of the 65. McGlone will have to settle for second. What a ride though. What a tantalising battle. What a race between the top two, as Max Taylor will finish in P3 there. The rest of the riders bringing it home. But yeah, a little bit of confusion there at the end, unfortunately, but it is ultimately Atkinson that wins the race, with Dave McGlone finishing 6.5 tenths of a second away from him. A fantastic ride from the 65. It is Atkinson who takes the victory from McGlone. Max Taylor P3, Philip in P4. Paul Livesey is 5th, with Stanaway in P6. P7 is the 33 of William Greenway. P8 P8 is West on the 37. P9 is Scott on the 157, and P10 is Colville on the 85. Bear in mind the 41 of Henry Greenway may have finished at the back end of the top 10, but we're not quite sure because the timing screen is convinced that he won the race by a lap and a half. So it's anyone's guess there, but it is Atkinson that eventually took the checkered flag. After, to my count, we did a lap too many. But who am I to say what's going on out there? But what a great race that was there. Atkinson and McGlone putting on a display for us to all enjoy. And as the riders make their way back in, that is it in 2025 for the ACU British Ultra Lightweights. They'll, of course, be returning in 2026. If this is a championship you yourself fancy getting involved in, head down over to the ACU website where you can find more information there. As that was someone being allowed to cross the track. That's a bit cheeky. You're only allowed to do that when there is the circuit is closed, and it's very much not closed at the moment. But we'll push onwards anyway. Getting some other riders getting ready to head out onto the grid. As we're just waiting up next, the final race of this season for the EMRA Open and the Open 600 classes. But before we get to that, let's head down to Trystan, hear what someone has to say.
David, that was a close one. What was that like to ride?
That was a close one, yeah. I didn't see the last lap flag on that one. Phil was riding really, really well. So hats off to him. Yeah, it was a difficult one, but enjoyed it.
And just tell us how this season's gone so far as well.
It's been a bit of an up and down season. A couple of injuries. But generally been okay. I think I managed to finish second in the championship, despite missing around. So, yeah, it's gone well.
Congratulations, mate. Well done.
Thanks very much. Thanks a lot.
Cheers. Thank you.
Great to hear from some of our riders there. Yeah, sounds like some of the riders are a little bit confused at the end of that one, unfortunately, as well. But that's racing. Sometimes things go wrong. You have to plan and you have to prepare for anything to happen. So we're just having a little delay here, it would seem, before we get ready to get going. And that's because there is a van on the circuit that I can see out the commentary box window for some reason. Not quite sure why. Potential clear up, but I don't remember anything needing clearing up at the end of that one. But again, these are the final races, the final 8 races of the 2025 EMRA season. Obviously a big shame, but you know, time passes, seasons come and go, that's how it works. If you yourself fancy getting involved at the start of next season, make sure you head over to the EMRA website and find out more, find out how you can get involved, as we now have bikes heading out for the EMRA and EMRA Open classes, EMRA 600 classes, should I say. Of course, Liam Geacock, we're expecting to dominate in the Open 600 class. It is done and dusted. McMullen is the champion there on the number 81 machine after finishing class in race number 1 in the Open class. It is still very much on. Yes, it is still very much on. It's a 45-point gap in the Open class between Geacock and Alan Lane. So the only way that Alan Lane can clinch this title, Trystan, is if he wins and Geacock fails to finish in the points.
Essentially, it's very much Geacock's to lose in this race, and we've seen how fast he is, the level he has compared to the other riders on the grid, so it's very much just needs to bring it home. He's out there mainly for a bit of track time, bit of experience, bit of fun, so we'll see how this one pans out, but I'm sure he'll come home with the title. Don't want to jinx anything, though.
Well, you never know. Anything can happen in racing and in motorsport. As we see the riders making their way onto the grid. There is the man of the moment, Geacock. All he needs to do to win the championship is finish in the points, and he will be crowned champion. Well, of course, unless, you know, he only scores 4 points and Lane wins. But, you know, I don't think... Yeah, I've got the chance of that happening, I feel, are very, very slim. Let's run through the grid for you. It is Liam Geacock that starts from the pole position. Lee Rance alongside, and Jack Pearce completes the front row on his Kawasaki 636, leading the 600 race. Then Ryan Williams in P4, Stefan Ellis in P5, and Alan Lane only in P6 coming into this one. So he's got a huge mountain to climb if he wants to take this championship. Fred McMullen, your new Open 600 champion. He starts P7. Running at the top 10 is Lee Whitehouse, and following him on row 4 is Nick Curry and Andy Bauer. Jody Fieldhouse is 13th with Ross Haynes P14. Todd Lover is 15th, and Max Dixon is P16. We did have a few more, I believe, on the entry list, but I could be wrong. Yeah, there was 21 on the entry list, but only 16 made the grid in race number 1. and has get that very well, maybe lower, coming into race number 2, the final race of the season for these guys. And do you think Liam Geacock is feeling the pressure, maybe, knowing that, there is a possibility the title slips out of his grasp, or do you think he's just got his visor down, he doesn't really care?
I think he's mainly here to enjoy his racing. He's mainly here to go out there, spin some laps, as everyone here at EMRA is here to do. I think, if anything, a championship's a bonus.
Well, we'll wait and see. One championship here already wrapped up in the name of Fred McMullen. Another championship, Liam Geacock. And Liam Geacock and Alan Lane separated by 45 points. We are going for the last time this season. That is a great start there by Jack Pearce. And I tell you what, Alan Lane has got away superbly well as well and does challenge Geacock down into turn 1. But the championship leader holds firm from pole position, and the 55 will try and set off and depart from the rest of the pack. And already on the exit of Gerrards, there is a healthy lead for the 55, and Alan Lane could only watch as his championship dreams crumble before his very eyes. It's Liam Geacock from pole position that leads Alan Lane from 6th up to 2nd, but he needed to be in first to try and clinch it at the end of this race.
Now keep an eye out for that 144. Aprilia is really going to be the thorn in the side of that number 50, Alan Lane. We saw how fast Rance was earlier on in the first race, and also in the Mallory Trophy. And that Kawasaki 636 as well, putting himself firmly in the mix with some sideways action earlier on. So there's going to be some big moves made in this race. So the number 221 takes 4th place away from Pearce. That's Williams that's gone up the inside, who won earlier on in the rookies and is doing very well here in the Open 1000s as well.
Yeah, it's unbelievable performance for a rider who is very much considered a rookie and is allowed to compete in the rookies race. As there we see the 133 Pearce, who still leads the way in the 600 class race on that Kawasaki 636 machine. There is the gap that Geacock has over Alan Lane already, and Lane under big pressure from the 144 of Lee Rance on his Aprilia, and is already getting done potentially. Yes, he is. Into the bus stop they go. Rance is ahead. So Alan Lane's race goes from amazing to bad to potentially worse, although he gets a great run coming through Devil's Elbow, and he somehow snuck it up the inside. The 50 back up to 2nd, but here comes the 144. Moves to the inside into Gerrards. Is there the up and under maybe for the 50? No. He's going to have to stay there. And the more he fights, the more he hangs back. In 2nd, in 3rd, is the further and further away that championship dream gets as Geacock continues to slide away up the front.
Well, that is how you make a move at Gerrards. Firm but fair, and very much stated his intentions on board that Aprilia RSV4. Does the Yamaha R1 of Alan Lane, the number 50, have any answer for the number 144? It's now down very much to Rance to try and put the hammer down and see if he can put any distance in between him and the R1 behind him. But he's got a good drive coming out of the bus stop, good drive going down Devil's Elbow, but unfortunately was on the wrong side and might have just had to roll off there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it just had to get off the throttle just a little bit further back. That's a change there. Stefan Ellis on his R6 has got past Pearce for P4 to my eye, so he's got that run using the slipstream and the momentum, and maybe he fancies having a go on Alan Lane as well. That's as close as you like for the 543 and the number 50. And where has this come from? From the R6 machine. He's absolutely flying on this lap, and the R6 maybe trying to get in front of the R1 of Lane, and looking to the inside. Here comes the Kawasaki.
No, that's not going to end well.
Oh, that's as tight as you like. Somehow Alan Lane gets out in P3 ahead of all of the chaos. 3 abreast coming into Shaw's Hairpin. Wow, super tight racing. You can tell Lane knows what's at stake here.
Yeah, just hold your breath going down into Shaw's Hairpin there, and up the inside going into Gerrards. No way through that time. This is between the two 600s out on circuit, and they're very much holding firm against the 1000cc machines as well, which is brilliant to see. These guys swapping and changing positions through Gerrards. Hard on the brakes down into Edwina's. Hit the right, hit the left. Other way around, rather. Now through another change of direction, and that Yamaha R6 is looking racy. Are we going to see another move down into Shaw's hairpin? Very defensive there from the number 133, and almost manages to get up the inside of Alan Lane, but just a little bit too far back. That's Jody Fieldhouse on the Aprilia RS660 that's got it all wrong down at Edwina's. But these guys, there's nothing in between these two.
What a race we are witnessing in this battle for the back end of the podium, and up through goes Ellis on the 543, and these 600s are racing like they've got all of the horsepower in the world to keep up with the 1000 machines in front of them. It's ridiculous. Look at how hard they're pushing as well. Look at how the bike moves underneath them on the R6, on the Kawasaki. It's unbelievable to watch. It's halfway through this race, lap 6 of 10, 5 laps left in the EMRA Open season in 2025. Lane leaves the door open. Does Ellis fancy a go? He thought about it, a little bit too far back. Lane himself trying desperately to get in front of Rance, so that if something wrong happens to G-Cock, I think he knows he can't get G-Cock on pace alone to the outside on the R6. Not going to lie, against an R1 that was never going to work, but it was a mighty effort anyway.
Yeah, but it's the line he's got to take. He's got to be using those wide sweeping lines to carry as much corner speed as possible and really just use the momentum to keep himself in contention. Due to the nature of this Mallory Park circuit, it is possible to keep up with the 1000 cc's as we're seeing out here on circuit. But it's not the easiest of circuits to make an overtake if you're down on power. Then again, if he gets a good run through here, he can throw it up the inside at Shaw's hairpin, which I think we might end up seeing here, although the R1's got good drive down into Shaw's hairpin this time around. The RSV4's getting squirrely on the brakes into Shaw's. Meanwhile, at the front, G-Cock's just done a 52.9.
Oh,
52.4 even better.
As Lane putting the pressure now onto Rance again. Lane, at this point, I think he knows the best option to try and take the championship is he needs to get in front of Rance and then hope that G-Cock DNFs, he either falls off or has a mechanical failure. I don't think he's going to fall off, that's for certain, because he's riding so superbly as he has been every single time he has graced the racetrack this weekend, and the weekend before that, and the weekend before that. But still, we race on. We're heading on to the penultimate lap of the race for G-Cock as he rounds the Devil's Elbow in a moment's notice. And nobody else in sight. 17.5 seconds is the gap back to Rance in P2. Problems!
Oh no, Ellis has gone off.
He's gone straight on. Up
now,
into Shaw's
I wonder if something's gone on there in between those guys.
There must have been a clash of knees at the very least to get shoved out that wide, and that four-way battle becomes a three-way battle, and Pierce fancies it on Lane. Can't find anything though. Man, oh man, this is getting heated to end the season.
The final two tours of this Mallory Park circuit in 2025 for the Open 1000s and Open 600s. And what a grand finale this has been as Pierce shoves it up the inside of Lane at Edwina's. Perfectly executed there. Closes the door. Job done.
That's lovely from Pierce on the brakes, using the lighter weight of his bike to his advantage to get it stopped. As G-Cock now begins the final lap of the race. All crossed up there from Pierce. Just got it a bit wrong as he tipped it into the hairpin. Very lucky to stay on two wheels there. These guys will now be starting their last lap as well. And there he is, Liam G-Cock, with half a lap left to go. Just look how comfortable he is. And another fastest lap of 52.4. Well, it was a 53.2 actually, but a 52.4 is his best lap. And he has been phenomenal. All he needed to do was to not be outscored by 45 points to claim the championship in this one, which is a huge ask in the first place for Alan Lane. But Liam G-Cock has come out and dominated in some style to end the season with a bang, to take the checkered flag and to take the EMRA Open title with nobody else in sight. He came into today second in the title race. He leaves today as a dominant champion. What a performance. What a rider he is. And it will be Rance that finishes second, Pearce is third and takes victory in the 600 with Lane P4, Stefan Ellis able to finish in P5. McMullen, your 600 champion in P6, third in the 600s. But it is Liam Geacock who wins overall, wins in the 1,000, wins the Open Championship. Rance takes home P2. Pearce takes the win and P3 overall in the 600 class. Alan Lane can only manage fourth overall and third in class in the Open. Stefan Ellis is P5, P2 in 600. Behind him, Fred McMillan is P6, P3 in 600. That is your 600 champion, of course. P7 is Anderson. P8 is Pell. P9 is William and Galatovic. Rounding out your top 10. Wow. What a crazy, crazy race that was. Especially in that battle for the final podium places. Just absolute chaos. But Liam Geacock is your new champion in the Open class and makes it another championship here at EMRA. Of course, a rider, yes, with BSB experience. But what a race. Let's head down to Trystan and hear from Jack Pearce.
Some incredible racing once again, mate. Just how much of that do you actually remember?
Oh, mate, that was absolutely insane. It's one of my best races I've ever had, that. I was watching Stefan and Alan just getting tangled up, mate. I was like, oh, God, I'm going to wait to pick up pieces here. I don't know if you saw them make contact into hairpin, but, oh, my days, that was dicey.
Talk us through that moment.
Oh, well, I see Stefan trying to close him on the brakes, and I think he got a little bit too eager, like, but... yeah, I don't know how they both stayed upright, mate, so fair play to both of them. But it was a good spectator seat where I tell you.
Still another race to go in the Mallory Trophy. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good, mate, good. I'm hoping I can make it 4 out of 4 for today, mate. But fingers crossed, rear's tearing up a little bit, but a lot. But hey, well, it is what it is, eh?
You'll be fine. Skids and wheelies.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Keep going. Hammer down.
Yeah, mate, take care.
Have a good one.
Great to hear there from Jack Pearce, as now coming out to the final race of the season for the CB 500s and the Mini Twin class. Mini Twin Championship is still wide open. Mitch DeCran has been upsetting the party by turning up and winning a lot in terms of the points positions in the Mini Twin class. It's essentially whoever finishes first on the road in this race out of Mitch Nichols and John McLaren will be crowned champion. It is really, really tight between them. And, well, we'll wait and see how it's going to unfold. At the end of the previous race, Nichols did take P2, McLaren took P3, so it was an 8-point swing in the favour of Mitch Nichols, which means that the gap is now up to 15, if my math serves me correctly. Yes, it does. So it's a 15-point gap, so it's not done and dusted just like that, you know. So if McLaren wins and Nichols comes second, for example, Nichols is still the champion. But
be aware, Mike.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Looks like no Mitch DeCran, but he did take a slow lap to the grid last time out. Yes, there he is, the 66 coming into his grid slot. But there are your two championship rivals, Mitch Nichols, the 347 in P2, and P3, John McLaren, who's out there doing a fantastic job all weekend. But it's advantage Nichols in the title race, a 15-point advantage heading into this race. So we'll wait and see as they get ready to go on their site. Just run through the grid for you. It is Mitch DeCran starting from the pole. Mitch Nichols with a 15-point advantage over John McLaren there, P2 and P3. It's Morgan Fuller, Marcus Langford and William Greenway on row number 2, with Rob Kirk in 7th, Jamie Badams in P8, Reece Pentney in P9. Of course, those guys in the CB 500 Championship, which of course went the way of Jamie Badams earlier today. Reece Pentney, or Matthew Merritt should I say, is rounds out the top 10 with Ewan Weston P11, Dave Green is P12. Jordan Savage is 13th alongside him on row 5 is Calvin Grant and Oliver Horton. Owen Monaghan is 16th, Mark Dickinson 17th, Gareth Rose P18. Jacob Dyke is 19th alongside Andrew Green and Tom Middleton. Stuart Martindale is 22nd, with Michael Good 23rd and Dennis Ford in 24th place. James Barron starts 25th with Dave Trick in 26th. Stephen Lane is 27th with Stephen Kilpin 28th. 29th is Troy Johnsey. 30th is Angela Robinson. And then 31st, 32nd, 33rd will be our DNS from last time out. It's Lyndon Williams, Zach Chamberlain and John Pearson. So that is your grid then for the CB 500s and the Mini Twins. Of course, Mini Twin race, Trystan, still wide open, so still plenty to play for there.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, coming down to the final race of the year for these guys, and love it when it comes down to the wire. So still plenty to play for here at the final race of the year for the Mini Twins CB 500 Championship, already wrapped up by Jamie Badams. But this is the grand finale for 2025 as they look towards the lights for the final time. And the lights go on and off straight away, and they're all the way down into Gerrard's for the final time this season. It's a good start from De Cran, and it's a good start there from the number 140 as well, down into Gerrard's. They're all the way cleanly into turn one, but look at the corner speed from De Cran as he goes through Gerrard's for the first time. He's already got a good 3 or 4 bike lengths between him and Nichols behind. Langford there on the number 9 is currently sat in third place, with the number 140 dropping through the back. Oh, De Cran's gone down!
That is a big off as well as he goes tumbling down at Edwinas. He's straight up onto his feet. But De Cran from pole position. It's the first mistake we've seen, the first chink in the armour all weekend. And it has dire consequences as he's down and out of the final race of the season. What a disappointing way to end your season as well. But the main thing, he's up on his feet and A-OK. It'll be waved local yellows down into Edwinas. No overtaking there. But still, we will race on at the front of the pack. It is Nichols that leads, or actually Marcus Langford on the number 9, who's got in front by the looks of things. Yes, it is. So it's Langford from Nichols from McLaren. Your top 3. Again, as it stands, if they finish as they do, it is Mark Nichols that is your champion in 2025.
So now it's between these guys then. Nichols and Langford just locked together at the front of this race. Langford not currently showing up on our timing screens, but Nichols firmly in the mix there on the number 347. Langford goes defensive, although runs wide on the exit. And let's hope we get a scrap between these two then. Unfortunate that Mitch De Cran went down and out. I wonder if that's a victim of a setup change or something there. We know he's been changing and tweaking that bike to try and get trying to continually improve his lap times. But not the start to that race he will have wanted at all, and not the end to his Mini Twin season that he would have wanted at all. You'll see him out later on as well in the Byron Cup, so keep an eye out for him there, provided he can get that bike repaired in time. These two now then locked together at the front. Look at the corner speed from Nichols through Gerrard's. Langford having a much better race this time around, although he missed the apex there.
Yeah, it looks like a 33 of William Greenway has also got in front of the 140 of John McLaren. So, again, McLaren's hopes of clinching the Mini Twins title slipping out of his grasp potentially. He needs to outscore Nichols by 16 points in this race if he wants to be champion. Again, with double points, it is very doable if problems befall your rival. But right now, it's not looking very good. Challenging for the lead as well as Nichols looks to the outside into Gerrard's. Can't find anything on that occasion. He'll have to hold station. Langford still leading the way on that number 9 machine. Very, very comfortably as well. Look at Greenway, though, behind them on the Suzuki. Pushing onwards. Well, I mean, all the top 4 or top 5,
look at that move there at the inside. From what we think is Greenway, number 33, although he's got number 24 slapped on the front of the bike.
Maybe it's a different bike, or maybe it's a different person. The 24 Morgan Fulop is supposed to be out there. Maybe it's Morgan Fulop who is potentially also having transponder issues. That would explain a bit, maybe. Again, Fulop did start quite far up the grid, fourth place he started from. So maybe it's Morgan Fulop who's just not showing up on our timing screen. It's anybody's guess. Either way, Greenwood is in front of McLaren, so that must be, that's the 33 there. So it is Greenway. Fulop's gone for the lead, by the way. Fulop's got through.
Morgan Fulop. Absolute charge here. Where's this come from?
Morgan Fulop, welcome to the race lead. He moves up into P1. Of course, not on your timing screens. Even though he's in P1, everyone's getting demoted one position. Even if they finish like that, Nichols is still champion. He still outscores John McLaren. Morgan Fulop on an absolute charge here as they head to the bottom end of the circuit, look to climb up the hill into Shaw's hairpin. And looking further back as well, looks like maybe pressure there for Langford. Nichols looks inside, then outside. Langford hyper defensive on the inside, but looks like Greenway right there with them as well. But as they come to the line to mark the halfway point of this race, it's Fulop, Langford, Nichols and Greenway, your top four.
And Fulop's is pulling away from these guys now as well. So Langford, we saw, struggled for pace in race one, seems to be getting his elbows out in this one though, and able to cling on to these guys this time around. Fastest lap of the race though has gone to Greenway earlier on, a 58.2. These guys currently lapping mid-58s, 59s. So down into its wieners then. Of course, the grand finale for the Mini Twins and CB500s this race. Double points on offer this weekend. As these guys are locked together on circuit. They just seem to be getting the better of Langford now, as the number 33 now is firmly involved in this mix. Greenway, who set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, has now made his way ahead of Nichols. And there's some lap traffic getting in the way of these guys as well, as Fulop has checked out the front ahead of the number 9 Langford on the Suzuki 650.
Yeah, Fulop sees, he's checked out, hasn't he? He has gone way at the front. Greenway looks to the outside. This could be a very, very special move at Gerard. Surely not. Me, oh my, William Greenway, that is spectacular. Around the outside at one of the biggest corners in UK motorsport. Superb stuff to get into second place, and he gets through the lap traffic with no issue whatsoever. Langford must be sat on that bike thinking, how on earth did he pull that one off? Because the 33 has gone to P2 with something sent from above.
That is not a move you see often. Round the outside then at Gerard's, brilliant move from the number 33. Has Langford got any answer for him? Is he going to be able to finish in P2? This battle for the podium then. Fulop's absolutely cleared off out the front, making his way through some of the lap traffic. Surprised Nichols doesn't have anything to say. Seems to be struggling for pace on these last few laps. And 1 minute on that last lap, so I think lost a bit of time through some of the lap traffic. So hopefully for him, he can claw some of that time back with the guys ahead of him getting held up with lap traffic. We'll see how that one plays up. Straight on there for the number 33. How much time is he going to lose doing that? Looks if anything, it's actually game time. Yeah. He's found a shortcut around this Mallory Park circuit.
Yeah, he might get a penalty for that if he doesn't back off or concede the position, maybe. We'll wait to see what the stewards have to say about that
long lap penalty.
That's
that's another inventive line.
That's the motocross line coming through there. That looks to be was that the 726, I believe, of Dave Troop that just went straight on?
It's just the average CB500 line.
I mean, they can do it, so you may as well take it. It is lap 9 of 10, by the way. We are on the penultimate lap of the race. Greenway still holds on to second place. Race control have noted the cutting of that chicane. Obviously it's their decision whether they think he has cut it and gained an advantage, even if unintentionally, rather than lost time. There is Fulop, who still leads the race on that number 24 machine. He'll be coming to the final lap very, very shortly. A little bit of traffic up in front, not too much pressure from behind for Fulop out there. Nichols in P4. Yes, it's a bit disappointing he's not up there fighting for the podium, but I'm gonna take a guess, Trystan, that he knows the championship is here, and finishing in P4 is more than enough for him to do it. I think he'd rather just sit there and take the championship rather than push onwards and risk coming off the bike and walking out of here not as champion. Final lap of the race.
Yeah, last round of the year. You don't want to end your season with a face full of gravel, especially when it's been such an amazing season, as it has been for all of these guys. So look at this at the front here, then Fulop making his way through some of the lap traffic. Very, very close on the exit of Gerrard's through there. It's not currently showing up on our timing screen, so transponder isn't working. So will he get awarded full points for this? Will he not?
Well, I mean, check the EMRA website for more information, I guess, when they publish the full official results. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if he gets full points or not, because he's not in the championship fight. Coming around the final corner then, it will be Fulop, who takes a dominant win on that number 24, takes the checkered flag in the final race of the season. Greenway will bring it home in second, with Langford in P3. As on the timing screens, the checkered flag has not come out, but it is checkered flag out there. There is Badhams coming across. Nichols on the 347. He's already crossed the line. It is Nichols who is your mini-twin champion in 2025. On the 347 of Mitch Nichols, a huge congratulations is in order. Of course, the 24 of Morgan Fulop has done an extraordinary job out there in that race. He's shown them all how it's done, as Fulop has now found his way onto the timing screen, so his transponder has now started working late in the day. So Greenway does officially finish in second, and Langford, well, still unofficial, of course, but finishes in third as well. Of course, William Greenway, one of the moves of the season, one of the greatest moves at Mallory Park you will ever see on two wheels. Way back round the outside, Gerrard's fully pinned. No ifs, no buts, no maybes, just absolutes there from him. So Fulop has now been added onto the timing screen. So he does now, unofficially but unofficially, officially take the race win now that his transponder's kicked into gear once the checkered flag came out. William Greenway came home in P2 with Langford rounding out the podium. It is Mitch Nichols in P4 who is your new mini-twins champion, with P5 being Badhams, P6 being Kirk. 7th was Penny. John McLaren unfortunately fell down to P8 late in the race there, really struggled with the pressure and will have to settle for the vice championship. Still not bad by any means, with Dave Green in P9 and Marrett in P10. That is it for your CB 500s and your mini twins. New champions crowned in both classes here today in the form of Badhams and now Mitch Nichols as well, who did it with perhaps not his finest performance, but a performance that means he can walk out of here as the champion in 2025. Up next will be Class Kia and Sport Twins. Let's head down to Trystan, though.
Jamie, 2025 champion. What a season it's been.
Thank you very much.
Just tell us about it.
Yeah, it's been an incredible season. One that we didn't expect. We didn't think we would. Major surgery at the start of the year that we thought we'd be missing the year. So, this is the icing on the cake. We made it a little bit harder for ourselves than we had to last round. But, yeah, we finally got it done.
Well done, mate. Back out again later as well?
No, that's it for the day. So we'll get the champagne sprayed and get on the drinks now, I think.
Well done, mate. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Great to hear from our provisional CB 500 champion. Of course, all results still yet to be confirmed by race control. There will be in the coming days, I am sure. But, the 58 is very happy, as you can imagine. We've only got, 6 races left across the rest of the day before we bring an end to the 2025 season. We are running, unfortunately, a little bit behind schedule, but coming up now it is Classic Era and Sport Twins. The Classic Era Championship is done and dusted. Sport Twins, it is still open and still relatively tight. Josh Froggatt has a 17-point advantage coming into this race ahead of Simon Cooper. Now, Simon Cooper, that means that he has to outscore Froggatt by 18 points, which is quite a big ask with double points on offer. But, you know, well, it's less of a big ask with double points on offer, should I say, but it's still quite a big ask in general. Froggatt as well, starting from the pole position. And Cooper will be starting, a little bit further back in P5, although he does need to charge. As we get ready to go racing then, it is Froggatt that starts from pole as the sole sportsman rider on the front row. Ian Morgan and Darryl Lee in Classic Era will complete the front row. It's Carl Davis, the sole Classic Era bike, in P4 on the second row. Then it is Simon Cooper in P5 and Jack Andrews in P6. Daniel Pearson is 7th with Jody Fieldhouse P8 and Mark Brailsford in P9. Wayne Cockayne starts in P10 alongside Ian Kirkby and Ross Hayes. P13 is Robin Chambers with Christian Dinlock in P4 of the team. And P15 is Phil Thatcher. Andy Bolton starts 16th, but Anton Brett starting in 17th. Ian Matthews 18th. Aidan Galatovic 19th. And that is it. No DNFs in race number 1. So those are your 19 riders here. And again, big ask in place for Simon Cooper here, Trystan. Has to outscore Froggatt by 18 points to take the championship. Yes, it's made it a bit easier with double points here this weekend, so it's 50 on offer for a win, 40 for second place, etc, etc. But still, with how quick and how consistent Froggatt has been, it's tough.
Yeah, realistically, unless something happens to Josh, it's very much Josh's to lose. At the front of this one, he's been so fast, so consistent, mid-55s, and I think, you know, unless something happens to him, we're going to see him clear off out the front.
Well, that's what you'd expect, and especially with everybody else around him. 2, 3 and 4 on the grid, all Classic Era bikes running in a different race for the final time this season. Let's get the Classic Era and the Sport Twins underway. Great launch there from Darryl Lee. Josh Froggatt away from pole, good as well on the run down into turn 1. Froggatt has the last laugh into Gerrards. He will lead the way. Lee into second place. Ian Morgan on the 79 holds on to that third place position as the rest of the riders slowly try and scramble to find position and work their way around. The 110 hasn't disappeared from sight yet. He's still got Josh Froggatt in his view, but it's not done and dusted yet. Looks like, I believe, everybody else has pretty much held position away at the line. So as we come to about halfway round that one, it is Froggatt from the 110 of the champion of Darryl Lee, and then behind him Ian Morgan on the 79.
Froggatt getting away well at the front then. You see, just going into Edwina's first time around was a little bit tentative on that left-hander, of course, with the nature of this Mallory Park circuit. All the heat generates in the right-hand side of the tyres. You've just got to give it a few laps before you really push on the left, whilst Morgan almost has a look up the inside of Darryl Lee up into Gerrards. We've seen these guys locked together in the pre-injection class and locked together here on circuit in the Classic Era as well.
Yeah, running down into Edwina's once again. The 79 looks like trying to slowly reel in the 110. It's kind of what we've seen as the days progressed. The 79 seems to be a little bit better than the 110 machine of Lee, and maybe is thinking about having a look into Shaw's hairpin. The rear brakes all over the place and nearly drops the bike. Does Darryl Lee incredible job to stay on two wheels there, and incredible job to stay in second place amongst all that as well. Morgan didn't have an answer and couldn't find a way through, even though Lee looked like he was mid-crash for about 20 metres of the road.
Yeah, Darryl doing a very, very good job of defending there. Is late on the brakes, which makes it very, very difficult for Morgan to make his way through. But Morgan looking very, very confident on that number 79 machine. Good, nice swooping line through Gerrards, and looks very, very comfortable on that 79 machine. Through Edwina's then. Where's this move going to come? You know at some point Morgan's just going to throw it up the inside if he can get a good run through this far chicane. He can have a look at the inside of the Shaw's hairpin, but he's way too far back on this occasion. Lee got a very, very good run out of Edwinas and through the fast swooping chicane up before Shaw's hairpin. Through the bus stop, there's no way through there unless you want to run your opponent off the side of the circuit. Down through Devil's Elbow as these laps tick away. At some point there's going to be an attack from Morgan, although Darrell Lee, after being beaten by Morgan twice so far today, is going to do everything in his power to stop that number 79.
Still holding on though is Lee for the time being. Morgan just hasn't been quite able to get close enough to really launch a move. As they come to Edwinas once again. Again, it's one thing to be chasing, it's another thing to catch, and then it's another thing to overtake yet again. And I'm wondering if maybe Morgan at the current phase of the race, that 4 of number 10, just doesn't have that little bit extra to get through the 110 of Darrell Lee, who goes defensive once again into Shaw's hairpin. And at that time it does pay off because he maintains that position of P2, P1 in the Classic Era class as well. And coming down the straight, so I just don't think Morgan really has anything. The Suzuki 600 of Lee seems to be a bit quicker than the R6 of Morgan. Morgan does look to the outside there, but is too far back to really try anything. Tucks back in to see if the switchback opens up, but the opportunity never really presents itself. So we'll have to settle for second place once again for the time being. Let's just quickly recap on the champion situation in the sport twin class, as well as between Froggatt and Cooper, P1 and P5. Cooper is second place in the sport twin class. Froggatt, of course, leading overall is first. If they finish as they do, it is championship day for Froggatt. That is a really lovely move there.
He's going to run on, though, and makes it stick just about.
Yeah, that's executed lovely. Must have got a great run out of Edwinas all the way through the bottom of the circuit, and then coming up was well past Lee before they even got to the hairpin. So brilliant stuff there from Froggatt to get, or from Morgan, should I say, to get through Lee. The 79 up to the lead, up to second overall in the lead of the Classic Era class. And it is potentially a never look back moment. Halfway point of this race, lap number 6 of 10 here at Mallory Park in the final race of the season for the Classic Era and Sport Twins. And Morgan really pushing. You can tell he wants a race win to end his season on a high.
Yeah, he's got the better of Lee all the way through this weekend, and it looks as if he's going to do the same in this race too for the Classic Eras. In the Sport Twins, Froggatt has cleared off out the front, consistent mid-55s for 55.3, his best on that last lap. So Froggatt absolutely dominant at the front of this race and looking so good aboard that Aprilia RS 660, and such a factory looking outfit as well. Those guys put out a really nice looking bike, and the leather's matching as well, so it looks very professional. Going to the BSB paddock next year as well, which is good to see. Further back there's another Aprilia RS 660 of Jody Fieldhouse, who's already raced over in BSB in several different classes.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of BSB or future BSB talent here at EMRA. If you want to start club racing with the hope of one day making it up to the national level, well, this is the place to come and do it. And what a place to do it as well here at Mallory Park. Jody Fieldhouse having a very good run in race number 2 here, and thought about having a go there on a Did-A-Lot in a different class, of course, on the 146. Did a lot in the Classic Era. The Fieldhouse, meanwhile, in the Sport Twin class. She's currently running 4th overall in class as it stands. And they're desperately trying to make her way through, though.
There's going to be a move here.
There's going to be a move, and that's going to be a wonderful move if it comes off there. No, not quite. Coming down the straight, does Fieldhouse have anything a little bit extra? Looks to the inside. No, not quite on that occasion. Did a lot on the 146. Will hold on to that position. Again, this isn't fighting for actual class position. This is overall position. This doesn't really matter as Fieldhouse goes the long way around, and look at that. A brilliant move, and you can see her applauding herself because she knows that was special. Pulling out late out of Gerrards and gets it done. Again, it's a move that doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, matter. They're in two different classes, but it's P7 overall for Jodie Fieldhouse.
I think that was more of a follow me, I'll drag you to the next rider, which never normally works. But yeah, a lot of the time sometimes that's a tactic you do when you desperately want to get ahead of someone and you don't want them to pass you back. You're like, stay behind me. Like I say though, never works. They never listen.
Or in this case, they don't have the pace to keep up because Jodie's apparently disappeared halfway up the front straight anyway. So that being said, next on the list though for Jodie is the 14 of Jack Andrews, and that is for class, and that is for a podium position as well. So Jodie, I'm sure, will be very, very keen to try and walk away from today.
She's made up ground very quickly there.
Yeah, she has that 118. He's flying at the moment on that Aprilia. Just to tell she's hungry. It is the penultimate lap of the race though. In fact, final lap of the race for the race leader, Josh Froggatt. So running out of time potentially, but Jodie Fieldhouse very much could be looking at a very strong podium finish here if things go her way. Bit of lap traffic to contend with. She's going to have to go the long way around, and that has cost her a lot of time. Up the front though, it is Josh Froggatt that is set to take the championship, but will continue following this battle for the time being, as these guys now go on to the final lap of their race as well. The 7-2-1 of Josh Froggatt. We wait to see where he is. He's a long way up the road from anybody else, and he could very well be coming to the final corner in just a short moment's time. As there we see the 24 making their way across the line. That is Chambers, and there he is. Josh Froggatt with a dominant performance takes victory and takes the Sport Twins title in dominant fashion in the final race of the season, and wins by a very, very large margin. Ian Morgan and Darrell Lee round out the overall podium. That's 1 and 2 in the Classic Era race. Of course, that championship was decided earlier on, but it is Froggatt's day. He is the Sport Twins champion of 2025 here at EMRA. Cooper, who finishes 4th overall, 2nd in class, just did not have the pace to quite stay there. It is Froggatt who takes overall victory. Morgan and Lee round out the overall. They are 1st and 2nd on the Classic Era podium. Then it's Cooper and P4 is 2nd in Sport Twin. Andrews is 3rd by 17 thousandths of a second. That's how much Jodie Fieldhouse missed out on a Sport Twin podium there. Devastated for her. Did a lot. Brings it home in P7. Davis in 8th. Kirkby P9 and Brailsford in P10. That is your top 10 for this race. Final race of the season for the Classic Era and the Sport Twins. And it is Josh Froggatt who is taking the Sport Twins title in 2025 with a fantastic, fantastic ride. Let's head down to the paddock. To Trystan, let's hear what some of the riders have to say.
Well, Josh, you did it over at No Limits. Now you've done it here at EMRA as well. 2025 Sport Twin champion. How does that feel?
I'm over the moon, mate. I won it last year, defending my title. Probably know it's the last time I compete in this class. But yeah, I'm on the moon, mate. Definitely.
Next step's BSB now. What's your plan going into the off-season to try and get yourself prepared for that?
Firstly, get us BSB bike built. Try and get in a broad track day. And it'll just be one of the coldest ones in February, probably. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Best of luck, mate. We'll all be wishing you well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Great to hear there, Josh Froggatt, your new provisional Sport Twin champion here at EMRA in 2025. Of course, has already won championships in other series this season and going to the new National Sport Bike Championship in British Superbikes in 2026 as well. Fantastic, fantastic for him. As we now come to the final race of the season for the 80 to 450 class. And this is one where the championship is still mathematically on, but the gap is fairly large, it must be said. Paul Sawyer now has a 28-point advantage ahead of David de Groot. Despite de Groot's best efforts, Simon Cooper is out of championship contention as well as of the results at the end of race number 1. So it's all between Sawyer and de Groot. De Groot needs to outscore Sawyer by 29 points to be champion at the end of this one. It's a big ask, but it's not impossible. Anything can happen in racing, and anything can happen here at EMRA and at Mallory Park. Of course, all results from today are provisional. Full results will be published later on the website, on the EMRA website. So then race number 5 of the race 2's final race 2 of the season for the GP 80 to 450 class. And we couldn't have written it any better, because starting 1 and 2 is Paul Sawyer and David de Groot, your 2 championship rivals. De Groot, you see there on the blue 34, Paul Sawyer on the 441, black and pink to the right-hand side of your picture. Apparently de Groot thinks he's starting in 3rd. He's not according to my timing screen. Let's wait and see, unless he's made a mistake. Yes, I think he's now realised. Yes, he has, David de Groot. He was so locked in that he's decided he wants to start from 3rd place on the grid. But it's okay, David. It's just the sighting lap. Through comes the 137 of Arthur Woods, who starts from P3 actual. So then, that was a little bit complicated. This time it should be a little bit easier as we get ready to go out on our sighting lap. The flag marshal will point to the green flag. The green flag will wave, and it is one tour of Mallory Park Circuit before the lights go out for the final time this season. It is your championship pairing of Paul Sawyer in P1 and David de Groot in P2. Arthur Woods starts alongside in P3. Robert Movie is in P4 with Ben Phipps P5 and Ben Hemmings in P6. Row 3 is Harry Barrell, Callum Buck and Annabelle McCarthy. Austin Greenway rounds out the top 10 with William Round and Enzo Tobias Laturco in P12. Paul Livesey is 13th alongside Dylan Martin, Harrison Jones. Mason Mitchell is alongside Alan Richardson and Max Taylor. And then 19th, 20th and 21st will be Brett Moore, Erica Lawson, Simon Cooper, who DNF'd in race number 1, which unfortunately did take him out of championship contention. But in this one, Trystan, it's all to play for. It is, of course, a 28-point advantage for Paul Sawyer ahead of David de Groot coming into this race. It is Paul Sawyer P1 on the grid, David de Groot P2 on the grid. Could get a bit elbows out.
Yeah, and watching those guys battle it out earlier on in race 1 was something to behold. So looking forward to this one. We know de Groot likes to get his elbows out and gets a bit feisty on board that number 34. So looking forward to this one.
Should be fascinating at the very least. De Groot slots into the correct number 2 grid slot now. He's pointing at something, gesturing something at the camera. I'm not going to lie, David, I'm not entirely sure what you meant by that one, but cheers anyway. Meanwhile, title rival comes in. Sawyer doesn't even bother looking our way. He's got his eyes on the prize. It is all focus for the 441. As we wait for the grid to get filled out, we wait to get racing for the final time in the 80 to 450 class. And his red lights on. And it's a jump start for the Groot. Oh, you know, he had one job not to do it, and David de Groot has had a massive jump start and will get a penalty, and what was already a difficult job becomes even harder. There was another jump start in there as well. Believe it may have been Ben Phipps who also jump started, perhaps responded to the Groot going in front of him.
Yeah, easy to do. You see one bike move, so you move as well. And it's happened before and it'll happen again. But de Groot now leads the way with that jump start, so we're expecting a 5-second penalty to come his way. Either way, I don't think he's going to care about the 5-second penalty. He's going to get his elbows out anyway and enjoy a battle at the front. The only thing is, that does rob us of a battle for the championship.
Oh, you never know. It could be that, someone else gets a penalty for something, or We see Sawyer having struggles. You never know. It could go wrong for Paul Sawyer. I mean, obviously I'm touching it, I'm hoping that it doesn't, but anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. As we get to the end of lap number 1 then, it is actually Sawyer is now back in front of David de Groot, who we are expecting to get a podium. P3, meanwhile, is Woods on the 1 through 7 with Ben Phipps up to 4th place. That's a good start there for Ben Phipps. Barrel is P5, running round. Great start for him as well, up into P6. Fantastic stuff there. And you can see already the front 3 bolting away from the pack. Already a gap forming away behind them. Sawyer, though, with the overall lead, but again, we are expecting that penalty to come through for David de Groot at some point.
So yeah, something to keep an eye on, unless his reactions were just incredible and we didn't quite realise it. But no, he definitely looked like a jump start at the front of that one. Battles all the way through this field then. Currently look at the number 17 of Ben Phipps. Battling away in 4th place with Barrel, Round, Hemmings, Morby in there as well. So these guys close together. Sawyer, meanwhile, at the front has managed to put 1.4 seconds between him and Woods, although I think that is now, so we now have confirmation that de Groot does have that 5-second penalty. So currently on your timing screens, de Groot is now down in P3. I don't think that's going to stop him from getting his elbows out. I don't think it's going to stop him from making a move on Sawyer if he can get close enough. Meanwhile, we still look at this battle for 4th place with these guys locked together so closely. The number 37 there, Morby all over the rear wheel of Ben Phipps. Brilliant class, this in the EMRA Racing Championships for young riders to get involved, learn their way on big circuit racing. As Phipps goes up the inside, defends that nicely and forces the number 37 of Morby wide. And no way through at the moment. There's a whole gaggle of riders behind the number 17. This battle for 4th goes down to 10th place, Buck in 10th. So these guys all locked together. Meanwhile, Sawyer's ticking the laps away at the front at 1 minute 1.0 on that last lap. De Groot 1 minute 0.6. These two, despite De Groot's 5-second penalty, he's latched right onto the back of Sawyer. So we have now had that penalty confirmed, and it will be 5 seconds added to the time at the end of the race for the number 34 of de Groot as he looks up the inside at Shaw's hairpin. A little bit too far back to make that stick that time around, and just about managed to stay to not collect the rear end of the number 441 there. We know he likes to get lively, and despite the 5-second penalty, as we've said, he's going to get his elbows out and he's going to try and throw it up the inside of Sawyer. And if he can try and unsettle Sawyer, you never know what's going to happen.
No, that is very, very true. So
mind you, Sawyer just went sub 1 minute on that last lap, so that's quite impressive.
Yeah, that's fast. 59.542 on the previous tour for Sawyer. Still battles elsewhere as well. That's Ben Phipps getting the elbows out alongside Moby. It looks like he's managed to get in front of him as well for P4 on the run down to the line. And de Groot has got through now. So de Groot leads the race on the road on the timing screen down in P3 as it stands. And it's not enough. I mean, even if they were to finish like this and it was actual, there was no penalty for de Groot, it would still be Paul Sawyer as champion. It wouldn't be enough. But now the stakes are so much higher for David de Groot. The task so much more mammoth as they reach the halfway point of the race. With that penalty, he is in reality about P3 on the road. And unless he's able to really start pulling away from Woods, it's likely he's going to stay there.
Yeah, he likely doesn't know it at this point. I mean, it was quite an obvious jump start. He'll probably know that he's done a jump start, but might be hoping that he's gotten away with it. Either way, all he can do is do the best race that he can and hope that he comes away with victory. But at the moment, it's not going to be enough. I think Sawyer will have seen that de Groot got a jump start and will be expecting a 5-second penalty to go the way of de Groot, and doesn't want to get Just one going to get bashed into the side of, although it would be good to see a battle between those guys. And this battle for 4th place is now Morby who's gotten the better of Phipps, although now Phipps has now gone back in front of Morby once again. So these two swapping and changing positions. Phipps benefiting from the slightly lighter, not carrying as much weight on that motorcycle. But Morby up the inside at Shaw's hairpin just put Phipps under pressure there. And forced Phipps wide, took advantage straight away. That number 37, Phipps though trying to go round the outside, round through Devil's Elbow, down the front straight. He's got a little bit more top end on that machine. Like I said, not carrying as much weight on board that bike.
Nice stuff there from Ben Phipps. Again, started his day off with mechanical issues on the grid. Did the right thing, of course, waved the marshals over, got the start delayed while they tried to figure out what was going on. But since then, his day's just been going up and up and up, and now P4. Again, I don't think he's going to be close enough to get into P3, even with that degree penalty that demoted him to P3 on the timing screens. But it's still a mighty performance nonetheless. And still just about holding off the 37 as well, who does look to the outside, does Morbury. Does he fancy it? Yes, he does. Is that confirmed? Yes, it is. Brilliant move there. And is that someone coming up the inside? Was that lap traffic or someone genuinely making a move? That's the number 11.
That's Barrel.
Where did that come from? From out of nowhere, quite frankly.
McCarthy.
Yeah, McCarthy
has come from nowhere.
Yeah, bizarre stuff. McCarthy's come from absolutely nowhere. Of course, immediately loses out again. Phipps goes back through on the inside. Chaos here, chaos. In the meantime, David de Groot is now far ahead enough of Woods in P3 that he's now P2, but again, it's still not enough. If they finish as they do with 3 laps left to go, it is Paul Sawyer, your champion.
Yeah, so such a shame that we've had the championship decided in this way. It would have been good to see a straight shootout between de Groot and Sawyer. Meanwhile, I think on circuit we may still well do. Sawyer has now got back ahead of de Groot on track. And of course in the championship as well, it's going to go the way of Sawyer, provided he can keep it sunny side up. These guys though, battling it out. The pure torque of the 400cc engine compared to the bikes around him enables him to get under the inside out on the exit of Shaw's hairpin. Now Morby's got ahead of Phipps though. He's managed to put a couple of bike lengths in between him and the number 17. This is a battle that rages on lap 9 of 10 here at Mallory Park for the final race of the year in the GB80 to 450 category. These two absolutely locked together on circuit. Phipps had plenty of corner speed round Gerrard's, flat out through there on one of those little bikes. Now can he go up the inside at Edwina's? Morby's got a little bit more on the brakes.
Yeah, just closing the door, sweeping it around the outside. Of course, Morby, yes, a little less top end from that 125 motor, but you get the benefit of the bike being lighter. It's easier to turn, it's easier to stop as well. So that's what he's using to his advantage coming into the slower stuff. That being said, Phipps, shoved out well wide, and he's going to lose out as well. A bit of lap traffic has slid back in front of him. It wasn't a block pass, he just got it a bit wrong and then got hung out to dry by himself almost, bizarrely. But a mistake that maybe sees him tumbling down the order. Sawyer back to the lead of the race on the road. And I think it might be a 10-second penalty, in fact, for de Groot. It is, in fact, the last lap of the race. It says on our timing screen it's only a 5-second penalty for de Groot, but with plus 10 on the timing screen, it must be plus 10, I guess.
He's definitely not 5 seconds behind.
He's definitely not 5 seconds behind at all. But as they come down through the bus stop for the final time, de Groot made itself harder with that jump start. But at last, Paul Sawyer takes the checkered flag. He is the GP80 to 450 champion in 2025. And what a performance it was as well. With David de Groot, he finishes second. It was an amazing ride, but that jump start made things so much harder for himself. And as a result, he had issues. And Ben Phipps has come grinding to a halt. Up at the hairpin. Was there contact or was that a mechanical issue? Oh, what a shame there for Ben Phipps, who's going to be falling down the order. We're still waiting for a fair few people to cross the line, so this result graphic may change on the fly. Yes, it is. But it's Sawyer who takes the win in the championship. De Groot, even with that penalty, does finish in second place, with Woods in P3. Morby was fourth, with Barrel fifth, McCarthy in sixth, Round seventh, Hemmings eighth, Callenbach ninth, and in 10th was the 4-1-1 there of the 4-1-1 of one of the Greenways. That was Austin Greenway. But it is Paul Sawyer who's your new champion. You've got to feel for David De Groot, who, despite having that penalty, did ride a fantastic race. But it just wasn't to be. The odds were too stacked against him anyway, in my opinion. But it is the 4-4-1 of Paul Sawyer, who is your new 2025 GP80 to 450 champion here at EMRA. And with what a performance, what a weekend he has had to confirm it as well. Simply phenomenal all day long. It has been superb. It simply has. And, it's a very well-deserved championship for Sawyer, it must be said. But your heart does still have to go out for David De Groot, who, despite his best efforts, one small mistake at the start of the race gets a jump start, and that is a plus 10-second penalty. And there is nothing you can do about that one. That's it then for the GP80 to 450 class. Hope you enjoyed all of today's action so far. Please do let us know where in the world you are watching from, who you are here supporting, and let us know what you are thinking of the final race of the 2025 EMRA season here at Mallory Park. It's been great to see so many people watching along, showing their support for friends, families, and of course just watching along, supporting in general as well. It is always an absolute pleasure to see that. As there we see some of the riders for the next race getting ready to head out. That is for the rookies' final race of the season. No, in fact, it is the Mallory Trophy that's up next. I made my mistake. So Mallory Trophy heading up next, and this one, the championship. Well, in the main Mallory Trophy Championship, it's in the 600 class, it's done and dusted, that is all over. In the Mallory Open Championship, I guess, it is still red hot. Liam Geacock on 300 points, Alan Lane 296. It is as close as you like out there. And it is advantage Geacock, of course, and we know how quick that man is this weekend. It's going to be tough for Alan Lane to beat him, but with only 4 points in it, it is essentially, unless they both have an absolute nightmare and fall way down the order, whoever finishes in front will take the Mallory Trophy title. So, all to play for in this one then. As they make their way round, of course, they'll come to the grid. One sighting lap, as it has been all throughout. As I just said a moment ago, let us know where in the world you are tuned in from. And we've been really enjoying all of the action here today. As there we see, that's Josh Roggett there on the 721. The 133 of Jack Pearce also coming along, but we're waiting really for our two main protagonists, the 50 of Alan Lane, as he comes in there, slots into his position on the grid, P5, and then up into the pole position slot is Liam Geacock on that Honda CBR 1000. Lee Rance alongside as well, just to make things even more complicated for Alan Lane. It is Liam Geacock, the championship leader by 4 points, that starts this final race in the Mallory Trophy from pole. Lee Rance starts alongside Jack Pearce is P3 and leads the 600 charges on that Kawasaki. Then it's Stefan Ellis on P4 as a 600. Alan Lane starts P5 on the R1, and then George Anderson in P6 on the R6. Then it's Josh Frogger in P7, Andy Bauer P8, and Simon Taylor P9. And it's Lee Whitehouse rounding out our 10-rider grid for this one. Not a massive grid here, Trystan, but it should be a fascinating race because, yes, you'd expect Liam Geacock probably going to disappear up the front, but some riders who've been looking really, really strong, especially as the day has got on and the temps have maybe started to drop off a little bit and the wind started started to go away as well. For example, Stefan Ellis has just come alive in the last couple of races.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of really fun racing between the lot of these guys, so I'm excited to see what they've got in store for us in this one. Some big moves being made between the Kawasaki of Pierce and the Yamaha of Ellis, so hopefully those guys can throw up something special in this one as well. But yeah, all of these guys behind G-Cock have all been making some sketchy overtakes, but it's been enjoyable to watch.
It has been indeed, but it is of course advantage G-Cock in this one. 4 points is his advantage as it stands, but he has the advantage of starting from the pole position, while his championship rival Alan Lane only starts from 5th for the final time this season in the Mallory Trophy. It's go. Great getaway there from Jack Pierce on that 600. Alan Lane once again with a blistering start, and he will take the lead surely into turn 1. No, G-Cock holds firm on the outside into Gerrards and will confirm that P1 position. Alan Lane will be thinking, how I did everything I had to do and I still don't lead after Gerrards into Edwinas. He's under huge pressure as well from Ellis. The 5-4-3 R6 slides on by to take second place overall. That's a wonderful move there, and Ellis looks phenomenally racy early doors.
Yeah, I really like the way Stefan Ellis rides. You can tell he's having fun on board that R6 machine. Was so unlucky earlier on in the Open 600 race, but really come alive here for the Mallory Trophy. The final race of the year in 2025 for the Mallory Trophy. Let's hope for a grand finale here as we cross the line for the first time 10 laps of this Mallory Park circuit, and we're going to have a champion decided. G-Cock is your champion-elect. 57.6 off of a standing start is ridiculous.
That is ridiculous. Mason Pierce looks like he may be struggling now. The 1-3-3 after a blistering launch.
There around the outside of a 600 on the little twin.
Froggatt feels really racy as well, doesn't he? Pierce as well. A blistering reaction at the lights going out, but just struggling for immediate pace out there, it would appear. And Froggatt looks like he wants to try and take on Lee Rance, because the 1-4-4, I don't think he knows he's there yet. As I say, that Pierce maybe tries to have a go back again. Can't quite get it. As there we see Alan Lane, still P2 in class as it stands. Stefan Ellis on that R6 in the Mallory Trophy 600 division, so to speak. So at this point, if you're Alan Lane, you probably just sat there praying to the racing gods that G-Cock has a mechanical failure or makes a small error and eats a face full of dirt or something like that, because right now that's probably the only way you're realistically going to be champion. And when the checker flag falls up the inside, maybe it goes to 1-4-4, that might be overcommitted. Somehow Lee Rance gets it stopped as there's 4 bikes fighting over centimetres of racetrack here at Mallory Park.
Froggatt's got to be careful here because he's making all his time up in the corners compared to the 600s and thousands around him, and it's meaning he's having to make moves like that, threading the eye of the needle. And just as I was saying, he's got to try and be careful, could easily get caught out. He gets caught out, but it looks as if he hasn't lost too much time. He's still on the back of the Kawasaki, so hopefully we see a bit more life, a bit more fight left in him throughout the rest of this race. Unfortunately, I just jinxed him there.
These guys are absolutely ripping it up out there. They know it's the final race of the season and they want to put on a show out here. And there's that Froggatt trying to go the long way around the outside. No, didn't quite get it. Maybe to the inside though, coming into wow, that was so brave on the inside. And Josh Froggatt, fantastic stuff on the brakes there through Edwinas to get up to what is P5 overall and P2 in class. And looks like Pierce just doesn't quite have an answer at this early point. Yes, he is on that twin machine. It gives him a bit of a difference, but on the brakes, the 721, unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. And like I say, around this Mallory Park circuit, luckily there's no big long straights. You can make the difference even if you are down on power. You see there, he managed to just about hold his own on the front straight, just purely down to the exit speed he carries out of the bus stop and down through Devil's Elbow. This guy though, he's got all the power, he's got all the talent, makes it look easy. all things that we've already said about him. There's not really much more left to say. He's out there doing what he does and doing an incredible job of it consistently in the 52s, 53 on that last lap. But these guys now, Froggatt on an Aprilia 660 is catching the RSV 4000 Aprilia ahead of him.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? And again, as you said, Mallory Park is a circuit where the differences between the bikes not huge because there's no massive long straights, and there are a few tight and twisty sections that actually do benefit the smaller, more lightweight bikes. But still, you'd expect, the big full Monty 1000 to be a bit quicker, wouldn't you? But Froggatt is keeping those around him very honest. He's already got ahead of Alan Lane on the previous tour, who once again is watching, unfortunately for him, a championship slip out of his grasp. And Froggatt really wants to put the pressure onto Rance now and get onto the overall podium as well. As they come into Ed Wieners, we are halfway through this race, lap 6 of 10 here for the final race of the season in the EMRA Mallory Trophy in 2025. Rance on the 144, does he feel any pressure? How does Froggatt feel? Again, looking superb on the brakes into Shaw's hairpin. Not close enough on that occasion, but you've got to be thinking he's probably thinking about setting it up at some point.
Yeah, the difficulty is when you're behind a bike that's so much faster in a straight line is figuring out where to make that move stick. It's got to be in between corners, from corner to corner. You see the gap that Rance leaves on the straight. So really, what Froggatt needs to be doing is getting as much speed through Gerrard's as possible and hoping that then he can line up a move up the inside of Edwina's. But looking at this lap, not even that seems to be possible, so it's going to need to be something inventive.
Yeah, absolutely has to be. There is Alan Lane in P3 again. His best bet of winning this championship is to hope that G-Cock DNFs now, and I can't say how likely that's looking. Whoa, look at the movement from the 144 as it catches the bumps incorrectly. Rance happy to let it slide away underneath him. And of course he stays in that position, doesn't lose that much time. Froggatt though will be watching that bike move, because when you see the vehicle in front of you moving around that, it tells you they're pushing, they're starting to overstep the limit. And when you're a rider, is that more of a confidence boost to yourself, Trystan, because you know they're right on the edge?
Oh, definitely, yeah, because you can see that happening, and then obviously that gives you the confidence to exactly like you say, it's a massive confidence booster. This guy at the front doesn't need any confidence boosting though, does he? He's doing everything he needs to do at the front, and this is actually really, really good experience for Josh as well, because obviously a lot of the time he's spending leading races, clearing off the front. When he's in the BSB paddock, he's going to need to learn how to battle, and he's shown in this race that he can get his elbows out and that he can fight with the guys around him. Granted, they don't have the corner speed that he has, but it's also not an easy thing to be overtaking bikes that have got double the power of the bike that you're on.
Very, very true. G-Cock, long way round, penultimate lap of the race, and destiny awaits the 55. He is only a handful of kilometres away from being the Mallory Trophy champion and adding another title to his list in 2025 as he rises the hill on the way into Shaw's hairpin. Takes the inside line this time. Again, all just looks so comfortable. It doesn't even look like he's pushing, but he's still able to lap 2 or so seconds quicker than anybody else into the Devil's Elbow. He will see the yellow flag with the black cross, and he will know one more tour separates him from glory.
The final lap of 2025 in the Mallory Trophy, and a champion is going to be crowned here at the Premier Class in the East Midlands Racing Association 2025 Championships campaign. It looks as if it's going to go the way of Leon G-Cock. Just needs to bring it to the flag.
He does indeed. Bit of traffic to negotiate, but no issues. Just gets on the power, and underneath them, coming to the bottom of the hill. And now up the climb he goes. The 55 will surely know what awaits him. The nerves will be jangling. What is running through that man's head? Well, it's about to be pure elation. It has been a dominant couple of weekends, and the 55 is on top once again. He takes the championship in some style in the final race of the season. Leon Geacock is on top of the world once again here at Mallory Park, and takes an absolutely dominant victory. Ellis is going to finish in second. Who finishes third overall? Because it looks like Pierce is back there right away. It is Rance from Pierce from Froggatt, your top three, or your 3, 4, 5, should I say, who round that out. Of course, Rance second in the 1,000 category. Leon Geacock's being told off by the marshals for something, but it's Leon Geacock who takes the win. Stefan Ellis, second overall, first place in the 600 class. Rance is third overall, second in the 1000s. Pierce fourth, second in the 600. Froggatt third in 600. And Alan Lane, it's been a pretty torrid weekend by his standards. Only sixth overall and third in the 1000 class. And although vice-champion watches the championship slip out of his grasp once again. Anderson was 7th with Whitehouse 8th, Bauer 9th, with Taylor 10th. Looks like we lost Dixon in that one, unfortunately. As Geacock makes his way into the paddock. But what a performance that was there from Leon Geacock. Once again, Stefan Ellis as well. Big shout out. That was an unbelievable ride on that Yamaha R6. And that is it for the Mallory Trophy. We've only got 3 more races to come your way in 2025. Before we get ready for those, we'll have a couple more bits, of course. The rookies up for their final race, the pre-injection and the Byron Cup to end it all. Let's head down to Trystan, though, and the paddock.
Leon, 2 championships in one day, and it looked like a nice, easy Sunday ride for you.
I just enjoy riding a motorbike. The championships are a bonus, obviously. It's a shame that obviously I've beat Alan at the championship when he was leading up to here, but I got asked in the week by certain people to pull in and let Alan win the championship. When I started racing, you never won it like that. You always won by the best man winning, and that's what made me faster. And I think everyone in the club wants the same thing, so I just enjoy riding a motorbike, and I'll keep doing that until I stop enjoying it. If I win championships, it's fantastic. I just say thanks to obviously the Lakeside Diner and Aubrey Gates for their support this year, and obviously the club for doing a fantastic job. Just keep enjoying it and keep riding.
Brilliant, mate. It's a joy to watch. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks, everybody.
Cheers, mate.
Great to hear from double champion Leon Geacock there. What a performance, what a weekend he has had. Just dominance defined out there for the 55, and he is a double champion of EMRA in 2025. And to be brutally honest, there wasn't a lot of competition. Such is his level. It'll be the final race for the rookies coming up next, and I can see them heading out from the dummy grid now. And this should be really entertaining. This one, of course, this championship is done. In fact, we have no championships left to run, I do believe. I think, or no championships left to decide, should I say. Yes, everything has been all confirmed now. So all of our championships now decided here at EMRA. We are simply racing for fun now for the last 3 races. 30 more laps, the 2025 season. Of course, the rookies race up first, then it'll be the pre-injection. And then to end it all off, it'll be the Byron Cup before we end the season there. So the rookies making their way around. I'm not expecting it to be a huge grid coming through. Looking like we're only going to have 10 riders out there, which looks about right. And as the riders make their way down, Trystan, we've had a fantastic weekend of racing in the Rookies Cup here at EMRA. And one more race to end this season. You've got to be thinking these guys know that they want to get the overs out potentially a little bit.
Yes, yeah. For a lot of these guys, this is going to be their last time competing in the rookies classes before they move on to one of the other classes, possibly the Open 600, Open 1000, or any of the other classes we have here at EMRA. Before they move on to the big classes, this is their last chance to get some silverware in the rookies class, and hopefully it'll throw up a grand finale here for the rookies at Mallory Park.
We'll have to wait and see. It is Ryan Williams who starts from the pole position with Douglas Robinson in P2. Adam Masters completes the front row. Joshua Galatovic is P4 with Gary King in P5 and Nick Curry in P6. Adam Judge is 7th with Kelvin Boltwell in P8. Todd Lava is 9th, and Alex Christophe is our 10th and final rider to make the grid in this final race of the season. 10 laps of course, or 13.9 miles in old money. We'll have to wait to see how it's all going to unfold. Of course, not a massive course here at Mallory Park. It's one of the shortest actual permanent circuits in the country, only coming in at 1.4 miles or 2.27 kilometres in youth speak. Although no one actually really uses kilometres in this country, to be honest. But 10 riders out there for 10 laps. And well, there's a fair few that could be winning this race, because it was all pretty tight at the end of race number 1. Any predictions, Trystan, apart from the fact that we're going to have an amazing race?
You took the words right out of my mouth. No, 100%. I mean, we saw a very, very strong running from Williams earlier on that Yamaha R1. I think Masters can throw a curveball if he can get in the mix between him and the number 99. I think it's going to be a close battle, but let's wait and see.
Absolutely. Red lights go on and the red lights go out. We go racing. Great launch there from Ryan Williams from the pole position. Masters also got away well, and Masters very may well have the lead. No, the 2-2-1 cuts in front into Gerrard and will hold the lead from the pole position as they make their way round. Bit of a battle further back. That looks to be for third place. Believe that is Masters and Joshua Galatovic getting close. It is, and Galatovic in fact has got through. And in fact, it was Douglas Robinson, not Masters. So Robinson, a mistake though from Galatovic, allows the 99 who started in second, drop down to fourth, back up to third, coming through Ed Wieners before they start the climb up the hill and into Shaw's hairpin. Already a pretty healthy lead for Williams, looking to the inside with the orange bib on is Robinson. Can't find anything though. Have to settle for third at the moment as we come to the end of lap number 1. It will be Williams from Masters from Robinson, your top 3. Unless maybe, no, they're not going to quite change places just yet. Yes, it will be Williams from Masters from Robinson, your top 3.
Williams pulling away on that R1 machine, bellowing down the front straight. Now these guys locked together. I think in Masters, if he can get involved in the mix, he always throws in some interesting moves, as we saw last time out, round 6 here at Mallory Park. It's round 7 though, and it's the final race of the year, and nothing to lose between these guys. Who's going to take the final honours? These guys have been battling all season long. Masters, Robinson, Galatovic, and we know that they like to get their elbows out down into Shaw's hairpin. Here comes the number 99 up the inside, makes it stick. Is he going to run wide on the exit? No, gets it covered off nicely.
That was real. I thought he was locking up there for a second, so did a great job
probably
to
was,
get it. Yeah, he probably was. Did a great job to get it stopped coming into the hairpin, and he'll take P2 away from Adam Masters on the number 82 machine as the sun beginning to set here at Mallory Park. Again, a day when it was supposed to be stormy and rainy and miserable. But the racing gods, the weather gods have thrown us a bone, and we're ending under glorious sunshine here in Leicestershire. As they come down, that is Galatovic in P4, looking for a way potentially past Adam Masters. Can't find anything at the moment, but they're going to push their way onwards anyway. Galatovic struggling a little bit through that slower section on the R1. Of course, ahead of him, Masters on the R6, a bit more lightweight, even with less power. Means easier to get the braking done, easier through the corners as well. As they come through the bus stop chicane there. Ryan Williams has checked out at the front. He's miles ahead of everybody else. P2 and P3, though, only 0.4 of a second separating Robinson from Masters on that occasion. It's very tight between them.
Yeah, Robinson pulling away from Masters a little bit, although Masters digging deep to try and stay on the back of the number 99. Just feels like Robinson's got a little bit in his back pocket over the number 82, but Masters, we know, can be feisty when he needs to be and can dig deep when he needs to. Robinson, who took 3 wins earlier on in this season, has been consistently on the podium all season long. Masters has been pretty strong as well. Multiple wins this season as well. Back-to-back victories, but no one can lay a glove on Williams in this race. 6.2 seconds back is this battle here, and Masters has got the bit between his teeth here, is biting the screen and is all over the rear wheel of that Honda ahead of him. It's the older style Honda against the new generation R6 that's shown itself to be such a strong weapon in club racing and in national championship, and of course in World Championship across 600cc classes.
I was just watching there. I want to see maybe again next time when we come up to the hairpin, just watch Robinson when he brakes. It looks like there's something coming off the front of the bike, and I thought it was him locking up at first, but this time nothing. So maybe he is just locking up, I don't know. But I thought it may have been something else. Maybe it was brake dust being thrown out or something. In the meantime, Masters gets a little bit of a look and did try to challenge into the bus stop, but there's only one route through there, and it's all single file. So he'll have to back off and settle for that 3rd place once again, halfway through this race now. Lap 6 of 10 in the final rookies race of the season. Robinson doing a great job to hold off against Masters on the number 82 at the moment. The Honda doing fantastically well out there. It looks like it's running superbly, and of course the rider on it isn't half bad either as they come down into Edwina's. And so, a little bit deep there from Masters. Yeah, just a little bit too late on the brakes. That's going to cost him a couple of tenths at least.
Yeah, unfortunately Masters just got that slightly wrong. Little bit of rear wheel action there, and yeah, like I say, just got it all wrong, and that's cost him a heap of time. Can he claw that back now, and will he be able to make his way back onto the rear wheel of the number 99 Honda? These guys both in their first season of racing this year, and what a way to start your club racing career here at EMRA. Perfect opportunity to learn your craft around the Mallory Park circuit. And this Rookies Championship has thrown up some great racing all year long. I remember last round we saw some very, very close racing between the likes of Robinson and Masters. Galatovic was getting himself in the mix as well last round. Unfortunately, not quite able to do it this time around. Looking a little bit further back at the moment at the number 202. That's Boswell fighting it out with Judge on the number 106. Those two battling it out for... who's not going to finish this race in last?
Well, P7 is still a very respectable position to finish, only if you ignore the fact that there's only 8 riders on the field. But it's like the thing when there's only 3 people finishing, and it's like, I got a podium, but there's only 3 people finishing. You still got a podium, didn't you? It doesn't really matter.
You're still going to sell it to your sponsors.
Yeah, absolutely. And, in my eyes, P7, P8, even if there's only 7 or 8 of you out there, it's a very respectable finish. And when we're looking at how many entries we had to the rookies this weekend, we were expecting to have at least 12 in both races. So that you've beaten 4 people because they haven't even bothered to start the race. So you've already got more commitment there as we continue to push onwards to 202, holding that slight advantage. Boswell on the Kawasaki 1000 machine, Judge on the Triumph 675. So there is, of course, a bit of power differential between the pair of them, but neither of them really seeming to be giving each other an inch. They're both pushing really, really hard out there.
Nice move there, number 106 up the inside at Edwina's. These two, like we say, battling it out for 7th place. Neither of them want to finish the final race of the year as the last bike to cross the line in the Rookies Championship. But like we say, what a brilliant way to learn your craft. Looks as if that battle between 2nd place, between Robinson and Masters, is getting quite hot at the front. We've put a little bit of time in between each other. This is Williams out the front then, the Welshman. Just ticking the laps away, doing everything he needs to do, hitting his markers. Ryan Williams, 55.766 his best lap. 58's on the last couple of laps, so just controlling this one at the front and trying to bring it home in one piece.
He's only got one more tour left after this one. And again, the championships are done. Of course, Masters, the 600 champion, Galatovic, the 1,000 champion. There's no point trying to risk anything when you've got such a healthy advantage. You can see that the battle in the background between Robinson and Masters for second and third. Still heating up quite a bit. And of course, that's for the race win in the 600 class as well. So we'll keep an eye on that over the remainder of this lap. As there we do see, though, Williams, the 221, who's been so brilliant this weekend. And as he comes through, and already, wow, come on, showboating already. Half a lap left. I've seen that happen sometimes, and actually, sometimes Lady Luck then flicks you the V's and sends you down. So, you know, maybe don't want to be doing that. But Williams is confident already with half a lap left to run that he's got it in his locker. The 221 with one corner to go will dominate the final race of the season in the rookies. This time I'll allow the wheelie as he crosses the line. Who's going to be second and first in the 600s, though? It will be Robinson ahead of the champion Masters. That is your overall podium. Williams, Robinson, Masters, a great race for second place overall and first place in the 600 class. But Williams up front, absolutely dominant, it must be said, as he can cruise on home. Galatovic finishes P4, and that is second place in the 1,000 category. King P5, Curry will be P6. Judge and Boswell, we're still waiting to cross the line. Those two were fighting late in the day, and it is Judge on the Triumph 675 that ultimately gains the advantage and brings it home in P7. Boswell will have to settle for 8th and last on the road out at the end of the day. But it is Williams with another fantastic win as he makes his way back into the paddock. That is it for the rookies in 2025. And a very entertaining race there, it must be said. And another fantastic win for Williams. Thank you very much for sticking around. We know that we are behind schedule, of course, but we appreciate you sticking around and showing your support for the riders out there here at Mallory Park in the final round of EMRA in 2025. That's it, though, for the rookies. It is Williams taking yet another win. And of course, they'll be back in the next season. Only 2 more races left to come, then 20 laps left of 2025 here at Mallory Park. Of course, just in the EMRA, that is. There's still plenty more racing action coming from Mallory Park. We have the 750 Motor Club heading to town on the 18th of October. If you want tickets to come and see that, head over to the Mallory Park website. And then as well, we do have the traditional Mallory Park plum pudding event on Boxing Day for both cars and bikes to come round, do some hot laps, to get a little bit of racing on as well. It's been a tradition here at Mallory Park for decades now for the Boxing Day event. And although the weather's a little bit miserable, it is, of course, the best way to shake off that Christmas hangover from the day before. So make sure you are coming down. And again, tickets are now available on the Mallory Park website as well. The pre-injection guys are out on the track, heading round to the grid. We are just waiting to see if Trystan's going to be able to grab anyone in the paddock, and it sounds like he is. So let's go down to Trystan and hear what people have to say.
Ryan, 2 from 2. Talk us through that one.
Oh, that was good. It's brightened up a bit now, haven't I? So I got a new tyre in, and it was all right.
And you've just been awarded a trophy. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I don't know. He just come on. He said his brother won the trophy and he died, so they're going to have it engraved now, my name on it. So lovely.
Well done. Good day at the office.
Lovely, yeah. Thank you very much.
Congrats.
Ta-ra, bad.
Great to hear there from him as the pre-injection guys make their way to the grid for the final time. Well, not the final time because they've got a sighting lap and they'll be heading back to the grid, but make their way onto the grid for the final time, should I say, in 2025. Again, expecting expecting plenty more racing to come your way this weekend, or not this weekend, 2 more races left. Plenty of exciting racing still to come your way, especially in the pre-injection as well. Again, we're expecting 24 riders out there on the grid. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit less. The 79 of Ian Morgan from pole position, the 110 of Darrell Lee out there. Both of them have been supremely quick this weekend. Let us know, run through the grid view for the final time in 2025. It is Ian Morgan, Darrell Lee and Carl Davis on the front row. Neil Rutledge, Mark Brailsford and Wayne Cockayne start just behind. P7 is William Curtis with Ian Kirkby and Paul Smith rounding out row 3, and then rounding out the top 10 is Alex Butler with Robert Chambers and Steve Haig alongside. Phil Thatcher is 13th with Trystan Diddlot in P14. Sam Nicholson is 15th with Andy Bolton 16th. Thomas Williamson 17th and Chris Nail on P18. Anton Brett is 19th with Ian Matthews 20th, and 21st is Justin Beddoes. Aidan Galatovic is 22nd with Mark Bostock 23rd and Edward Taylor in 24th. That is who we're expecting to have starting where in the pre-injection race. And you can see now, Trystan, sun is starting to set here at Mallory Park. We've got beautiful, beautiful red skies appearing overhead there. Unfortunately, it's not quite that pretty in real life. I think that's a trick of the lens, but still, the sun is starting to go down. The darkness is starting to seep in. The season is starting to come to an end.
Yeah, the sun is setting on the 2025 EMRA season. And what a way to end this weekend's racing with the pre-injection class. We've got the Byron Cup coming up as well. But this class for older carbureted and fuel injection with modern electronics. Essentially early 1990s and 2000s Supersport and Superbike machines. So it's been a battle all day long between Morgan and Lee. But Morgan's been getting the better of Lee since the first race earlier on. Is Lee going to have an answer for him this time around in the final race of the year in the pre-injection class? It's a good start from the number 110, Darrell Lee, as they go down into Gerrards for the first time. And the final first lap for the pre-injection class in 2025. And Lee's come out fighting. Morgan is going to have an answer for him, though.
He surely will, but that was an inch perfect start there by Darrell Lee on the 110, and already gets himself a pretty healthy gap as Morgan maybe has to go on the defensive. Up the inside of the 4 goes, I believe that was the 232 potentially making his way through there, and that was for P4. Lovely stuff from them. As already look at the gap that the front pair have as they start to pull away at the front. No, it was in fact the 1-2-1 there that made their way through. But still, all action is for Brailsford up into 4th place, or 3rd place should I say. But already Lee and Morgan starting to bolt away from the remainder of the pack, and now you're thinking for Morgan, okay, what's the game plan here? I think the game plan may very well be a move down into Gerrards. Yes, it is. Up the inside goes Morgan and gets it done. Does Lee have a response? I don't think he does. It only took a lap, and it's already come to naught. For Morgan is up into the open places. Oh, we got somebody stopping there. That's down on the start-finish straight. Mechanical problems. Is that the 163, I believe, that's come to a halt?
So, Wayne Cockayne, unfortunately.
What a shame to bring your season to an end with a mechanical DNF. He just came grinding to a halt down the start-finish straight. Up the top, though, the 73 still leads the 110, but is under pressure.
Oh, tries to go round the outside at Shaw's hairpin. That is never going to work, but was forced to go through that route because Morgan went so defensive. Lee was forced to switch lanes, essentially, and was forced to go the long way round. And unless Lee has got a quick answer to Morgan, I'm afraid that Morgan might just clear off. Lee has been struggling with Morgan's pace all weekend long. So Lee really needs to try and bite back straight away and try and upset the rhythm of the number 79. He's got a very, very good run through Gerrards. Very strong through there. We know he's good on the brakes as well, but so is Morgan.
Yeah, both of them riding really, really strong at the moment. No rider really looks stronger than the other as it stands on lap 3, soon to be 4 of 10 here in the final race of this season Interesting that Morgan preferring to go defensive to the inside. Lee happy to run an outside line. That time a bit more middle of the road though, and it does actually gain him some time there as they head into the bus stop. The 79 still leads the 110 as they come onto the main straight. Again, Yamaha 600 against Suzuki 600. On paper, pretty equal machinery. It's more about how the person on top of them uses them. And currently Morgan has that advantage by just under half a tenth of a second. Is Lee thinking about trying to set up a move though? On the exit of Gerrard's. That is a really, really nice sign. Is he close enough on the inside into Edwina's? He's going to give it a go. Gets it crossed up, but gets it done. That's a lovely move by the 110 rider to get back to the lead of the race.
Talk about forcing it to fit up the inside there. Lined it up perfectly through Gerrard's. He's got so much pace through that turn one, and then was able to just put himself in the right place to block Morgan from hitting the apex into Edwina's and got the job done. Now, where is Morgan going to respond? We know that he can make a move up the inside into Gerrard's, and if he can block Lee from taking that wide swooping line that allows him to carry so much speed through Gerrard's, perhaps he can make something work. But Lee goes defensive this time around. Morgan looks to the outside. I don't think he's going to make that work. Like we said, we've seen how Lee is so strong through this second part of Gerrard's, and he pulls a little bit of a gap there, which means Morgan shouldn't be able to get up the inside at Edwina's. Covers that off nicely as well, just in case, as the rear wheel floats in the air through Edwina's. You can see the concentration in the eyes of the number 110. He wants this. If he can't have the championship, he wants to go out with a race win.
Absolutely does. Fastest lap of the race so far is held by Morgan. It's a 56.638, although Lee's fastest lap of 56.650. They're damn near identical out there. We're talking millimetres of difference between this pair. Both of them pushing each other to the absolute limit. They've got no one else in sight. Lee once again defensive to the inside, and Morgan will be desperate to try and get to that inside. I think he knows if he wants to make the move into Gerrard's, he has to be on that inside and tip it in earlier. But again, Lee's just so strong through the second half of that corner, just opens up that gap. And then for the rest of the lap, Morgan's just playing catch up, and the problem is that he catches them up as they're going into Gerrard's.
Yeah, has a look into Gerrard's each time, but Lee defends it well. But you can see Morgan on that lap. He's starting to learn. He's following Lee. He's following his lines and listening out for his engine through Gerrard's, and he just seems to have upped his pace on the second half of that corner. So let's see what it's like this time through Gerrard's. See if he's got any answer for the number 110. He's going to have to be all over his rear wheel. He's going to have to be closer than that through Devil's Elbow if he wants to have a look at the inside into turn one. We know that he can make it stick. He's done it before. He's forced to have a look at the outside, but that's a long way round that fast right-hander.
A few riders further back there, we see Davis in P3 on the number 4 machine. Everyone else seems to be in a bit of no man's land at the moment. There's the 121 of Brailsford, and back to the race. It looks like they haven't changed. So Lee and Morgan holding station, and they're both pushing each other to bigger and better extremes. On the previous tour, 56.449, fastest lap of the race for Lee as they split the traffic. Is there a way, the long way around for Morgan? Maybe the up and under. He certainly thinks about it, but just can't quite draw alongside and commit to the move. It's about to be lap 8 out of 10, 3 to go when they come to the line, and still Lee just about holds on. Morgan is not quite able to find that way through. They are both pushing each other so much, but they just can't find anything to make it stick, especially if you're on the attack. I think you were right, Trystan. Look how much stronger Morgan is already through Gerrard's. He's still losing a little bit of time, but nowhere near as much as he was.
Yeah, it's always easier to follow as well, because you can learn from the rider in front. And Morgan, we know, has got plenty of talent on board that number 79. This is intense. They are giving it everything they've got in this final race of the year in the pre-injection 2025. Morgan looks to the inside as he missed his braking marker there. That is closer. You're not going to get any.
He's almost in the wall.
Yeah, he pretty much takes the wall with him there.
Blimey, Isle of Man style stuff out here as Morgan, so desperate to get it stopped, then lost his momentum and almost fell over into the wall on the inside. And then now he's got to... Where did that come from?
I wonder if Lee just missed a gear there, because that almost looked too easy, and he's losing a load of ground through Gerrard's now as well. I wonder what's happened there. Perhaps just a lapse of concentration, missed a gear there, hit a false neutral. Don't really know, but let's see if Lee's got anything left in the tank to fight back at the number 79. He's having a look at the outside into Edwinas. That's not going to work. And we know how strong both these guys are on the brakes. Less than 2 laps remaining now.
This is going to be as tight as you like at the end of it all. The 79 finally in front after, we believe, a mistake from the 110 after he nearly himself made a race-ending mistake. But it all comes down to this. In 2025, one more tour of Mallory Park, and Lee has started to drop back in team a little bit as we see that flag in the arm of a marshal. Lee, half a second behind. Can he find anything to try and get back to Morgan, or has Morgan worked his way through the traffic better? Was it a mistake that Lee will come to rue? We think a missed gear potentially. Although Lee now right there, anything into Edwinas? No, not quite for the 110. Gets a bit sideways on the rear as well as they come through. The 79 still holding on. Only a handful of turns to go now. It's been a race of the mightiest proportions. Has anybody got anything left to stamp their authority on 2025? Another small error there from Morgan, but Lee too far back. It'll have to be a drag race for the 110 to make it work. A small mistake from Lee, hands it to Morgan. Checkered flag waves, it's over. Lee Morgan wins here in the pre-injection class. Ian Morgan with a fantastic victory there from Darrell Lee. Carl Davis will eventually come home in third, but what a battle we have just seen between the pair of them. All race long, 10 laps, Morgan and Lee didn't give each other an inch, and although Lee will be frustrated with that mistake, I'm sure he's smiling underneath that helmet, and you can see how delighted they all are. It's Ian Morgan who takes victory from Lee. Davis rounds out the podium. Brailsford is fourth with Kirkby P5. Did a lot. Actually did do quite a lot in that race over a very respectable P6 there with Curtis and P7, Thatcher P8. Butler is ninth and Chambers in P10. And that is it then for your pre-injection class in 2025. And what a race that was, especially between our front runners. Just phenomenal racing all round there. The riders making their way back to the paddock. And only one more race to come your way here at EMRA in 2025. We're going to be starting it exactly half an hour after we were supposed to be starting it. So apologies if you had plans this evening that you've had to cancel because you wanted to watch EMRA, which of course, why wouldn't you want to watch EMRA? It's the most important thing in the world. Here at Mallory Park, British Superbikes on at Alton Park, Formula 1 at Singapore, Motocross Des Nations, Motocross Des Nations, forget it. This is where the real racing is. This is where everyone's watching along. Casey Stone has probably sat at home watching this instead of watching Mandalika this morning in the MotoGP. I'll say that much. But then, time for your final race of the 2025 season. 10 laps separates us from the end of the year, and it is the Byron Cup coming up next for 10 laps as the riders making their way out onto the circuit. Race number 1 earlier today was dominated by Mitch de Kran, but he had a little drop off earlier on. In fact, made a small mistake, and maybe that's knocked his confidence. Maybe it opens the doors for other people as well. We'll have to wait and see. Trystan Finocchiaro, it could all be to play for. It could be another Mitch de Kran runaway win.
Yeah, well, we saw a mistake from Mitch earlier on, which we haven't seen from him. We'll have to wait and see. If he can get away at the front, obviously, he's going to clear off like he did before. He had well over a 15-second lead before, so if he can get away at the front, he's going to try and better his lap time. Probably not the ideal conditions right now to be setting lap records, but I don't think that's going to stop him.
Yeah, absolutely. So riders making their way down to the grid then, of course, one sighting lap. Then it is red lights on, red lights off. We go racing for the final time in 2025. You can hear a bit of wind down there. It seems like it maybe is picking back up. But for the time being, the riders raring and ready to go as we wait to see if we are missing anybody at the front of the pack. We know that Mitch de Kraan, the 66, likes to take a very slow lap to the grid. Maybe it's psychological. Maybe he's just born with it. Who knows? As the 37 there is the 48. And maybe Mitch de Kraan's gone home, in fact, because I'm not seeing him come in. No! Mitch de Kraan's gone home. All right, maybe we've got a race on our hands then. That makes things a bit more interesting, with all due respect to Mitch de Kraan. So, the 66 was due to be starting from pole position. He is not here, apparently. So it'll be the front row of Rob Kirk and Marcus Langford only. Row 2, Robert Morby, Arthur Woods and Ewan West. Calvin Grimes is on P7 with Henry Greenway 8th and Oliver Horton in P9. Gareth Rose rounds out the top 10 with Henry Barron and Annabelle McCartney alongside. William Round is 13th with Stuart Martindale 14th and Ben Hemmings in 15th. Michael Good is 16th, Dennis Ford 17th and Stephen Lane in 18th. Stephen Kilpin is 19th, Enzo Tobias Laturco starts in 20th with Dave Trick in P21. Ben Phipps should be our sole starter in 22nd place if indeed he does start this race. So we're set to have 22. We know that Mitch de Kraan isn't here. There were definitely a couple of others that weren't here as well. So we might actually have a bit of an interesting race for the lead on our hands here.
Yeah, looks as if we're going to have a scrap for the lead. I don't want to jinx it, but yeah, with no Mitch de Kraan, as fast as he is and incredible to watch as he is, this has now opened up the possibility of someone else taking a victory in this final race of the weekend and the final race of 2025 for the Byron Cup. Langford rides up on the grid just behind the number 48. Which one of these two is going to take it? The final race of the weekend here then at Mallory Park. Who's going to take victory? Who's going to take the full 50 points here?
Not Mitch de Kraan, that's for certain. It is red lights on, it's red lights off, and we go racing. Pick up there from the front wheel of the number 9 as they head down. Langford, though, I believe, will be leading down into turn 1. Yes, he is. The 48 can only watch and wait. Kirk, I'm sure, is he trying to go the long way round? Gerard, surely not.
Worth a try.
He's thinking about it. It's not going to come off. Might get the momentum to the outside to sweep through an edge winners. No, not quite close enough. The 48 will have to settle for second. And I tell you who is right there with them as well. 37, who we saw so fast at the back end of race 1 earlier on, and is right up there at the start of race number 2 as well. So the 37 of Morby, definitely one to keep our eyes on. But up the front, it is Langford who's going to try and peel away at the front of this pack at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, watch out for Morby. We saw he had some great consistent pace earlier on in race 1, but race 2 looks as if at the moment it's going the way of Langford. There was a big moment there for one of the Kawasaki 400s, just getting it all wrong on the exit of the bus stop and losing a heap of time through Gerard's then. We didn't think we were going to have a runaway winner, but Langford has come out like a scalded cat here. 1.28, 1.2 seconds. It is back to Kirk at the moment. I don't know if Kirk is going to have an answer for the number 9 here.
No, it looks like Langford has really felt racy coming into the final race of the season. He knows what's at stake. He knows that, well, on paper anyway, everyone only remembers the last win of the season, and you're only as good as your last win, as they say, or your last race. And if you end 2025 with a race win, then you are theoretically the greatest rider in the entire paddock or in the entire class. So, you know, wrap your head around that one anyway. That's a big...
I'm sure Langford is going to agree with that logic.
So coming into 2026, he'll be feeling on top of the world anyway. That was a big move up the inside there, or an attempted move anyway, by, I believe, that was the number 38 there. No, it wasn't. It was the 54 of Enzo Tobias Laturco. They couldn't quite make it work as they push almost down down the main straight a bit further back. Again, some of the riders don't quite have their clubman licences yet, hence they've got the orange bibs on, still with the novice licences, but doesn't mean that they are slow. Here we see Morby under pressure from the 137 on Woods. Morby, I don't know what pressure than I was expecting. Again, he was so solid at the end of race number 2 earlier on and looked like he was in contention for sliding his way up and into second place, and it didn't come into fruition. And this time, Arthur Woods looks to the inside, coming into Shaw's hairpin, can't quite make anything out of it. And he'll have to settle for that position as they come through the bus stop. Maybe if he gets a good run through Devil's Elbow, there'll be something down into Gerrard's. We'll have to wait and see. He's certainly thinking about it. He's certainly trying to draw alongside. He does have an extra 50 cubic centimetres of engine capacity on that Kawasaki 400 compared to the Yamaha 350 in front of him. But he can't use them to his advantage. He'll have to stay there for the time being in P4.
Yeah, interesting you mentioned Enzo Laturco down there in 17th position, who I'm pretty sure I saw down in race admin earlier on. I'm pretty sure is the son of Ralph Laturco, who used to race over in BSB. You could always pick him out by the completely Brazilian-inspired livery. So yeah, out there on circuit, and perhaps a name that we're going to be seeing in EMRA next year, learning his craft and maybe trying to make his way over into the BSB paddock. But meanwhile, there's more racing going on circuit between Morby and the number 137 Kawasaki 400 of Anthony Woods. These two locked together in that battle for third place. Who's going to take that final spot on the overall podium for 2025? Of course, this is the last race of the year. And that two-stroke is absolutely blitzing the 400 in a straight line.
It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, even though, as I said, with that 50 less cubic centimetres to use to generate power, that two-stroke Yamaha is just an absolute weapon in a straight line, isn't it? The 137 made with a chance, that's late to the inside. Whoa, how close do you want to be, boys? Let's not end the season with a big crash. My goodness me. That was very, very tight there, and almost had the front wheel to rear wheel classic.
That is the danger when you've got straight line speed versus corner speed, and you're a lot later on the brakes. It's so easy to get caught out there when there's a big difference in essentially talent.
Yeah, pretty much, as they're now heading back onto the main straight once again. This is now the halfway point of this race for these guys. Only 5 laps left to go in 2025 here at EMRA. And, well, what a race it has been, especially in that battle for third place. There is action further back as well, as we see a few of the riders, some of them too wide, coming down the main straight. That's Round and Barrel in the fight for 8th place as it stands. Around just getting through, back on the inside maybe, and the Kawasaki looks like, so 2 Kawasaki's against each other, should I say. Looks like they're certainly going wheel to wheel. The 861 gets ahead ever so slightly, and at the inside, that was opportune on the 240 of Horton, but gets it done. And the Ninja 400 slides on by. That was a very, very aggressive move there. But I guess when the doors open, you've got to go for those kinds of things.
Yeah, and, meant business going into there. I think we've had a change of position a little bit further up. I think Kirk has now got the better of Morby, but I think he was already ahead of him anyway. He's a good 5 seconds up the road.
Yeah, well, we'll wait and see when we go back to him if there has been a change of some description there. There's Oliver Horton using the power of that Honda CB500 to get up in front of those guys. And still status quo in the battle for P3 meanwhile. So Morby holding off from Arthur Woods on the 137. And again, that 2-stroke Yamaha. Again, it's a rocket ship. It's a weapon in a straight line. It's the nuts, if you will, because you just twist the throttle and it just vanishes off down the road, despite being such a lightweight bike with not a huge engine beneath it. But around the outside, that's a great move from Woods. Round the outside of Shaw's hairpin. How'd you like that? The 137 up to the podium places.
That's how to show your competitors that you mean business. Round the outside of Shaw's hairpin. I don't think I've seen that one before, but like I say, when there's such a big difference in corner speed, that's what happens. These two locked together then. Is Woods going to try and have another look round the outside at Gerrard's? Can't make it stick. The two-stroke's going to power away from him in the little straight in between Gerrard's and its wieners. Now Woods has got to be careful on the brakes here because he's going to be making up a lot of time on the entrance. We saw him get very, very close earlier on in the race, and he does have to come up with something really inventive here to make up for the lack of power.
Yeah, it's really, really tight racing between this pair. They're going to be heading on to their penultimate lap of the race in just a short moment. Both of them pushing each other to the absolute limit. You can see just how aggressive the 37 of Morby is when he gets on the throttle. The front end just picking up. Yes, it's old school two-stroke style. They are very, very aggressive on the power delivery. But again, the riders, they're normally good at the finesse when you ride these things very often, and good at keeping the front end down. But Morby's just pushing so hard. It's just, no, front end's coming up, we're going to deal with it. So it's great to watch. Penultimate lap of the race then for the leaders and for this pair in the battle for the final podium places. And Woods, little look to the inside, but too far back on this occasion. Has he got anything else in his locker, or is Morby potentially home and dry?
Yeah, I think so. It's going to have to be something incredibly creative from Woods to try and block any manoeuvre from Morby coming back at him. He goes the long way around Shaw's hairpin again, tries to make that move stick, but this time Morby's wise to it and just sends him to the curbs. And that's all he needs to do, really. But even if Woods is able to get past him, Morby's just going to blast back past him on the straight as well, and it will be ahead of him before they reach the line. Last lap time then. Langford is cleared off out the front. Kirk is in the lonely second place. It's all between these two in third place. What has Woods got up his sleeve here on this final lap?
We'll have to wait and see. Langford 4.7 seconds up the road from anybody else as we see him now coming through Wieners and down the bottom end of the circuit. It's been a dominant ride. We've barely even spoken about him because he's just been up there doing his own thing with nobody else in sight. But he has ridden that Suzuki wonderfully. And as he comes round Shaw's hairpin and into the bus stop for the very final time, Langford ends 2025 with a bang. The number 9 is number 1 here at Mallory Park. A fantastic victory in race number 2 of the Byron Cup. It will be Kirk on the number 48 who comes home in second place. But now we wait. Where are Morby and Woods? Woods has got him! Woods has got him right at the death. The 137 beats the 37 by 0.2 of a second at the line. What an amazing conclusion to an amazing battle to slide onto the podium there, as a few more riders finishing off strong as well. The 240 and the two ninjas behind as well. Horton, Round, Barrel. Who's going to be in front at the end of it? Horton will hold on to P7, Round and P8, or Barrel gets P8, Round P9. But it is Longford that wins by just a smidge under 5 seconds from Kirk. Woods nicks the final podium place from Morby at the line. It was the 41 of Greenway at the line there, with a fantastic performance as well from him. The 41, fantastic stuff from Greenway to get into that 5th place. Meanwhile, further down it was Weston P6, Horton 7th, Barrel P8, Round P9 and Rose in P10 to round out the final race of the season, both in the Byron Cup and in EMRA as well. In 2025 we got some burnouts down in the paddock. Riders delighted. Photo shoots getting ready to be taken in the pit lane as well. You can see, and there's the burnout smoke drifting its way into the camera shot. As you'll now be seeing a million vans pulling across the circuit trying to leave because they haven't won anything and they want to go home, which is understandable. But what a weekend it has been here at Mallory Park and at EMRA as well. What a way to finish this season in fine fashion. Thank you very much for tuning in. We hope that you've enjoyed all of the action. We're just waiting to see if we're going to head down to Trystan in the paddock, and if not, we'll wait to see if he wants to come back up. Come back up into the commentary box so he can say goodbye. But thank you very much for the couple of nice comments that we had and people tuning in from all over the world. Of course, the second time that EMRA has ever been live streamed, the first time they've ever been live streamed this year. And what a season, or a couple of seasons it has been, as now the mass exodus begins. The part of the racetrack that you never see is people trying to leave.
This is the final race of the weekend.
Yeah, the final race to get to the motorway services first. Before everybody else. But yeah, Trystan, that's it. 2025, EMRA done and dusted. And what a great way to do it as well. Some brilliant racing here today.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to be a part of the last final rounds. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. There's been some incredible racing, and it's been an absolute pleasure to be alongside you in the commentary box, Ross.
Oh, the pleasure has been all mine, my friend. Thank you very much.
I haven't given you my diseases this weekend either.
No, I think I'll be okay. Well, if I start coughing my lungs up in the next couple of days, I'll let you know. But I feel fine, all right, for the time being. But yeah, thank you very much for joining us for the final round on 2025 East Midland Racing Association Club Championship. You've been myself, Ross McIntyre, Trystan Finocchiaro, bringing you all of the action. A big thank you to the marshals, the medics, race control, the first all-female race control team in the country. Thanks to you for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure. We'll see you in 2026.